No one gonna force you to move, but it's gonna be on your willpower. And also, I see some money changing, which I can see that some money and prosperities and some unexpected money also come from some places for you, which you never thought that is going to happen, but it will. Again, they came the man in between the 48 to 53 year, and again come in the middle of your pentagon as helping. Who is this person? A man, middle age, 48 to 53.
I have no idea.
Wow. So then, oh my gosh, you have him all over the place on your pentagon right now. So around the date of 17, 18 of March through actually the March 25th and 27th, expect the man, middle age, 47 through the 53, come around and be with you, helping you out from that problem or the things that you have right now and worried about. Any other questions, sweetie?
Yeah, I'm having some issues with my, oh Lord, with one of my children.
Okay.
I don't know if you do, yeah, with my daughter, my 16-year-old. I mean, I just want to know if her attitude's gonna get better, because, you know, we're constantly arguing, and that's causing a lot of trouble at home too.
Well, before I start my show, I just talk about the teenager girls, and also some email that I received from one of them that they became sensitive. They feel that they look ugly, they are not attractive, and they kind of became cocky and just having so much attitude around. And it's all normal, sweetheart. All I wanted you to do is just try and stop arguing with her, because they can't control their emotion. They can't really acting as they are normal, because as we know, there's a lot of hormones and things that just go up and down, and we actually went through all those period as well, but we forgot because it's now a couple of years of it. But I can understand your daughter, and I can understand your frustration and kind of your anxieties and sadness of all those things, and you want that she's gonna respect you, love you, and kind of listening to you. Well, of course, she will, but give her time. Stop arguing with her. So arguing, it's not going to get her anywhere. It's not going to give you any respect back, and she's going to get worse. So no argument. Try to have and build a very strong, nice banding connection as a friend. So be just her friend instead to be just the mother, okay? And make sure you validate her attitude. Sometimes they are doing something they want, so just get some validation from mother, from father, from parents, from brother, from sister, from the, anywhere. So that's why if you feel that she is trying to do crazy things to make you to feel nervous and also sad, it's not because she wants to make you sad. It's just she's screaming after attention. So give attention, but in a positive way that she's going to understand about, I want to give back, as positive as possible. And of course, 15 years, a lot of guys just look at her. She's starting to look at herself, in the mirror and see if she's beautiful or not, if my hair is good enough or not, or if I can compare myself with my friend, and am I good enough, or is the guy in my class actually like me better than Lisa or Linda or Jessica? So it's completely a normal behavior, and those kind of a low, or better say low self-esteem or low confidence is just coming home, and of course goes directly to mom, and mom can't tolerance either, and then it's going to create a lot of anxieties, fight, and other things. So instead of just telling him to stop doing it, or why you are talking to that guy and why you are doing this, try to create some friendship with her and limit all the argument and fights. Make sure that you understand her emotional feelings, which is based on hormones and other stuff, all the changes that is around us, around her. And what I can see it in the Pentagon psychically, what I feel about her, I'm not worried about her future. I'm not worried about she may actually in some places that could cause some danger, craziness in their future. So everything is good, no red flags. All you need to do is just be there, both as a mom and best friend, that she could just have some ability to come to you and tell you the truth about everything that's happening, in her school and wherever she's going. You got it, honey?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
Love her and just tell her that how beautiful she is every day. Validation, attention. Don't forget about, okay? So back to studio, guys, and now you guys listening to A1R. So people ask me about where they can find me. Well, you guys can find me in avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com, and A1R Network. So back to studio, and I have Connie. Hello, Connie. How are you doing?
Hello?
Hi, honey. How are you doing?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm glad I got on tonight.
Oh, thank you, baby. And I'm glad I have you tonight. So my pleasure. So gorgeous. Give me your date of birth first and then shoot me a question. Tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what you have in your beautiful heart. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Well, first, my name is Connie, and what I'm wondering is about 4 years ago, I lost somebody very, very special to me in a tragic accident, and I just wonder how they're doing now.
Okay. Can I have a name of the person and exactly for how long time ago was it that you lost that person?
His name was James, and it was in 2013.
Oh. Okay. Place is close to the ocean. It's showing me about the feelings and the connection that they have, or he has a very, very beautiful place, telling me about the blue color of the house, a house that has a window with the blue color, and also telling me about the ocean side, ocean view, also telling me and showing me about some backyard, and I feel the 3 and 4 bunnies that is around him right now. So two bunnies around. So sounds like that he is, and he's trying to tell you that he finally bought the house, and he finally got the house that he always wanted to have, and he is in a good place, and there is actually, I feel him in a kind of like a white shirt and the blue jeans, and also I see him and feel him also around that he has some necklace, which this necklace is kind of like a sign as a name or for something that is creating about something or somebody, is also kind of like wearing and trying to tell you about thank you, protection, and also some trip that you have to go, and is talking about like go to that trip, or it's time for you to do, and don't be scared. Sounds like that he want to tell you that you should not be scared about something that you want to do, and some trip that he's talking about it. But he's showing me the house, a beautiful house, light blue color, and it's telling me that is close to the ocean, has ocean view, and I feel and sense her with a white shirt and blue jeans right now. What else you want to ask him? I'm here, and he is actually close to, and I can see and feel him, and he will give you the answer, honey. Go ahead.
Okay. Does he see me a lot? Is he around a lot?
He was around a lot, actually, in the past of 5 days. He's telling me about the interest and a little bit of anxieties and the boringness that you had. Do you been lately worried about something? Do you want to do something that you're scared of to do? He's trying to tell you, I'm here. Just do it. You will absolutely win over that situation, and you will gain something that you always wanted to gain. It sounds talking about prosperity, it's talking about love, and it's also talking about something that you always wanted to have. There is something that he's trying to show me is all backyard, and is the green, some sort of plant, something that he wants to tell me about it, that I had to tell you. Just like go for it, make it happen, and just like sign it or go to that trip and don't be worried about it. And he is telling me about some woman, age about 35 to 42, 35 to 42, and he's trying to give you some sort of warning about that person. I didn't know who is this person, but it sounds like he's trying to tell you that be careful, don't trust specifically that person. But he is telling you, I was around you for a long time. Sounds like that he's not in pain. He's trying to tell you, just let go of all the feelings and the tense feelings that you may have about that, tragedy and whatever happened. He says that he's in a good place and he's calm and everything look good. So just let go of all the pins and kind of crazy feelings that come to you about that things, and try to stop thinking about how and kind of which way and why he passed away. It sounds to be that he wanted you to stop thinking about it and just fresh your memory, like a good memories about the past, and forget about what happened to him. That's what he wanted you to stop. Just like have it like a movie. It sounds like if you have it like a movie in your brain, it's just going back and forth directly. When you connect to him, you connect to the tragedy, you connect to the place and the way that you missed and lost him. So just don't do that. Just reconnect him with the very strong and sharp and awesome, gorgeous memories that you have about him, which has nothing to do with tragedy or the loss or the accident, okay? So that's what he wanted you to do from now on. It may because it caused you anxiety, it may cause you panic attack, it may cause you that you feel nervous and bad and unhappy. So that's why he wanted you to stop and thinking about it, okay? So other than that, he's very happy. He's handsome. He's great looking right now. And he says about like that, I'm watching all over and I'm listening. So, and he's telling me about the kitchen, the place as a kitchen, the kitchen table, and also left side of the kitchen or left side of the chair in that kitchen that is telling me that he is always there and he's listening, or kind of like is the famous place for him, so he's listening. So, or maybe if you sit there and you kind of like, it's your famous place, I don't know, but he's talking about the kitchen chair.
Okay.
Okay, and then he's there with you all the time. So now you can ask any other question that you have, because I still have him, I still feel him, I still can get answer from him. So just like use your time now. Just tell me what exactly, again, you want to hear and you want to know. Be specific about it, because he has kind of like answer to all your question right now. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, is he going to send me somebody new in my life, somebody that will be just as important as he was?
He's telling you that's why he actually even mentioned about a couple minutes ago that yes, if someone come to you, ask you or want to take you out or kind of like take you to some trip, okay? And if this person is going to come around you anytime soon, and if you have to do it, just do it. Don't wait. He wanted you to find someone, and he says that my spirit will help you to find the right person. And yes, he really and absolutely wanted you to be happy. And he gave you all the permission to do what to do and what you want to do to be happy with anyone and whom you are. But he's telling you that I am helping you to find a right one. So yes, and sometimes Spirit actually sends us a lot of energies and connection, and that's why I feel good about it, because now he knows exactly what you want, and that's why he wants to help you out. Don't feel lonely. He says, don't feel lonely. I'm all around you right now. I'm protecting you, and I'm listening to you. You are not alone. I'm here for you. He's telling me again and again and again. He's happy for you because he feels you find yourself finally after he passed. He says that I'm happy and proud that you could wrap yourself, and I will be around you and wrap you with all protection and love as I can send because I have permission to send from other side. So
okay, tell him that I loved him so much. He's still so important to me.
He loves you back to the moon, and he's telling you that I always gonna love you. I'm always gonna waiting for you. I am proud of you, and please, next time when you remind about me, you are not reminding about anything that has to do with our tragedy or my tragedy or the way that I passed. Please just remind about the good, awesome, beautiful timing that we had together. So he wanted you also to go to the nice restaurant, some places that you guys used to, and he's telling that I'm going to be there, the place that me and you used to go. So just go there and feel and stop bugging yourself. So he loves you to the moon, the same way as you do. And he's all over love.
Yeah, okay. It's still hard, but thank you very much.
You are very welcome, gorgeous. I'm very happy that I could just connect with him, so I do not have too much time, so thank you so much, love. I will send all my prayers and energies to your man and the man that you lost. I know that he's in a good place. We all going to send those prayers and energies to him. Now back to studio. You are guys listening to A1R, and for more conversation and connection with Fiona, go to avidadvice.com or go to A1R and PersianMedium.com. Have a great one, and see you tomorrow at 8 Pacific time. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Asiya, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now, on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone enjoyed their Thanksgiving Day and some time off with family and friends, and hopefully, maybe some of you braved the Friday after to go shopping. I did not. But if you did, hopefully you found some good sales. So it has been a wild 2 weeks and lots of things happening energetically. We are really getting into the thick of things. It's preparing us for the very intense year of 2020. And some of the things that you may have experienced these last 2 weeks are things like electronic issues, Wi-Fi issues, petty arguments, maybe some ego flare-ups, friends and lovers not getting along, stomach issues, headaches, vertigo and dizziness, maybe some family fighting, diagnosis of disease or illness, bad colds and flu, some skin issues, insecurity, and probably plenty of other things that I didn't mention that might fall a little more on the negative spectrum. However, there was also a lot of positive things that were happening. You know, people were getting together with family and friends, and everybody was getting along. There was a lot of love. There was a lot of feel-good energy around. Maybe you hung out with some friends. I had a friend come into town from San Francisco, so that was a good time to catch up with her. So there's been a lot of positive things that have happened as well. Today is the first day of galactic activation portals opening up, and these days, it begins today, and you'll basically have a galactic portal opening every single day up until December 14th. So it's 9 days, and these 9 days are gateways that allow you to tap into expanded states of consciousness and amplify your awareness of energy flows and information exchange. In short, it's basically your DNA is being activated again, and whatever needs to blossom within you will, and whatever needs to be removed from your personal matrix will be removed through a series of challenges to help you become aware of and purge that junk, right? The stuff that you just don't need anymore. And, you know, what will you let go of for a new cycle to begin? For some of you, I do feel like it could be the death of the ego. And that could be challenging. It can be quite challenging to let go of that because it resides deep within fear and is a master of deception. And unfortunately, we put our egos in charge instead of our hearts, right? So the ego is just meant to be a tool to assist us with our lives, but not actually run our lives. And right now, a lot of us allow the ego to basically run the show. Quick admin note before I get into the weekly intuitive messages. I'm holding a psychic development workshop this Saturday, December 7th at 12 p.m. If you've been interested in how to connect with your own intuition, or maybe you've been trying to figure out what your gifts and abilities may be, we all have them, then this is the class for you. I'll go over the different types. I'm going to get into how you can recognize your own intuition and recognize when you're connecting with something else. And if you, it's basically, if you're interested, this is a basic beginner's course, and I'm offering it at a discounted rate of $37.50. You can participate live online from the comfort of your own home, or if you can't make it live, you'll be able to have access to the recorded version at your convenience at any time that you want. The course will be interactive. I've got a couple of ideas on how I want to kind of help you figure out and test your intuition and your abilities in real time. And you can find a link for more info and to register on my Facebook, Instagram, and the description box of the recorded version of this show tomorrow on YouTube. Or you can shoot me a text at 407-374-3133, and I'll text you the link. Don't miss out on the special pricing, and I would love to have you join. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, December 5th through to December 12th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. This week we have energies flaring up that could have you comparing yourself to others, or maybe you're wanting what others have. It could also show up as a feeling that you're missing out, right? FOMO. You may get triggered with jealousy and envy when something good happens for someone in your life. And you could also be on the receiving end of this energy. So maybe you're not the one that's comparing yourself to others or wanting what others have, or feeling like the grass is greener and you're missing out on everything. You could be the brunt of that energy coming from someone else. Now, for some of you, this will manifest in a more positive way, where you're finally letting go of that sort of stuff, right? It doesn't phase you anymore in your life. You don't need to, you're not worried about what other people have. You're focused on yourself and you're confident in who you are. And because you're transitioning really well into this side of yourself, you end up taking a leap of faith to something great for yourself, which I think, there's some opportunities I feel coming your way. Many of you will be overcoming fears this week. Granted, I do feel like this may first show up as a feeling where you're feeling fearful about something, or maybe you're feeling afraid to make a decision, or feel, anxious about something, or afraid to speak up. Maybe there's something you want to say to someone, but you're afraid to do it. Whatever it is, I think, you'll first experience it through the emotions and feelings of fear, but thankfully the end result will be you tapping into your courage and making moves beyond your fears. So you're overcoming them, which is a great thing. Also, because we have these portal activation days, there's a series of events that could happen that lead you to really journey inward and tap into a hidden well inside of you where you are always able to nourish and heal yourself. You don't need anybody outside of yourself. Everything exists within, and when you can tap into that, and it takes a little bit of practice and exercise to do it, but you'll always be able to nourish and heal yourself. And you're reaching down into your depths and pulling something to the surface. It could be courage, it could be love, it could be faith, it could be anything that you need in the moment. But I just feel like everybody's going to start internalizing things a little bit more, and not internalizing in a bad way where you're not expressing yourself, but journeying inward and understanding that everything begins and ends with you. There's also a lot of positive things that will be happening this week. Some of you will see new projects, new prospects, new connections, new opportunities. You'll be feeling hopeful and reaching out to others. You'll begin to have more faith in yourself, and you'll have more faith that your needs will be met, and that you'll have the strength and the courage to just see anything through in your life. Some of you may try to let yourselves stay stuck in things that are already done and over with. Don't let that happen. There will be a lot of feminine, supportive energy around you, and treat yourself with love and compassion as well. Don't get stuck in the past. Don't tell yourself the story over and over and over again. We get addicted to pain sometimes, and we'll create and sabotage things so that we can stay upset or be angry or be mad or look for things to be wrong. So don't do that, because the energies right now are so primed to really move forward and overcome things in our lives. Work, for those of you employed, things feel a little bit lighter at work. Again, there's a lot of feminine energy that's around. It's just a lot of supportive energy. And you may get some help at work from a coworker, or maybe your boss helps you with something. I feel like some of you will realize that you do control your destiny, and that you do have choices in life, and that you are more powerful, and you could do anything. So you just may decide to make a change when it comes to your career. Those of you that are looking for a job, I do feel some of you will receive assistance or get hired by, I feel like it's a woman. I keep seeing a light-haired woman, so I feel like some of you will have that happen. And for others, maybe this person leads you to a job or gives you some sort of assistance in some way. Love, for those of you that are in committed relationships and dating seriously, same sort of energy here, where some of you may begin to realize that you don't have to be anything other than yourself in a relationship. And if the relationship isn't working, you just may not be compatible. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? As so many times people think that if we're no longer compatible, that it needs to be this ugly, horrible breakup, or sometimes we outgrow each other, and sometimes we're meant to outgrow each other, and that person only played a certain role in our lives for a certain time period. Sometimes we jump into marriages or relationships and make them permanent when maybe they weren't supposed to be permanent. So, it doesn't need to be a negative thing. If you feel like you're realizing that you're not happy, evaluate that. Talk to your partner about that. My advice is always not to cut and run. Right? It's a lot of times we're not seeing things from the same perspective, and we have different love languages, we have different expectations, we're not communicating properly, we're projecting blame on people. So those are things that you want to change, and instead of just cutting and running out of a relationship, because if you do that, more than likely you're going to end up in another relationship having to work out the same baggage that you didn't work out in the previous one. So why not openly communicate? Why not express yourself? Why not share what your needs and wants and desires are? See if you guys can get on the same page and be compatible with that and make the relationship work. Or you realize, you know what, no, that's not really going to work for me, and that's not going to work for the partner, so we decide to move on, right? No big deal. Those of you that are in happy relationships, I feel like you will continue to be happy this week. It'll be a good thing. Those of you looking for love, the energies are so on point for love coming into your lives that I hope you get out there and date your butts off, right? Like, just have fun. It's only a matter of time, but you have to actively participate, and you actually have to be open to receiving love. So put yourself out there. This month, I just feel like it's going to be prime time. So if you've got Christmas parties that you're getting invited to or other social gatherings, go, 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 go. Finances overall are stable. The more, this is going to sound really silly, but the more that you become yourself, the more confident you will feel that you can provide for yourself. And it helps cultivate your self-esteem, which in turn then creates more confidence to put yourself out there in different ways and ask for what you need and ask for what you want. And right now, I feel like for this week, look for creative ideas that have to do with feminine energy and women. I feel like there's businesses out there that need to be created, and you could be one of those people that has an innovative idea that may seem silly, or how would I make money off of that? But if you just took some steps, you might actually be able to do that. Health. Some of you are just stuck is the best way that I can say it. I just feel like you're stuck in not being able to get over what someone did to you or something that happened to you in the past. And it's just stuff from the past, right? Things that you're just not wanting to let go of. And all those things are literally haunting you every day. And you're recreating the past in the now and for the future. So you've got to get over it. Let go. It's hurting you by dwelling on the pain. It's an addiction. Set yourself free by forgiving whoever you need to forgive. Forgive yourself. Forgive all of everything, and just really move forward and let go. And you will see that if you do that, your life will become better, and you'll start manifesting things that you actually want. If you don't, you're going to end up manifesting some physical stuff in your body. Spirituality, you could have some clairvoyant and psychic experiences this week. Again, the portals and energies are primed for expansion of consciousness, and some of you are ready for a fresh start. So that wraps up this week's intuitive messages. I have tonight's caller. I have Amanda in Lake City, Florida. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm in Orlando. Where's Lake City? Do you know how far that is from here?
That's like about 3 hours. I live by Gainesville, Florida, like an hour from Gainesville.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So Amanda, how can I help you tonight?
Are you like a medium?
Yes, I do have mediumship abilities.
Oh, okay. I was just curious to see if anyone possibly could come through on that side for me tonight.
Sure. So, the way that I like to do it, I don't like to just kind of open myself up and let a bunch of different energies come in. Is there somebody in particular that you really want to connect with? And what I'll do is I'll invite them into my space and then connect with them. All I need is their first name and the relationship to you.
Yeah, his name is my stepdad, William, and he's my stepdad.
Okay, William, your stepdad. All right. Was he, I feel like I would consider him tall. I feel like he's like right around 6 foot. Does that sound like him?
Yeah, he was about
Okay.
5'9".
Okay, he feels a little bit taller. Maybe he just has a strong, what do you call it? A strong presence.
Yeah.
Huh?
I have another relative that was really small that passed away a long time ago, so it may be him.
Oh, did he have, okay, so the person that I'm seeing, to me, they look tall. They look about, like I said, I felt like about 6 foot. And I feel like he's showing me, it's weird because like I feel like he's younger, but at the same time I feel like he's showing me grayish, almost like salt and pepper hair, and I feel like it had some wave to it in some way. Does that sound familiar at all to you, connected to William?
He was 58, so it wasn't too white, but it was in between. Yeah,
it was like salt and pepper, right? Like there was gray with brownish colors in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like a full on head of gray hair, but it was just kind of this salt and pepper. And I feel like he was, I mean, I would consider him pretty attractive. I feel like he's attractive person.
Yeah.
Let me just try to connect with him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he was pretty young, as far as I'm concerned. We're passing. Did he spend a lot of time outside in the sun? Did he work outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a farmer.
Okay, yeah, because I feel like he's making a joke about having leathery skin. Would that sound like him? Like, would he joke about something? Like, I just feel like he's making fun of, he was outside a lot and people would tease him about like having leather skin or something. I don't know. Just thick skin.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Okay. Let's see. Was his passing sudden?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like you guys knew he was going to pass away. It was kind of, I mean, he wasn't like unhealthy, but he wasn't the healthiest either, if that makes sense. He's just saying like he kind of polluted his body through food. And was he a smoker too?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's kind of talking about, like he lived he's saying he lived a really good life, a heavy life, a hard life, physical. Like, I just feel like everything was physical with him, like outside, and just a lot of hard work. So did he adopt you guys? Like, I feel like because he's claiming do you have siblings as well, or it's his kids? But I feel like he's claiming everybody as his own. Like when he met your mom, like, I just feel like it was super intense.
He had 2 children, and then my sister and me.
Okay.
And then him and my mom, later down the road had a baby. So he has an 18-year-old, or 19 now.
Okay. Yeah, he just loves you guys so much. Like, he just, in his mind, you weren't step anything.
Yeah.
Like, he was very family oriented. And he had a lot of love for you guys, but he was a little, I feel like he was a disciplinarian, though. I feel like he had rules, right? Like a lot of, like, I feel like he had a lot of rules of, like, I just keep seeing, like, did you guys get yelled at for, like, making sure to take your shoes off in the house, and, like, I just feel like he was always making rules and stuff for you, and I feel like there were times where he really like drove you guys crazy because, you know, he was, the best way that I could describe it is he was no BS.
Yeah.
Like no excuses. I don't want to hear your pity party or anything like that. But he was a very, very good man, and I think that he really was in love with your mom.
He was. That was, a touchy situation before his passing.
Is there? Did you guys have like a tractor or something?
Maybe it was part of the farm. I mean, he didn't own one. Not that I know. I mean, he had like a lawnmower, but not like a big tractor, no. He drove a lot of tractors, though.
Yeah, I feel like it kind of looks like a greenish colored body, kind of like a John Deere tractor or something. And I just feel like he's saying he really enjoyed being in, driving the tractor. Like he really enjoyed that. Do you have any specific questions for him? Because he's kind of just rambling about random stuff.
Yeah, well, I wanted to know, like, what he sees happening in our family. Like, it's just so messed up, you know.
Drama.
Yeah. And I was just wondering, like, if he, if anything was going to get better, like, what he thinks, with his son and his daughter, my sister. It was like his daughter. He raised her. I mean, she didn't know her dad, so, but I have my dad, my real dad, but he was still like, I feel like I have two dads, so,
Well, all he keeps saying, he says things can get better, but everybody has to want it to get better. And he's talking about changing tactics, like however you've been handling things, it needs to change in a different way. And partly what he's saying too is, because I kind of feel like everybody's just been at each other fighting and nitpicking. Like he's kind of saying you guys need to stop and like do nothing, like take no action. Everybody's exhausted. Everybody's like feels isolated and alone in weird ways. And that in order for you guys to come together, you really have to kind of stop, take no action, and then change the way that you're interacting. He's like, you guys just need to confront it and talk about it, but not in a blaming or fighting way. Amanda, I have to go. I only have 30 seconds. I hope that makes sense to you, and maybe you could try that, and hopefully it helps your situation. That's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone has a great week. See you next week. Bye.
to the High Frequency Channel. This is Rebecca Urich, and you are listening to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I want to talk about what is happening with humanity right now. We have a lot of things that are going to be that are going to start to show up, and that is bigger institutional companies, corporations, or institutions, I should just say, are going to start breaking apart a little bit. The big corporations that are money hungry, that are kind of suppressing humanity, that are suppressing us. I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to, can't say everything, right? You get in trouble. What I'm saying is that love is exploding on the planet, and all the old stuff that is not in the frequency of where we are now is going to start breaking apart and being dismantled so that the new can come in, so that the loving, supportive, human, loving, new, whatever you want to call it, life here on earth can emerge. So, and I want you to notice that that may also be happening in your life right now too. So it takes a couple of generations for our earth to move into a new dimension. But right now we are being forced into another dimension of love. Okay. And you may say, it does not feel like that at all. And I hear you. I feel it too, right? So what is happening is everything that we need to experience and heal is showing up right now so that we can get to where we need to be and where we want to be, so that we can become our dream, right? Our vision, right? I've talked about having a vision, about thinking about the future, right? And letting go of the past. I know that's hard, but it's time to recognize that the past, I love that phrase, the past has made me who I am now. And I like to say, okay, you're stuck, you're paralyzed in your life, you are sad, depressed, right? Is that what we want? Not really. So we have to clear that stuff from our past. And you don't even need to know where it comes from. You just need to know that in this moment right now is a fresh new moment. It is a fresh, this breath. We are moving into a new decade, 2020. So that is pretty cool, but it is time to let go of the past. It is time to let go of the things that are holding us back from who we want to be, who we would love to be, who we need to be, right? So these things are showing up right now in service. So things may feel chaotic and nuts. And the reason that is because all of that old stuff needs to show up in order to be released so that you can become the person that you want to become, that you need to be, that you are here to be on this planet. Okay? Does that make sense? So love is emerging even though we don't feel like it's emerging, right? But I always celebrate the obstacles. I celebrate the obstacles that are in my life because I know that they are showing up to be released so that I can get closer to what I would love, what I've been dreaming of, what I've been, journaling and using my imagination and all the personal development tools that everybody is talking about now to get to where I want to be. So that's happening in this world too, is this big plume of love is going to start happening And you can already feel it on some level, but most of us are still trying to clear the old. So when you think of your past, and you can dream about it in your mind, right? It's an image that shows up in your mind. Am I right? When you dream at night, and you wake up the next day and you think about your dream, it's in your mind, right? They're two very similar ways in which we are registering a dream or our past. In fact, you probably can't even tell the difference between a dream and the past, except the dream might be a little funkier. But in your mind's eye, it's no different, right? So our past now, that is affecting us now, is not affecting us right now, is not actually doing anything to us right now. So if you're at home listening to the show and or on Facebook or watching TV, then your past is not actually happening to you in this very moment, right? So it is in the present moment, our past is an illusion and is not real now. Does that make sense? So at one point, you were running from the situation, you were freaking out, you were doing whatever you needed to do to survive or to live or whatever. But now all you have are the repercussions, so to say, right? It's like, and you think of that word repercussion, right? It's like that reverberation into time. And then here we are still sort of experiencing that situation, even though it's not happening. So it's time to let it go. And what I like to say is up until now. So I might say, oh my gosh, I have a problem with this, but up until now, from this moment forward, I am going to step into my new life without that. Okay? So we live in a spiral universe and it's spiraling forward. Time moves forward in this universe. So it doesn't move back, it moves forward, right? So I pause. Most of us are moving backwards because we think about the past and we're anchored in our past and it's not allowing us to actually move forward. So when I pause and I go, okay, this is not what I want anymore. And this is what I want. I say up until now. And then I step forward into the new without that old pattern. So I want you to think about your life as we're getting ready to move into the new decade. What do you want? What is your truth? What do you want to bring into your life? What kind of a life do you want to live? Like, what do you really, really want? Not things that you think you need to be doing because you've been brought up that way or programmed that way or told you need to do this or because everyone else does it, right? What is your truth, right? What is your truth? What is your truth? Yours and yours alone. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks or what anybody else says. Your truth is your truth, right? What is that? What is that? How are you going to move forward? What do you want in your life? And it's time to go for it. It's time to shed that old stuff and step into the person that you want to be. We don't know how much time each one of us has on this planet. I don't know when my time is up. So I am going to spend every single day doing everything that I love and choosing myself and my truth, regardless of what anybody else thinks, right? So what is that? But I want you to get really honest with yourself. Because a lot of times what you really want is something that's actually been programmed into you to want, right? Here's the thing, that all the money, like more money, isn't going to make you happy. That perfect relationship isn't going to make you happy. The things, the car, the house, the clothes, the whatever, those things are not going to make you happy. You have to begin with yourself. What makes you happy? What makes you happy? What would you love for this life? You only have a certain amount of time here. You don't know how long that is. What are you going to do with your time? What is your truth? It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Okay, so that's your homework for the week. What is your truth? Okay, and we have my first caller, Crystal.
Hello.
Hey, how are ya?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Where are you from?
Ogden, Utah.
Oh, great. I love Utah. My husband and I travel to Salt Lake twice a year for about 10 years. Love it.
It's nice out here.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful out there. So I channel source. I use Oracle cards. I'm also a dream builder life coach and a life mastery consultant. So I sort of blend all of those together. How can I help you today?
You say you do tarot. Can you just pull some cards?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can absolutely pull some cards. You just want like a general reading and we see where it goes?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so I'm going to just shuffle the cards a little bit. Whoa, they just all went all over the place. Hang on a second. All right. So, have you been doing work on yourself lately? Have you been doing
trying to do self-help?
Oh, great. Woo, awesome. Well, it's working. It's working. So tell me what you're doing.
Just trying to figure out like who I am.
Love it. Did you figure it out?
No, I'm still working on that.
Yeah, I know. I think we're always sort of working on that, so don't feel bad about it.
It'll be a never-ending process.
Yes, it's a lifelong experience, right?
Yeah.
Just when we think we figure it out, it changes.
Exactly.
So you're good. So, well, anyway, all of the good work that you're doing, it's opening the doors for you. So you have support, more support, and solutions. So whatever you're looking to do, they should be dropping in if they haven't already. They will soon. Those ideas, the guidance. So when we do self-care, we connect more deeply, obviously, with ourselves, right? And we kind of clear out the negative and make room for messages. And I have a program where I teach people how to become a channel. So what happens is when you start doing the self-help and taking care of yourself is like I said, you start clearing stuff out, which allows the universe to begin a relationship with you and to begin to download information that you'll need in the form of ideas, or you might hear a song and the lyrics are have a message for you. It can be in a dream. It can just be like a sudden thought that comes into your mind. It can be anything, but you're going to start to notice that as you clear out your brain a little bit more through caring for yourself, right? By letting go of that old stuff, that you're going to be more connected to your intuition. Are you feeling that?
A little bit.
Okay. So I'm getting that there's still some stress reduction to do. So some de-stressing still? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, would you say it's anxiety, depression?
A little both.
Okay. So tell me about your self-care regimen. What are you doing?
Just doing some counseling and medication.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Are you meditating or anything?
I listen to music at night for was it 423? I don't know.
Band or something or?
No, just the meditation music
Oh, okay.
to like lift your vibrations and stuff.
I love it. Great. So are you laying down in bed or are you just listening to them with your earbuds?
Yeah, just lay down in bed to, go to sleep.
Perfect. So keep that up. Also, I want you to look at your negative self-talk. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to keep that under control.
Yeah. Well, and let's just become aware of it. The more you become aware of it, the more you will be able to shift your mind onto something else. So we want to be really gentle with ourselves. So that includes like being kind to ourselves. So when you find yourself negative talking to yourself, you don't want to continue to be negative by being like, oh, why are you, getting mad at yourself because you're negative self-talking. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's important for you to, I teach my clients that everyone has an internal pause button within themselves. Mm-hmm. And throughout the day, you can just pause.
Sorry.
Oh, you have a little one.
Yeah, my daughter just had a baby.
Oh, so cute. How old?
She's she'll be 2 months on the 15th.
Oh my gosh, she's little. Oh, I love it. Well, taking care of an infant is also good self-care as well, just connecting with that energy, because you have to be calm and relaxed and, so that's actually, that's actually like a great way. And two, like rocking them is also really good for you. Like, that's also really good for your mind. In fact, that's a great way to reset your brain patterns is to rock. So it's one of those, like, it's on a pendulum. I can't remember the name of but it's like tick tock. It goes side to side, right? So it's a little bit faster than the second hand, which is actually your normal, like if you rock her, is it a girl or a boy? Metronome. Thank you. It's a metronome. So it's like a little bit faster than a second hand. And if you go side to side, it's actually like really meditative, and it rebalances your brain. So like there are babies that are very neglected. One of the ways that you can stimulate them and kind of bring them back, because they're a little like fearful of humans, is to use the metronome and shift your weight back and forth. It actually recalibrates. So that's great that you have a little one that you can do that with. And it sounds like you're doing a really great job working on your stress reduction. That's going to be really important. I think the negative self-talk is going to be fantastic. And don't be hard on yourself when you find yourself being negative. Just keep shifting your mind to things that feel good. So have you written a vision of the life you would love to live? Do you have maybe spend some time journaling what you would love in your life.
Okay.
Right?
I have
So
to do that.
do you want to share a couple things with me that you would love in your life?
I love more stability and some more happiness. Better health.
Okay. That sounds absolutely fabulous. I love it. So those three little things, I want you to write them down in a journal, and I want you to think about those often. And even if you can expand upon that vision. So like, what does it feel like to have good health? Like, I feel so great in my body. I am so grateful I have great health. Like, so you want to actually put it into as if you already have it. And that actually forces the universe to bring it to you faster. That makes sense?
Okay. Yeah, that does.
It feels really weird because, like, you know, it'd be like, oh my gosh, like I'm making this much money and my health is fantastic. And it seems kind of odd because it may not be true, but you're drawing that into you.
Fake it till you make it kind of sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that. You got it. So what I'm also getting for you is that you are actually, so keep up with the stress reduction. But what is also happening for you is you are ready for deep emotional healing. So the work that you're doing and is really, you're ready. Like, you're ready for this healing. So it's so important. Like, just reiterating again, it's really important for you to devote the time and energy to your self-care. Keep it up. It's basically saying that you're doing everything that you need to be doing.
Okay, great.
How about, let me ask you this, how about your love life?
That's terrible.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that what's going to end up happening is this work that you're doing is going to open you up for romance, for a romantic relationship in your life. Whether it's with the person that you're with or with somebody new. Are you with somebody right now?
No, we just recently split up.
Okay. That's okay. You know, sometimes I think we have to do a little bit of work and make ourselves happy. And when we start making ourselves happy, we raise our vibration, and then we bring in that person that is a better fit or a better match for us. So this is, you know, what you're doing. You are right on target. You are connected to the universe. You are connected to your higher self by already starting to move along the path of self-help and self-care. So you are definitely on target. Keep up the really good work. Is there anything more? Let me see if I'm get anything else for you. Yeah, I am getting that, you know, taking the time and devoting that time to your self-care, like deciding. So like what I did for a little while was I would do everything that I wanted to do and nothing that I didn't want to do, right? So like if someone's like, oh, hey, let's go volunteer. And you're like, oh, I really should go volunteer because it's a good thing to do, but I really just don't feel like it. Don't go. Don't go. Right? If you want to stay home and take a bubble bath, stay home and take a bubble bath. So start really listening to what you want to do. Right? What is your truth? Right? And that comes forward in the form of, I'm not going to do this because everybody's telling me to do this. I'm going to do this because I want to do it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the lecture that I had right before you and I got on the call was, what is your truth? What is your truth, right? So it's deciding what that is. And you're in the exploratory phase of it. And that's a cool place to be, because you can just be like, do I want to do it or do I not want to do it? Like, where am I? You know, so it's like, oh, and I'm going to say no because I don't want to, or yes, because I do want to, or oops, I said yes when I really meant to say no. And, you know, just be lighthearted with yourself. Be kind and gentle as you're learning what your truth is.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you are so welcome. Thank you, Crystal, for coming on today. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. I sure will. You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And thank you, Crystal. That was awesome. My name is Rebecca Urich. This is the High Frequency Channel. I am still offering free financial education. I'm a financial coach as well. And I also offer free breakthrough calls for people. So if you're interested, please let me know. Message me, like my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. And I'm going live right after the show doing more readings. So I'll see you there. Have a beautiful night. Namaste.
Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I am happy to be here on the A1R radio network and Moonstruck TV. If you have never met me before, I am Lisa. I am based out of Kansas City in the middle of the United States. Right now it's about 12 degrees, so it's a little bit chilly here, but pretty typical for the Midwest. No snow today, so I'm grateful for that. I am a healer, I am a psychic, I am a medium, and I love to teach about all things spirit. So let me just talk to you a little bit today about something that I do every single day that helps me to get through my day without any stress, without any anxiety. And when I do this, I know things are going to flow. And that's really important, getting into the flow of life. So the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is I set my intentions. And what I mean by that is I get to decide how my day is going to go. And when I decide that, that means all of the universe is going to support me in that decision. And I decide something like this. My day flows in divine harmony and all is well. Isn't that a lovely intention to set for yourself? It is for me. I love to set intentions. Some people wake up in the morning and think about everything that can go wrong, think about all the people they're going to have to deal with that day, and maybe think about how hard those people are to get along with. You really want to shift your thinking there and decide how your day is going to get to go for you, because you know what? You have that power. Start claiming it. So I set my intentions. Second, when I get out of bed, I step into an imaginary bubble. And this imaginary bubble is surrounding me from the bottoms of my feet all the way up to over my head. And I visualize it. And you can even draw it like I just did in the air. If you have a hard time imagining, draw that imaginary bubble and fill it with white light. And intend, like you just did earlier, intend that this bubble is going to protect you from other people's energy. And it's going to bounce, their energy is going to bounce off of it and not going to be able to penetrate. You'll be able to hear them. You'll be able to have compassion for them and hear and listen with your feelings as well. But you're going to be protected because people's energy just kind of pushes out of them and goes in different directions. And if you're all open and not protected, guess what? you're going to absorb that energy, and it's going to just sort of sink into you, and you're going to start feeling some things, maybe some of their anxiety, maybe some of their stress. If they're angry, maybe some of that. You know how I know this? Because it happens to me. If I don't protect myself, I'm like a walking sponge. I pick up on other people's energy so easily that I understood at an early age that I needed to protect myself. And once I do that, I don't have that issue anymore. So the next thing I do, so my day flows smoothly, is I cleanse my energy. So when I'm in the shower, or if you want to just do it before you start your day, you don't have to actually be in the shower. Just visualize white light coming in above your head, and just visualize it coming in and flowing in and cleansing everything in your body from the top of your head all the way through your body and out the bottoms of your feet. And what that's doing is it's taking all of that dirty energy, the dust, dirt, and negativity that you may have collected from other people, or you may have actually thought of yourself, because sometimes our thoughts are negative. We want to cleanse all that out. So once you cleanse that out, that means it's going to drain through your body. That cleansing light is going to wash it all away, and it's going to go out the bottoms of your feet down the drain. And so it's really like taking a shower, but an energetic shower. Okay, so those are the first three things. The other thing I do every single day, no matter what, is I ground myself. And what does that mean exactly? Well, visualize yourself as a tree, okay? And if you can visualize yourself as your head sort of up here where the branches are, and your feet and legs are going to be down where the roots are. So visualize your feet or legs as being the roots. And you need to really balance yourself every single day. If you're in your head a lot, if you think about things over and over and over again, you're going to be sort of unbalanced. And there's a way to do a counterbalance, a way to root yourself. And let me tell you, there's a couple ways. First way is you can just take a walk. Just go outside, get some exercise, allow nature to remove any of that excess energy and naturally ground you with the earth. If you can walk barefoot on the grass, even better. It's the other way you can do it, and there are many, but this is the other way I do. If it's raining or cold, like today, it's really cold, you could sit in a chair, visualize energy growing from the base of your spine all the way down through your legs and out the bottom of your feet, deep into the earth. And you want to visualize that energy connecting you to the center of the earth. And when you visualize those roots growing through the bottoms of your feet, you're going to see them grow all the way down into the very core of the earth and anchor there. And you know what an anchor does? It holds that boat in place. The boat may move around a little bit, but you're still going to be secured, meaning you're not going to float off into the ethers and not have a grounded sort of base for yourself. So those are the four things I do every single day to help myself get through my day in a very natural, easy way, connected to spirit and allowing flow. First thing, just to review, I set my intentions, how my day gets to go. Second thing, I protect myself, step into my protective bubble of light. Third thing, I cleanse myself in my white light shower, taking all the negativity out through my body, out the bottoms of my feet, down the drain. And the fourth thing I do is ground myself, either in a chair, seated, or taking a walk. Now, these things I suggested do not have to take hours and hours, okay? Everything I suggest can take 10 or 20 seconds, literally. If you want to do the grounding and you walk outside, obviously that would take a little longer, but you could do 15-minute walk. You know, if you can only do it at lunchtime on your break, do it then. It's really important to have all four of these things in place to offer relief from anxiety, from stress, from anything that's on your mind. It will lower the stress level of your body. it will connect you with your higher self, and it will allow you to step into the flow of life. So I hope these tips are helpful for you. So I'm going to take a few callers today. And the first person I'm going to speak with today is Alyssa in Sacramento, Kentucky. Alyssa, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, I guess.
Good. Okay. Well, good. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. Alyssa, what can I help you with today? What's your question?
I'm just wondering if my husband will take me back, let me come back home, either now or for Christmas.
So, Alyssa, have you been in conversation with him? Have you talked to him?
Yeah, he calls me babe every now and then, still tells me he loves me every now and then, asks me what I want for Christmas, stuff like that, but he doesn't give me a definite answer on when I get to come back home, and I just want to know when he's going to, or if he is.
And are you feeling guilty about something, Alyssa?
I've hung out with a few men, but I've felt guilty about it, but
Okay, so the separation for you has been over 6 months?
It's been since August, the middle of August this year.
August, September, October, November, December, so 4 months, so about 6 months. And okay, so what I need you to do, Alyssa, is you need to decide right now that if this is what you want to do, you get to do it, okay? And you're putting all your power and all of your decision-making into the hands of somebody else, okay? Now, your husband and you may have had a disagreement about something, and that does happen. However, you are married, right? This is a marriage.
Yes.
So this marriage means you have, need to have balance in your relationship, which means you need to talk about what you are feeling, okay, and where you want to be. Have you told him you want to be back home?
Yes, many times.
Okay, many times. Okay, good. And his response is sort of iffy to you, like he says, yes. No, okay. So what I need you to do then is set a date where you're going to know either way if you're going to go back home or not. So have you set a date where you said to him, I need to be back home by December 25th, for example, Christmas? Have you said that to him?
No, I had not said that to him because he doesn't do ultimatums. He would get very angry with me.
Angry with you. Okay. Well, this anger to me feels like there's something unresolved between the two of you, and that's not discussed, that hasn't been talked about, that needs to be brought up. It also sounds like you could actually use someone like a third party, like someone who's not someone you know, who might be able to be objective about it, to sit down and talk to you too. It doesn't have to be a counselor, but it would be nice if you could have someone who you both respect sit down and sort of be a mediator between the two of you. Is that possible to find someone like that?
It's possible, but my husband doesn't like to bring our relationship up to other people. So that's kind of out of the question most times.
I see. So what I'm hearing you say is that he has all the control.
Basically.
And so with this, have you looked at this separation as an opportunity or as something that is negative?
Negative.
Negative, okay. So if it's negative and that's all you see it as, you're going to keep getting more negative things in your life from him. did you think, or have you thought about looking at it from a different view? Looking at it is, this is an opportunity for you to release what doesn't serve you. Right now, it looks like you'd be going back into an angry person's home who doesn't really support you and give you the love that you deserve. Does that sound right? Do you want to go back to an angry person's home? Why do you feel?
I want it to be better.
Well, yeah, you want it to be better. Do you feel like he's suddenly going to change overnight?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know with him.
Right. There's a lot of unpredictability with him, and because he's so unpredictable, he keeps you on the fence, and that's where he wants to keep you. It feels like he's not willing to allow you back into your home with him. If that's the case, if someone doesn't want you, do you really want to be with them? Ask yourself that hard question. I know it's not something that you really want to hear, but sometimes we have to really decide who to let into our life. Now, if you allow him to continue to treat this way, I don't feel like, my guides are saying he's not going to change. He's not going to change how he's treating you. He's going to keep you on the fence because that's where he wants you. Do you understand that? He wants you on the fence. He's not
going to let me back home, is he?
It doesn't feel like that way to me. It feels like he wants to keep you on the fence. He wants to keep you under his control, but still not completely free you. Do you understand that? He doesn't want to completely let you go. And that is you letting him have power over you, okay? And maybe he did have power over you while you've been married, and maybe that's been the circumstance, but it doesn't have to be that way forever, okay? So you get to decide if you're going to change and go your own way, or you're going to continue this power struggle with him. Because honestly, Alyssa, I don't see it changing for him and how he treats you and allowing you back into your home. And I'm so sorry to tell you that, but it feels very, there's a lot of pushback from him. There's a lot of resistance from him. And you're not honoring yourself. Love yourself enough to recognize that you need to set a date when you're going to decide it's him or someone else, okay? It's him or you giving yourself the honor and the path out, okay? I'm so sorry to tell you that, but I really don't see this changing, okay?
So
Alyssa,
if I go back home, he's still going to be the same.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
do you see him even let me come back home at all?
I feel like it would only be temporary. I don't feel like it would be a permanent situation. I feel like there's a possibility in the springtime that he would allow you back in, but I don't feel like it's going to go back to the same way you had before, which I know is sad because we don't like to let go of things that have been sort of comfortable. But sometimes we have to in order to grow, right? And sometimes we have to do that for the benefit of not just us, but our children, our family, etc. So I'm not seeing this happen, and I'm very sorry to tell you. Okay?
All right.
I'm so sorry. All right? Please know that you deserve the best. And if he's not going to give it to you, you will find someone who can. Okay? Consider that there's someone else out there for you, and it's not him. All right? Look at him as giving you an opportunity to find that person. All right, Alyssa?
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you, Alyssa. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Okay. Tiffany in Delavan, Illinois. Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I've seen better days.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Tiffany, tell me what's going on.
I'm going through a financial situation right now. Also, too, I've been dealing with somebody off and on for 14 years, and I really don't know where it's heading. And I would like if something in the future can let me know if I need to keep going or let that go.
Okay. And
it's been going on for too long, too.
Okay. So, all right. So repeat to me what's been happening for 14 years. What were you letting go or deciding?
I need to know if I need to decide to let it go or not. It's a relationship that I had for 14 years.
Your relationship, but it's also financially connected. Is that what you're telling me?
No, separate from that, I have financial problems right now.
Okay. All right. So let me see. I feel like, first of all, I feel like you have an inner voice that you're not paying attention to. I feel like you're pretty intuitive, actually. Would you understand that?
Explain it a little bit to me.
Yeah, it feels like you're intuitive and you're not really allowing that intuitive information, which is our higher guidance, to come through and to guide you. And so when that higher guidance is not in place, we kind of react to our circumstances versus moving forward with intent and purpose. Okay? I feel like there is, with your relationship, it feels like there's a large imbalance there. And it feels like you really need to decide and get off the fence, because what you're doing is, I feel like you've been debating this for quite some time. Like in your heart, you know there's something not quite right for yourself, for how you get to move through life, what makes you happy. It feels like you've been debating this and been on this fence for a long time. I feel like when you reach 16 years, okay, and I know this is going out a couple years, but I feel like at 16 years, that's when it's going to be completed. That's what I feel. There will be completion in 16 years. Now, to me, that means there's going to be this decision you can make at that time where all of the energy, all of the power, everything you put into this will either just dissolve and you'll go your separate ways, or you will decide to put up with it and leave it and stay with it. All right? I don't know what's going on in 16 years total. That would be 2 more years from now. But I feel like at 16 years, that's where it's going to go away. It will be a point in your life where it's like we have these points in our life where there are milestones where we can, on our soul path, we can walk on our soul path, and like it's like a highway, and we get off at exits, okay, and take another turn. Or we can decide, because we have free will, to stay on that same highway and keep doing things the old way. In 2 more years,
it's like I always feel like a rebound, and everything I wanted always was given to other females.
Right.
And
it's like
something that he has taken from me that had made me feel less of a woman to myself.
Yeah. You know what I think also in 2 more years from now, it's going to be so painful and it's going to be so apparent that you need to stop what you're doing. You need to change directions. And, I don't know how that's going to look at that time, but it's going to be very obvious to you that that's the direction you need to go to move on. Now, knowing this allows you to get your house in order, meaning decide, get your ducks in a row. If you were to leave in that at that time in 2 years, if you were to leave, then you could prepare and decide how to take care of yourself the best, financially, physically, emotionally, spiritually, in all those ways. Okay? So if you're going to decide that, you need to act on it. You need to see into the future how you want your life to look. All right? What's it going to look like for 2 years?
My biggest thing is to move away from here. That's funny you said that.
You need to definitely see how that will look. This is the thing. So many people feel like we don't have our own power, like we have no control over the circumstance or the situation, but we really do. It's a lot of times we are picking up on other people's energy and they kind of manipulate us. You know, they manipulate us into believing this and believing one way when you know in your heart it's really not. But you allow that. And it's not a bad thing, and it's not anything that you should beat yourself up over. But it's also deciding where you draw the line. What do you put up with? You know, where are you going to stop? Where are you going to stop for yourself? Where are you going to give yourself the love and support that you deserve? If you move on, I'm telling you there's someone else for you, and it's not doing you any favors to stay. All right? Decide, you're talking about moving away, decide how that's going to look. Visualize how you would see yourself in a year or 2 years. It may come faster if you work on it now. So understand that if you decide that you want to see yourself in a loving, mutually beneficial, supportive relationship, put it out there that that's how it's going to be for you. And start seeing yourself. And how do you feel when you're in that relationship? How does it look? How does it feel? Do the same thing for your finances. If you're feeling like your finances and your money situation and your job or however that's all connected is not supporting you, how does it get to be for you? Start setting intentions. Start deciding how it's going to get to go for you. You have more power than you realize. I feel like you sell yourself short. Does that sound right? Because start deciding how things are going to get to go for you, because my dear, you have the power. Okay? I really, really do wish you all the best. I'm sorry I don't have any more time right now, but I do want to let you know, if you have any questions, message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. I am going to be starting up a Facebook group in 2020 helping people with situations like this. Okay? Tiffany, thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
You're welcome.
Stay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So we had a couple questions today about relationships, and you know what I heard is that I hear people who aren't claiming their power. And that's nothing to be ashamed about, and I'm not beating anyone up for it, because I've been there, I've done that, not claim my own power. But I will tell you this, you can do it, and I will teach you how, and I'm going to start doing that in 2020. So pay attention and listen for details surrounding that opportunity for everybody, okay? Thank you so much for joining me today on my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I hope everyone has a great day. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hi everyone. Hello, thank you once again for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to be here. Hopefully you've all enjoyed and recovered from your Thanksgiving, which I have been assured from my American friends was an absolute hoot of a time. So hopefully you're all back into the swing of your daily routines again, and still enjoying life and still giving gratitude and thanks for everything that we have in our lives. There's a few things going on for me this week. The weather has been absolutely terrible in Sydney. We've had, if it's not bushfires, there's a lot of smoke. It's and breathing difficulties for a lot of people here at the moment. So most of us are cooped up inside. So hopefully in the Northern Hemisphere and wherever you are tuning in throughout the world, your weather is a lot more forgiving than ours is right now. So, yeah. I've got a few crystals with me today. I've got some cards out. I've got my cog chart, so we're ready to get into it and see what life brings about for us this time. Have had numerous readings this week all about changes in energy levels. So we've come from a very chaotic time around that October, November, and now we're starting to been a lot more calm, I suppose, even though we're going into the silly season or the crazy season that Christmas can sometimes bring about. There's a sense of calmness around the energies. So it could be something to do with Jupiter going into Capricorn as far as transits are concerned. So that's quite a nice placement for a lot of people to have. It's certainly a lovely placement for me to have because it means that my luck will change in my career and what I'm doing in my life as far as 10th house or career and jobs and what we do for how we make a living has been looked upon favourably. So all my lights are lining up, all the stars are in alignment for me at the moment. So it's a really very pleasant time. So hopefully that you're all tapping into that lovely energy and enjoying the stars aligning for you as well. So so we're going to take some callers in a moment, which I'm looking forward to. It's fast becoming less nerve-wracking for me and much more exciting now. So I have had some listeners reach out during the week to me, so I'd like to have a big shout out to a lady called Leah. Thank you very much for your lovely, kind message. Hope you don't mind me shouting out to you, but I just... your lovely message was very nice. It was really nice to receive, so I thought I'd let you know that as well. So and of course Molly, who always tunes in, so thank you very much for doing that as well, Molly. So it's very nice to have a following all the way over in the States. So I'll have to put this on my roadshow places to visit. I think it's certainly growing. My roadshow is definitely growing. So far I've only got nationwide in Australia, looking to go to New Zealand, but obviously the States is a runner-up, really fast runner-up that I didn't see coming. So that's really, it's a lovely blessing. So thank you all very much for doing that and participating in that as well. So very cool, very cool. So last week I think I unveiled my black quartz. Still have her with me today. I pulled her out quite a number of times this week to have a little play with her and see what she's capable of and what she's doing. It's actually a really nice energy. I loved her when I first met her, but I'm super head over heels in love with her now as well. So she's just, if you are into crystals or you like them or you're just not sure where to start, there's so much information online. There's some stuff on my website as well. I've got a workshop on crystals and how to tap into crystals. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm an encyclopedia of crystal information. Most of them are really pretty, and then I go, oh, that's so pretty, and then I work out what it is and what a healing properties are from there. But there's so much information out there. I would highly recommend that you choose your crystals intuitively rather than going out there and trying to find the crystal that you think is the right fit for you. It actually might be something better out there for you. So if you walk into a crystal store and pick up the one that resonates the most, the one that's the prettiest, the one that you find that you just don't want to put back down, that's the crystal for you. Then work out what the healing properties are. So all right, we have a caller. We're going to slip straight into it. Excellent. Love it. I'm so fast, and sometimes I have to slow things down, and I like going super fast. Got so much to say. So we're going to shoot across to Kelly in Somerville. Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to know if I have any loved ones that are trying to connect with me, and also maybe some relationship advice.
Sure. Are you seeing somebody? What's your current relationship status?
I am engaged.
Yeah. Okay. I think what the issue is here for you, I think some of the people that you're perhaps attracting into your life are not emotionally available. I'm kind of getting, when you said about relationship advice and a little bit of guidance around that, I saw a man walking towards you, but then he turned his back and walked away from you. And I kind of get the feeling that that is a commitment issue, or it's, I'm not entirely sure whether I want to be with this person or not. And what we're really looking for is a man that walks straight up to you and puts his arms around you, as opposed to turns his back and goes, oh, I'm not sure. So I'm not, I know that you've been deeply hurt in the past, and there are some little emotional walls around protecting yourself so that doesn't happen again. And we all do that. That's human nature, you know, that just, I had them for a number of years, so I can relate to you. The thing is, though, that when we have those walls and we look at them as a means for preserving ourselves and preserving our energy, and so we don't get hurt, sometimes it stops people from being able to see through those walls, because it looks like we might have something to hide, or we're not being our authentic selves. And we're not really being our authentic selves because we're so worried about getting hurt again that we're kind of keeping some of our stuff in reserves. So we've got, you know, something to cling to. We're not just going in head first this time into the next relationship. Right. There's a nice man coming in for you. I want to say his name's Tony, Anthony, Tone, something along those lines. He's just got a really masculine feel about him, but not, can we say caveman? He's a proper masculine man. He's just not a beating chest man, okay? He's kind of nice. He's a bit more quieter. He'd rather probably, he's not that party animal that wants to go out all the time. He likes to balance going out with staying home. Bit like yourself and your own energy. You know, people are great, but you need some time out too. And he's just a nice person. He does like animals, so hopefully that works with you as well. And look, I'm thinking he's not that far away. I can kind of feel him. He's a bit taller, around that 6'1" mark. You do feet and inches over there, don't you? Hopefully. Don't make me convert it. I think he's around 185, 186 centimetres, if you do centimetres. Yeah, I'm a medium. I'm not a mathematician, so forgive me if that's wrong. But he's just nice. He's a nice man. It's not going to be one of those power moments when you meet him, okay? Because it's a more mature relationship than what you received from others in the past. Does that make sense?
Yes. My fiance, his middle name is Anthony.
Ah, right. Okay. And where does he fit in all this?
I don't know. I mean, you say mature. He's older than me, so.
Okay. I wonder if it's a new one coming in, or he just sees the light and makes some drastic changes. Is he the flighty man? Was he a bit, can't sit still? Was that him?
Is he what? I'm sorry.
Was Anthony the man that couldn't sit still? He liked to run around and do things and be involved in everything. Was that him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's the same person, because he would have to do like a 180-degree turn to he would have to change in a lot of ways. And I just don't think that his path is in alignment with your path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've probably in the last three and a half, they're saying 3 years and 8 months. They're being cheeky buggers now. The last 3 and a bit years, you've looked at things differently. You've changed the way you look at things. You changed the way just the way you talk to yourself. Your observations have been, you've been paying a bit more attention to little things that may not have necessarily you've noticed in the past. So it's been a big spiritual journey for you the last few years. 3 years and 8 months. They keep saying 3 years and 8 months, so I don't know what that is. You might want to work out what happened 3 years and 8 months ago. But it's for you, it's a nice, you're sort of coming out of attracting those style of people that are not in alignment with you. So it's really important for you now, and in your own mind as well, not just me chatting with you, but that you have that person that is working towards that common goal with you, and that's working towards that common journey, enjoying the path together, as opposed to being two very individual people and having a bit of a tug of war over which path is going to be followed. So it's really nice that you've reached that point in your life. It's just really cool. I like it. How are you feeling about that all?
I feel good. I feel right now I kind of went through a little rough patch, but I feel like everything's kind of starting to come back up a little bit.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the grieving process too. And even though, when relationships expire and we go our separate ways, there's still a grieving process, I think, that we all need to go through. And some of those memories, just like when you lose a puppy, or you lose your favorite animal, or you lose a loved one, those little triggers come up every now and then, and stuff surfaces and we work through it. And it's just, I still think that's part of the grieving process. And I don't think it's got anything to do with the level of love or whether it's a really nurturing relationship. I think it's just the gravity of the lessons that we learnt during that relationship or that friendship or whatever that interaction was that we had with that person. So the fact that what I'm really happy with is that you're able to identify that was part of the process, and that you're able to work through that and come out the other side. So that's a huge testament to you being able to do your spiritual work on yourself and get yourself in that right place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. A very, very nice place for you to be in. You can look forward to 2020 being less taxing on you, less draining on you, okay? It's just nicer things are about to come into play for you because you've done a lot of soul-searching, and that's about to pay dividends for you, okay?
Oh, good.
Lovely. Excellent. Thank you so much for your call, Kelly. You take care.
Thank you. You too.
See you later.
All right. Thank you.
What a lovely lady. It's so cool when we do this sort of work that we're able to see people and tune into their frequency of where they've come from and how many things they've worked through and their layers to get where they are right now. And because I'm so in love with our self-growth and the whole evolution of ourselves, that when I see it like that as clearly as I just did with Kelly, it's such a buzz for me, because the ultimate best gift you can give yourself is nurturing and self-development and growth, and it's just amazing. One day I will I'll tell you my story on Moonstruck, and then you can see why I'm so passionate about really being our favourite subjects and learning about ourselves as much as possible, so we can uncover and take all those layers away and look for, our higher self and do things towards our highest good. It's really cool. It's very, very cool. I love it. So if you haven't already noticed, okay, let's have a look. We've got a lady called Chantel from Baytown in Texas. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. I have to say that each person that I speak to in the States have got such a different accent. It's really kind of cool to hear so many different accents, all from what you perceive as a one country. It's amazing. Very cool.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm from Alabama. I'm just here in Texas.
Ah, okay. So that's different again, isn't it? It's a different accent again.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Wow. I think us Aussies all speak the same. I'm not convinced that we're quite as different as the Americans, that's for sure. What can I do for you?
I have been experienced, I don't know if you deal with my situation, but I have been dealing with spirits in my home, and I just, how do I explain it? I don't know if it's a good energy or a bad energy or what's going on. My daughter, I have a 2-year-old daughter, I'm sorry. Sometimes she's scared of it, and sometimes she plays with it. My son, he plays with it. My stepson, he's here off and on, and he's scared of it. And one night he was like, Mommy, he calls me Mommy. He's like, Mommy, she scared me. And I asked who. He pointed in my guest room, which, nothing was there. And I let him sleep with me, and he was like, Mommy, she wants you. And he was pointing to something, and I couldn't see it, but I'm a very spiritual person, and I could feel something there, but I can't, I think my children can see it.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to see,
That's the thing with kids, isn't it? They're so receptive to, they don't have all those environmental changes, and it's not, they're not talked out of, anything that they might, or it's not dismissed as in children. Like, they come through seeing things so clearly, and you're definitely seeing something. There's actually 2 spirits there, okay? So there's one that's a little bit cheekier, which is the one that can be a little bit intimidating. The other one, though, is quite a friendly sort of soul. They're both human-based entities, okay? So there's nothing too weird going on aside from dead people in your house. They actually passed away not that far away from you, okay? And I'm going to say that one of them is a little child. I kind of feel that it's a female energy that is the smaller child, okay? That's the friendlier one. The other one gets a little bit stroppy every now and then, but I think it's just because frustration more than a meaning of intimidating or frightening or anything like that. I think it's more frustration that they're not getting heard. Has stuff been moved around your house yet? Like if you come home and you put your car keys somewhere and then the car keys are not there when you go to get them shortly after? Has that sort of stuff started happening yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. We'll give that a little bit of time. When did you move into the house?
Actually, I've been living here a year now.
Okay, cool. All right. So if they're not moving your stuff yet, give it a little bit more time because they do want to talk to you. You're clairsentient, okay? So that means that you can clearly feel them, which is what you said before, but I can confirm you're definitely clairsentient. You're empathic as well, and you've passed on those beautiful qualities to your children, which is why they can see and hear these people so clearly. You can put boundaries in place with them, okay, by saying that they're not allowed to come in the bedrooms at night time when your children are trying to sleep. You can do other things like, you need to find somewhere else to hang out after 5 p.m. at night time. This is my family time. You can do things like that. You are in charge. I know that some people think that that's just crazy, but I have a lot of spirit dropping into our home, and I always have boundaries with them. They're not allowed to come with me to the toilet, for example, because that's my time. And they do listen to those boundaries, okay? They're not, the two that you've got in particular are not meaning to, they just want to be heard. They want to be recognised and acknowledged that they're there, okay? And your kids are doing that. So they're sort of kind of hanging around because they're being acknowledged and they're liking them. You've actually got really cute little kids too. So they're well-grounded, nice kids. I know that they're kids, so they're going to have their moments, but yours are they're cute little kids, okay? So if they start talking to you a little bit more about, which is not going to happen, but if they start thinking that or blaming the spirits for if they're doing something naughty, you might need to redirect their own behaviour in that way, okay? Because sometimes kids can try to blame spirit on things. I know my cousin certainly did that, and that wasn't the case at all. So if your kids are doing that, just redirect them and distract them and get them thinking about something else, or assure them that the ghost did not tell them to do that naughty thing, okay? Because your two are not like that at all. They just want to be acknowledged. So if you do have little things that are being moved around the house, don't pay too much attention to it. Don't buy into it. Say you need to leave my things where I leave them, thank you, and be firm with that, and that will bring them back into line. There's no reason for you to move at all. They actually do enjoy you being in that house. Have you still got some stuff that you haven't unpacked yet?
I think so.
Yeah. Are they memories or something? Have you got photo albums or pictures of the kids or paintings that the kids did when they were younger? That kind of feels like memories are in these boxes or 2 boxes that you need to bring out.
I had a son that passed away when he was 7 weeks old, and I had a son that passed away like 5 years ago. So I have memories of him. I have photos of my grandmother that passed last year. I have, memories from Alabama and in a boxes and stuff. It's not that I unpack them; I just leave them there. So I don't unpack them.
Yeah, keep them safe. Can you perhaps take the lid off every now and then and just have a chat, or let them know, or even speak to, recall some of those memories verbally, or you do talk to your grandma, okay, and just give them a little bit of acknowledgement as well. I think some of it could be a little bit of you being a little bit lonely as well, where you are. I know that you've got your kids around you and some other people around you as well, but sometimes there's a little bit of a loneliness thing going on in the back of your mind for you that could be like home related, bit of homesickness or something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but the boxes are the key to that. So it could be a bit of a healing process for you in those boxes to just take the lid off just for a little while and go through them and hold those memories in your heart and then pack them up again, perhaps. It's a nice house. So do you have are you wanting to put shrubs in your backyard, or little trees or something in your backyard or your front yard, or are they already there?
Yeah, there are trees there that when I moved here, the tree like in front of my house. Well, it's some apartment homes. They look like, but it's trees in the front.
Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So make sure you water and nurture those, because they keep the energy free in the house as well, okay? You can see that from your front door. Yeah. So really nurture those shrubs and those little trees, okay? That'll keep everything nice and grounded and the beautiful energy going through the home for you. Yeah. Excellent.
Yes.
All right, my darling, do you have any more questions for me?
You said that you were speaking on my gifts or whatnot. I was trying. What do I do to make my gifts stronger? because I know it's been passed down from generation to generation, and I'm just trying to. My family. Oh, you can go ahead. I'm sorry.
With your clairsentient, if you touch things, because you'll tap into psychometry, okay? So that's the way for you forward. So when you touch things, like I'm touching my little selenite, so I can tell you apart from your previous caller, then you touch things and then you'll be able to tap into your clairsentient. So you'll use psychometry, okay? So look that up or drop me a line through my website and I'll be able to give you a hand with that. But that's how you do it. There'll be a touchy-feely thing for you to engage it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. I've been given the hurry up, my darling.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It? All right, darling. You take care of yourself. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that's it for Moonstruck at A1R Radio for another week. It goes so fast. This is an absolute joy bringing this to you. Thank you very much. If you'd like to book in for a private channel reading with me, please do on www.insightbyjanita.com. I'm on Facebook as well. I have lots of lives and giveaways and all sorts of things. And of course, if you are a Moonstruck caller, you get a discount on 30 minutes reading, and I will give you an hour instead. All the details are on my website. Please do find me there. And I will see you same time next week in the same beautiful location. I look forward to your time and your energy. Thank you very much.
Welcome to A1R. I'm Anna Olson, your host tonight. Insights into Consciousness, my show every Thursday night at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time here in California. I'm in San Luis Obispo, and then we also have that at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. So everybody can listen all across the United States and the world, and I'm really, really excited to tell everybody tonight about Feng Shui. And I know that everybody now has basically heard about Feng Shui for the most part, but I really want to go into Feng Shui and how it's also an intuitive practice, and how us practitioners, I do Feng Shui, how we go about doing Feng Shui where it's uniquely catered to the person who needs it done or needs a little bit of help with it, because it is a practice that it actually originated in China. It's been around for over 6,000 years. Why would something be around for 6,000 years if it didn't work? Especially from China. Now we know a lot of Chinese healing. It works very well. It's kind of developed around those same concepts of qi and energy and how things work on an energetic level. And these are a lot of things that we know exist, but we can't really show it as well with pictures or with evidence. But if you think of it like radio frequencies, we know that we have cell phone and radio waves that go through the air. Just because we don't see them does not mean that they don't exist. So this energy that we work with, this qi energy, this qigong, or the qi that they traditionally call energy, spirit, intention, consciousness, there's so many different words and terms for this energy. And really, in the English language, I'm at a loss a little bit here, because in our language, we don't have a specific word for what they call qi. So that makes it a little bit harder for me to translate exactly what it is. as an intuitive, usually we say this is what it feels like. So I can tell you what it feels like, but I don't know an exact word to label chi as for English. The best way I can describe it is that it is an active energy that we can feel, that we can put out, that originates a lot of the time in thought. It's a way we create with our thoughts and with our intention. And this is why I think so many American families, Australian families need to hear about this. Families in the UK, all over the world, anywhere that you are, not just limited to those countries, but just, this is an Asian practice that we can really benefit from. And what I love about communication in this day and age is that we can exchange so much information at such an accelerated speed. And it makes for a better world because we're not just tied to our own beliefs and our own ways of growing up and doing things. It's extended to the way that the rest of the world does things, and that really gives us more things in our basket to work with, more tools in our basket to work with, more ways to accept the highest and greater good and universal consciousness. So Feng Shui is spelled FENGSHUI. It originates in China again over 6,000 years ago is when it started. It means wind and water. So the goal in Feng Shui is to bring about happiness, abundance, and harmony and peace into our lives. And it works. So I'll go into a whole lot of examples here and there as I go through the practice and the art of Feng Shui. And I'm also going to add that we don't have to follow it because there's so many rules and regulations to Feng Shui. We don't have to follow it in a way that is just right with following this list of rules that we have to use. Now, we have to start with that because that does have a lot of play in what we're doing here with Feng Shui, but it is also an intuitive practice. When we use our intuition to study and to incorporate the Feng Shui into our lives, we really are, I would say it's kind of a shortcut rather than kind of going into the study of Feng Shui in detail, because people can study Feng Shui for years and years and years. I have been studying Feng Shui and practicing Feng Shui for years and years and years, and there is always more to learn, and there's always more to find out and to incorporate into what we're doing. So wind and water. Feng Shui means wind and water. The reason why it has been given that name, there's a long list of reasons why it's been given that name, but basically, in summary, it works with energy. Energy acts as wind or water around us and in our space. We know if we have closed windows for months and somebody smokes in the house and there's a lot of, really stale air in a house, we can even have people come in and basically test the air and know that, wow, you're inhaling a lot of contaminants. It's very toxic. You need to open up some windows and air this out. It's the same concept except with energy. We're cleaning out old stagnant energy. We're bringing in new positive energy that actually make changes not in the way we feel and our well-being, but it also makes changes in our lives to attain goals that we have. And we can put these different goals according to Feng Shui and how we practice this in our surroundings. So not only to remind us, but to also push the energy to that direction of our goals. So I wanted to give some basic rules on Feng Shui just to kind of give everybody a little kickstart into starting and incorporating Feng Shui into their daily lives. It works every time. I guarantee it. And the more that you use it, the better you get at it, the better you get in that intuition. It's like exercising a muscle and making it stronger. I've seen it work over and over and over again. Some of the uses for Feng Shui that you wouldn't even think of would be that it creates peace among residents in your household, in your home. It focuses on aspects collectively of occupants' lives in the home, and it gives attention actively to those issues or goals. It works, and it works every time. So just as an example, when my kids were younger and we were living in a little cottage, it was probably like an 85-year-old cottage that I just absolutely loved and adored. And we had a game room that I left all of their toys in and stuff just to play with, even like video games and all that. It was the place where they would go as a reward, or just somewhere where that they could, you know, kind of get messy and just be kids. So I decided that I was going to try out Feng Shui on this room. And that's the first time I really tried this out to see if it worked. And I moved everything around. I studied the guides. I used my intuition. I positioned the bed just right. I, you know, put the TV in the right place. And before, when I had this room for the kids to play in, they never went in there. They didn't want to go in there. Their friends didn't want to go in there. I never wanted to go in there. It wasn't particularly messy. It was a typical kids' room, but nobody went in there. When we feng shuied it, everybody wanted to be in this room. Everybody was attracted to this room. The kids played in the room more often. They were more peaceful. They got along better. And when I looked at the bagua, I'll go over that in a minute, I noticed that it stimulated a part of my life in the financial realm, and my finances got better. So that's what Feng Shui does. That's the purpose behind it. And you may, I mean, if you're like me, you may start to think, yeah, right, okay, so I put some furniture in the right place and suddenly my wealth increases. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. And people have been doing it because it works for over 6,000 years all over the world. And all of the wealthy people, and I know that, you know, basically exist. They feng shui they have people come in and feng shui their buildings before they're built. They have people come in and feng shui it after they're built. People who have a sustainable wealth do incorporate feng shui because it works. It's a little known secret. They don't want to sound crazy, neither do I, but it works. So I always think this is science-based. For work, it can also help you reach your goals. You can start it in the garden and the yard, and then you can flow it into the home. And size, like let's say you have a tiny apartment in New York. If you're living, you know, in a very small space, that's not the most important aspect of it. Since we're all starting somewhere, what matters is what is done with the space that you have now. So that's really important to remember, that you can't make any excuses and say, well, I only have a little tiny room that I'm living in right now. No, it'll still work for everyone every time in any space. So the first thing, though, is that you want to work with good intention and decluttering. So that's the first part. This is like the 101. This is Feng Shui 101 for the people who have never done this and they're just totally new to this. And I really hope that I can go over a few things for people who are basically doing Feng Shui 101, but they want to add some things. So first of all, you look around right now in your room or the yard or wherever it is that you are now. Look around where you are. I'm going to ask you, do you see a lot of clutter? Meaning, is there a corner or a piece of furniture with stuff just piled on it? Clothes, papers, newspapers, magazines, whatever it is. Is there anything, boxes stacked somewhere that you were meaning to go through, and you know that there's some things that you need to throw away in there? Anything like that? You want to sit and kind of think about that. Clutter is the first thing you want to get rid of in Feng Shui. Feng Shui is, the principle is that if air or water were coming in and flowing into your room, let's say your house, through the windows and the door, would it be able to flow around everything clearly and cleanly, or would it kind of like smack into it and it's just pretty much like the stagnant energy barrier? That's what we want to look at. We want to see how it flows around things. If water or air were to, like a big gust of wind, were to come into the house and or the business. This is for offices, businesses, retail spaces. This is for yards. This is for parks. Any space can benefit from Feng Shui. The next thing you want to ask is the room pleasing to the eye? Does it feel good to be in the room? When you walk in, does it feel clear and clean? Or is there some weird, like, oh, I can't open the door all the way and it's hitting something? We want to prevent anything from not being repaired. We want it to all be in good condition. We want, furniture and doors to be in good working condition. Anything that needs to be repaired should. And in addition, you want to ask yourself, is the room boring? Is it lacking in interest, or is it lacking in intention? Is it lacking in color? There has to be a lot of creativity and intention in a room, so you don't want it to be too boring either. And then we also you have to remember that we need to subconsciously memorize everything in a room. When we walk into a room and you look around, your subconscious mind is so intelligent and all-encompassing that it's memorizing every item, every single little thing in that room. That is exhausting if, let's say you have a ton of stuff stacked in the corner, like I said, and that is a big stagnant energy block for Feng Shui. You don't want any stuck energy in a corner or on any object, or even under the bed. Even under the bed, that's an issue. Even closets, you need things to be pretty clear and free-flowing. Don't let this overwhelm you, though, when you start out, because there's always the start small scale, and then you can work your way up. And that is what this is about. Our environment is a reflection of our mind. Our mind is also feeding off of what is around us in our environment. It is an exchange. If we start even small scale in our environment and then work our way up from there, there's always the baby steps, and nothing is too small to start with. You're still doing good work if you start out small. So I want to reiterate that again, that you can do it with a small space. You can do it at little baby steps. How do you eat an entire watermelon? One bite at a time. Okay. So we need to subconsciously memorize automatically every object in a room or space. Remember that. So remember that our thoughts and our minds are very powerful, and intention is key in our lives for goal setting, action, and results. So you look at the aspect of clutter. This is always the first step. Clutter is indicative of a stagnant energy around that subject topic in our lives for that area of the room. And this is where I go into the grid. We have a bagua and a grid that we would put over our house. So if you were to look like an aerial view over the building, the office space, the house, wherever you're feng shuiing, you're looking down on it from above, like let's say Google Earth. Okay, you're looking down on it. You're going to first of all locate the front entrance. Now, sometimes that's the front door of the building, retail space or house or whatever, or even the front gate to a garden. We're looking at where the entrance is, where you enter the area most often. Some people park in their garage and they go in through their garage door. That will be your entry space to start your Feng Shui bagua. And that front door will go directly in the front of the bagua. And I have a grid here that I love because it has these really great little pictures, and they make it very, very simple. This is a great grid from a website that I was on. I just really like that they make it so simple, and I'll mention the name of it later, but this is our basic grid for Feng Shui. If you could close up on that, that'd be great. This is the basic grid for Feng Shui and how we incorporate the Feng Shui bagua and grid into a space. So this could be put over the blueprint of your house, aerial view style. And this here in the front would be the front door, the front entrance that would go here. And you want to make basically the entire thing a rectangle shape over the top of the room, the house, the garden, whatever it is. And for each box and subject here, that will be a part of the room or building or whatever. That's going to be that area. So like, let's say this is my kids' room, which is how it is in my house when I put this over the blueprint of our house. So this is wealth. This is the wealth area. It says the colors are blue, purple, and red, and that it's a wood element. So let me go into what that means. That means that since my kids' room is in the wealth area of our house on the grid, if you put this over aerial style of blueprint of our house, that we could incorporate to improve and increase wealth. We would put in blue, purple, and red and the wood element in that area of the room. We want to work on wealth first. You want to start getting that wealth going. You want to go in and declutter and plan out the Feng Shui in that room right away. That's where you want to tackle it first. The reason why I go into wealth first, this is Ken Lauer's grid, by the way, for the Feng Shui. KenLauer.com is a really great resource because they make it very simple for your basic 101 Feng Shui. So let's say that I go into our kids' room. The first thing that I want to do is reiterate that this is large scale for the house. You can also do this exact same grid on above a room, and you can even do it above scale aerial view for a desk, a tabletop. It can go from very large over the entire property for the grid, and you can keep going more and more detailed all the way into a shelf in your bathroom. Okay, this doesn't just stop at the bedroom or the office. It's for every room, every space, every time. So what you do is you go in, you look at where the wealth area is of the house. You can even go into that room and then make sure you focus on the wealth area of the room. And that can really put some punch and some power into what you're doing and your intention setting in this area. I always go to, the wealth and the income first, because the wealth is, usually basically focusing on the wealth area of the house, like the room from the entrance, and like even a dresser or tabletop in the room to start. It's about starting with your highest priorities first. Usually wealth is the segue or the landing point before we're going to meet a lot of our other goals. So usually people need money to do just about anything, okay? That's the reality of it. So with wealth, the colors are, since the colors are blue, purple, and red, in our boys' bedroom, what I did is I incorporated those colors into the room. We're going to start just stimulating that chi to bring it in, to start stimulating that wealth. And then we put some red accents in there, and that'll help stimulate it even more. Red is a fire color. Now you have to remember all these colors have an element, okay? Red is a fire color, pretty obviously. Yellow, orange, those are all fire colors. That's what you put under something to like really set it on fire. That's what really makes it move. But the blue is also very important to put it into the same space. The aspect of the blue is more of like a water or a soothing element, which sort of counteracts the red so it's not overbearing. So first we put those colors in the room. You can paint the wall. You can put bedding in there that looks like that, pillows, anything you want to really bring those colors in. It should be done in a very calm, meaningful manner, using your intuition as well. And with our boys' bedroom, when I brought in the wood element, I brought in a bunk bed type set that we don't put any mattress under it because that's actually bad feng shui. There's just a mattress on top, but there's this big, massive wooden bunk bed that's kind of elevated, and it's, there's a lot of the wood element in there. There's the blue, there's the accents of red. Purple is another one of the colors, but that is just blue and red mixed. So, but purple is another option if you do, like I say, a girl's room. And, pink is also a nice watered down version of red. So remember that you can play with colors. And then there was the other thing that we really like to do, I really love to do it in Feng Shuiing, is that you can personalize it and add something to the room with the beneficial elements and colors to set more intention and goals, and to make it really start working to make it work fast. For instance, our son was given an elephant name card with it's a little name card in the NICU. When he was a baby in the NICU, they put his name and his weight and everything on it to like decorate his little NICU crib, which is really, really adorable. And then his grandmother also got him a little stuffed elephant, and there was just elephants popping up everywhere. And we just really felt like that symbolized our son. He was in the NICU, and he was, really having a hard time for a little bit there when he was first born. So, we kept seeing the elephant everywhere. And it was special to us because we really felt like elephants symbolized our son and his healing. So we can set, like, let's say an elephant figurine on a wall shelf and add 2 bigger elephants on either side of it to symbolize a strong support as parents for our child. And then we could add something such as a solid stone, strong and intact, to symbolize stability and a strong bond that can't be broken. So it would be representing strength in this case. So that's a way you can personalize the feng shui intuitively. That's just an example that I can use right off the top of my head to like give you an example of what you can do in any space to really start getting that chi flowing, and for the intention to be very clear as to what you want, so that even first it's attracting that chi, and in addition, every time you look at it, you're being reminded of what the goal is, and that's your subconscious. Remember, we memorize everything in a room with our subconscious mind. So that is a constant reminder, whether you're staring at it and thinking about it or not, whether you're fully aware of it consciously or not, it's working all the time, every day. These are things we can do to put in our environment. So with the money area, that's the money area 101. It's basic feng shui. Also, you can start adding simple things such as a multifaceted round crystal to hang in the window in this area, which catches sunlight, or adding coins on red ribbons in the money area of the room. Now, this would strengthen the support you need for fortune, and those are just really little things you can do, like little things that pack a punch for your intention in the same area. So, and it continues to strengthen you in this area, and it attracts energies to manifest your wealth. So this feng shui practice is really to start pulling in those energies and really fully realizing your goals. It's also about setting clear intentions. Now, we know when somebody just sets a clear intention, at least they have an idea of what they want. It's much easier to get something when you know exactly what you want than just kind of floating around and going, oh, well, it looks like we don't have enough money for this, or, that's kind of a careless way I feel to be. And I think a lot of us are trained up to be that way, and to plan less and to just sort of go with the flow more, which can be wonderful in a lot of ways, but this is more of an intentional practice. And I've seen it work when you really need to bring in the big guns, the big positive guns, it's like the good energy. So I've noticed that the closer I get to completing the feng shui work in my own home, and especially when it's completed, it brings our family closer to a place where we can make a decision to move to a better, bigger home, or we can make a move financially. It just usually, it just causes things to move and grow quickly. And by the time we're done feng shuiing the whole house, usually it's time to move to a bigger, better house, or we have more decisions to make. It really opens things up. So I have oftentimes wondered if it's the actual energy or the intention we set consciously, or both combined, that does the trick with feng shui. So I think it's both, but it works, and it works every time. I challenge you, not just challenge you, but I invite you to try this. Even a little remedy, you can look at things up online. You want to really make sure you have a nice reputable source for this. But feng shui is very detailed, and a lot of work can be done to feng shui a home or a building. So it's important to use a calm, quiet intention when using this practice, because a rushed, negative, stressed feng shui practice is a feng shui practice that's backfiring, or that will take much longer to work. So the intention is really the most of this. A lot of light, plants, colors, intentional placing of objects, decluttering, really putting intention into what you're doing and why, researching it a little bit, just trying little things here and there. You'll start to realize that this works. Feng shui works, and it works every time. Feng shui is just a label that they use in China for this practice that has been used in all different countries all over the world for centuries. So I wanted to share this with you. If you want to do a feng shui consult with me, I do feng shui consults. If you want to leave it up to me, I can help you with it intuitively, and I can do that work, a lot of that work for you. When I've done these clearings and these intention settings in people's businesses and homes, it's cleared out bad energy and it's brought in a lot of good. And the only thing that we need to be careful of is bringing in too much business at once so that they're too crazy busy.
everyone. This is Fiona, Urgent Medium I Empower, and you are guys listening to A1R Radio Network and Avid Advice Show. So before I take any callers, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, I received a tons of emails, and also you guys DM me on my Instagram that I do date some guy for almost 6 months. I do date somebody almost 1 year. And every time when I'm trying to communicate with him about our future, every time when I'm trying to ask him about where are we, do we have any future together, then he's going to act as, what are you talking about? You know, let's just talk later. You know, I'm kind of tired. And you know what? It's just too early. You know, I have to financially be independent. I do have a plan financially. I can't give you the ring right now, and this and that. So your questions was about, was almost 450 questions, exactly the same. That do you really think, Fiona, this guy is serious or not? Number one, if you and him together, and somehow, almost after 6 months, not even one single time, when you're trying to talk about future, he's not reacting to it, or he's still kind of like, well, let's talk later, that is super fishy. That means that this guy just wants to have fun with you and is still looking for another girl to just have fun, or having maybe better greener grasser somewhere else. And also could be that this person really loves you and really wants to be with you, but at the same time, he may have some finance trouble and finance issues, which he really wants to get rid of it. Well, you have to judge by yourself. Number one, if he always answering your phone and texts you, even when he's busy, that means he's real. When he's around you and really want to help you, when you ask him for something and he's there and he kind of like calling you a couple times because you got cold, you had some bad day at your work, and then like you're texting him, he says, oh my God, my boss was this and that, and he kind of like texting you 3-4 times, even when he had a lot to do at his own work, that means that he's real. But if he just calling you when he wants, when he asks for, when he need you, or when he would love to have or take you to the dinner, or a movie, or how to, take you in bed or whatever, having sex with you, that means that this guy is definitely a user, would love to spend time with you because he feels lonely, and directly when he finds someone better, he will dump you like a hot potato and say, bye-bye, move on. You do not good for each other, and thank you so much. So this is the big warning for each of you. After 6 months, if the guy still says, I don't know what I want, and maybe I'm not ready for a relationship, means that this guy never been ready for a relationship and wants to just have fun. So don't dream and don't try to be in some sort of fake connection with your own soul and lie to yourself that everything is going to be all right. So basically, if this guy never spent time with you when you wanted him to do, and he never ever called you back when he saw the missed call from you, that means that this guy doesn't care about you as a person. He would love to be with you just because he wants to take you for the dinner, have somebody to sitting in front of him and eat dinner together with as well, go to a movie and not going alone, and at the same time, having fun in bed. So why not? We can actually meet each other 1 time or 2 times a week and have fun with each other. So this is super important for you guys to not fall into people who, or especially guys that are trying to just use, abuse, and then dump you and then say goodbye. So get out from the relationship right now. If you have any sort that he ignoring, he never cares about, and he always asks you for something, and if you are not giving something that he wants, then he will stop calling, communicating, texting, just because you are not listening to him, what he wants. So basically, life and relationship is all about give and receive. If you are giving and you are not receiving, then goodbye that relationship. And if you feel that, oh my God, I can't do it, Fiona, I'm so in love with him, stop it right away. You know why? there is no such thing as a love that you can get out. It's a neediness. You are super needy, and you have to find why you are needy at going after people, or especially staying in an abusive relationship that you know that this guy would never take you anywhere. So my advice to all of you, get up, don't be needy, and just stop saying, I am in love. You are not in love. You're just needy. You're scared to be alone. You're scared to not finding any other guy or new guy. That's why you can't handle if this guy is going to go away. That's why you said yes to all things that he said. That's why he will absolutely use and abuse you in many situations to get what he wants. So remember that if someone loves you, will do everything to make you happy. If someone really loves you, will absolutely go to the moon and come back and give you anything and everything you desire for. If someone really loves you, will always make a time. If your boyfriend says, I don't have time, I can't do it this week, I don't have time, I have my mom to do, I have my dad to do, that are red flags, big, 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 big red flags. So that means it's not good. So back to studio, I want to talk about also Consciousness Life Expo 2019 in LA. I'm representing Avid Advice. I heard that there's a lot of people coming. It's all about energy, metaphysical, quantum, spiritualities, mediumship, psychic. Oh my God, God knows. A to Z. So that's why for those who really want to come around those, object and subject in their life, like when it comes to spiritualities, stones, crystals, healings, Reiki, any type of things that is had to do with the unknown energies, then come to Consciousness Life Expo 2019. And we are there. Avid Advice is there. And I'm representing actually A1R Radio Network as well. So we're definitely going to have a show. I will show you guys exactly what's going on. I heard that every 1 hour and every 2 hours is almost 5,000 to 10,000 people coming and visiting, which is really fantastic. So if you're interested, then you are very welcome to come. And for more information about it, go to avidadvice.com or PrisianMedium.com or DM me on my Instagram. So sorry, sometimes when you guys DM me on my Instagram, I may not answering you right away just because I have a lot of people who DM me, but I have to say I would love to. I am going to answer you guys when I have time. So back to studio. Let's see that if you have any callers. That sounds like still not. And let's just continue and talk about dating. Okay, let's see. I have a caller right now. 1 second. Hello, Bridget. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing fantastic to hear your beautiful voice and hear exactly what's going on. So, Bridget, give me your date of birth first, sweetheart, and then tell me about what you have in your mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yes, ma'am. My date of birth is December the 7th, 1963.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
And my question is, I am right now in the season looking for money. And other than my job, because I'm bare, things are bare. I'm barely above the water breathing. And I'm looking for some money because I'm doing some things. And I'm wondering, is it going to be a positive outlook or do I have to fight harder?
As far as I'm concerned, because directly when I open your Pentagon, two things come actually to my mind. Before even you telling me that you are really looking for money, two things come to my mind directly psychically. Number one, some good news coming around almost by the end of this month or the beginning of March. So basically, in between the 27th of February until the March 13 or March 17, you are going to receive a good news that will change your finance from A to Z. So basically, what you are doing right now, you are in a good path. You are in a good way, with good directions. Continue, and the good news would actually occur almost at the end of this month. So basically, answer to your question is yes.
Continue. Thank you, Jesus. Oof. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That made my day. I made my
Yeah, and
day.
it's amazing. I love the way that you take a risk because normally you always be careful, and that's why you're getting tired to be careful. Because when you're always being careful, you kind of feel like, oh, I lost there and I lost this. Now it sounds like you just like, you know what? I would love to. I am going to. Nothing will stop me. That's it. Get it done. And that's what I love about that type of attitude. And I wanted you to continue to have that attitude all the time and not just temporary.
I appreciate that because that's
No
what I'm fighting
fears,
for.
no fears, sweetheart. If something happened before in the past, who cares? A lot of things can happen in the past, and we know already about it as well. But what I really feel good, and I sense you, and I really hear you right now, you went through a lot of pain. You went through a lot of craziness, and you also feel betrayed. You also feel left over. You also feel lonely. But remember that is all temporary right now. So what you are doing right now, sweetheart, is super fantastic. I don't know what to say, but I'm super proud of you. I do. And I think that you are in a good path. You are in a good relationship with yourself, with your own feelings, that I wanted you to continue to be fantastic as you are today. And don't give up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It wasn't me to make you to feel cry, but sometimes crying is good because it makes us to release and get rid of all emotional feelings and feeling good about ourselves. So I'm happy that Thir's coming out, and I'm happy that you found yourself right now, about your own dignities, connections, and everything. I'm super blessed and super happy to have you today on my radio show because I kind of feel that you really pray to God and you trying to attract good things to yourself because you're getting tired to be around people who lie to you all the time, who betrayed you, and they use you all the time. And now is your time to really lay back and relax and get what you want. So I'm super happy that you come to my radio show today. And for further information, Bridget, you can actually sign up on Avid Advice if you ever want to talk to me or if you have anything in your mind to share. So you can go to Avid Advice, sign up, and I'm there for you if you have any questions, anything that you would love. So I'm going to be there for you. So what else? If I'm going to ask you, Bridget, something that kind of, let's say that I'm God. I'm calming down right now. I'm not, but let's say that we pretended. If I'm going to ask you that I'm here to try to give you the best ever answer to one of your burning questions, what will be that question? What do you want to know?
Is my husband faithful to me? Because I don't feel he's faithful.
You don't feel that he's faithful, correct? You don't feel that he's cheating. You feel that he may cheating or he may have some fishy things behind, correct?
Yeah, because of the way he treats me.
Well, let me give you the good news, Bridget. He is not cheating on you, but he's super depressed. And he's the guy that never talk about his emotional feelings. He's the guy that always trying to hide his pain and even his happiness inside. And that's why you feel that when he's not happy, he withdraw himself so badly. And that's why you feel that you are not even count as a woman or wife anymore, which is not true. He's not cheating because I can't see any kind of touchy sexual connection or somehow picking up something that actually on the phone and trying to kind of like taking care of her, go there, pick up her, doing something with her, or kind of like having some secret lover. None of those vibes, thank God, is coming to me. The only vibes that I'm getting from him, he's lost, he's depressed, and he lost his dignity. I don't know why he lost his dignity. It may be because something had happened to his job, maybe to his body, maybe something that he actually not feeling the same way as he was before. So that's why he has nothing to offer. The reason that you're not feeling good, it's not because he's cheating. It's because he's lost, he's depressed, and he doesn't know how to get out from the situation, and he's not even talking or communicating with you and asking you questions like, honey, are you all right? Should we just talk to each other about things? And I think the miscommunication between you guys and not opening up towards each other that make all those misunderstandings come behind and behind. But he's not a cheater. He's just, sorry about my language, but he's just stupid to not opening up and telling you the truth about his own feelings. But he's not a cheater for sure.
Wow. You hit him on the nose still. He doesn't really talk at all.
Also, yeah. So, but he's quiet. I mean, some men talking and communicating all the time when they do not feel good. Some men, they kind of get completely quiet, not communicating, shut the door completely, and just like, be and acting like nobody, like a zombie. So it depends that what type is he? And the type that I can see on your husband is about someone that always wants to withdraw himself when he's not feeling happy. When he's not feeling healthy, when he's not feeling satisfied with himself, he always backing off, get quiet, holding himself in, and trying to shut the door and not allowing anybody get close to him or knowing what's going on.
Wow. Yes, that's true.
So he's not a cheater.
Wow. I think you almost described him to a T.
Fantastic. I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed. I'm super happy that we could actually, disclose these things to you because I know it's very hard as a married woman. It's very hard to feel that your husband is not faithful or not there for you. And then every time when you want to reach out, he's trying to reject you in some point. But would I feel his rejection towards you, it's not about to hate you or you're not attractive enough or you're not for me or this and that. It's about his own insecurities and limitation. It's about not having enough confidence. It's about the dignity being gone. It's about that he's acting like a zombie right now and he's not acting like a human anymore. So that's why you are not knowing the new him right now. It became worse because he just stopped talking to everyone and then now he became more lonely. What I want to suggest to you, babe, number one, remove and shake it and brush it off from your subconscious, from your mind, from your heart that this man is a cheater, which he's not. Number two, I wanted you to slowly, but very shortly, getting closer to him. Don't just jump in tomorrow or today and just like next week and, oh, my love, I feel that you're depressed. You need me. Don't do like that. Just like very slowly and shortly. Try to understand what he has as a problem. Talk to him. Communication is a key to understand why he's quiet. The first week, he may not going to open up to you at all. He's just going to act like, type of is not your business, I'm fine, don't bother. And the second week could be also the same way, that you feel also rejected. But if you really want to save your marriage and save your relationship, continue to the third week. And through the third week, I promise you, he will open up and he will talk to you about his own issues and his own problem. I know, Bridget, your guy is going to really walk and continue to have a relationship which is going to be based on health, wealth, and prosperity. I know that you've both been through a lot of pain and not so many months ago, and that's why everything is kind of fresh, and especially for you, because I know that you are very responsible and being very responsible, stay very responsible, and that's why all I wanted you to do is just stop it. I mean, say no. You have to kind of like teach as well to say no to people, and you should not always, sacrifice yourself just because of others, okay? So make sure that you came first as well. Make sure that you do love yourself first before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sound wisdom. I truly am grateful and blessed for the information you gave me.
No, really, my love. I'm happy. I think that everything happened for some reason. Actually, you come to our radio show. And I'm so grateful and thankful for A1R because If A1R wasn't exist, you guys couldn't really find me, and I couldn't find you guys to having this beautiful, magical conversation that you could at least understand that all the feeling you thought you may actually had about your husband was not correct and he's not a cheater. And then also understand about like things that you are really, really put your energies and everything on will go exactly the way as you wish and desire for. And at the same time, you have everything under control. So I'm so blessed and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, A1R, to be you, to bring those beautiful angels to me and letting me to share my gift with them. I am so thankful. I'm so grateful for A1R. I've been with N1R, honey, for so many years. I would say that I would never, ever leave them because they're like my family. That's why, because they're working with their heart. And I'm super blessed and super happy that today you come to our channel, and I'm super blessed to tell you that everything for you in your life from now on will exactly be as you wish and desire for. I think all the pain is almost gone. All the dark situation that you've been and went through maybe about a couple months ago is almost gone. So now the light, the shine, the sun, the energies, the power, the light, and the love is absolutely on your way. So cheers to that, sweetie. And don't concern.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank them as well because I'm the real thing. This is not made up, and everything that you told and shared with me was the 100% truth. I thank them for connecting because this weighed so heavy on me. I really appreciate them in the radio show. This is my first time ever. And most of the time, I don't believe psychics. I don't believe people with these gifts because they only always ask, give me money, give me money, give me more money. No, you need to do this with money. And you just poured out. You poured out the truth.
I'm happy. I'm happy that you brought up. Before the cutoff, I want to tell you, Bridget, please don't listen to people who actually come after you and says, if you are not paying me money, then the curse is going to come after. The negative energy is after. And you're not going to, please don't listen to those things. It's not real. None of things that has a black magic, doing kind of the black magic and stuff, if they are not real, it's not real. Negative energies is real. But if you're thinking about it, if you think negatively, the negative energies will come to you. It has nothing to do with black magic. It has nothing to do with all the BS that they're trying to tell people to go after their money and their account. Please don't even pay them. And please don't even listen to them. When I'm actually working with officers, when I'm working with lawyers, insurance companies, when I'm working with individual, actually private investigators to finding missing people, I can really tap into my gift. And I'm so grateful for that thank God that you gave me the gift that I can really sense people and feel and helping people and family to get some foreclosure for their problem. So, yeah, but I wanted you to also be aware, Bridget, people who are out there, I mean, I do respect for each of spiritual people. Is not, don't get me wrong, that they are bad people. No, but there is people who actually looking for money. They do not have any spirituality. They do not have any abilities. If people sending you tons of free minutes and ask you to call me back, or you know what, come here, I see something, and come after you and drag you for money, that means that they are not real. They're just looking for your account. They're just looking for your money. But if you want to talk to that person by yourself, your energy is telling you that this person is the right things. The reason that me and you talking today on the radio show on A1R, because, and this is your first time, is just because I have to relieve and release you from something that holds you inside and making you to feel nuts. And that's why I have to really tell you something that is completely true, because I don't want you to be in a shadow. I don't want you to be in a negative and dark energies. Why? Because you are a wise woman. You are a fantastic woman. You have a golden heart. You did everything what goes from your power whole your life to helping others. And you've always been there for people. But what I feel good about that happened today, at least you found that your husband is not a cheater. Because I know it's hard when you can't really figure out. And when you're calling maybe a couple psychics and they kind of telling you that, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, he does. Oh, I see some blondie. Oh, I see some brunette. Oh, I see that someone is tall. I see that someone is short. Oh, there's a chubby. There's a shorter. And you know what? And that makes you to feel completely nuts and feel like, okay, I have to maybe call and see the psychic again. I have to talk to him, like if this woman is still actually in his life. And then they come with all the stories about. All I have to say to even my other psychics and my people, my colleagues, please telling the truth to people. Telling the truth to people. Don't try to lie and trying to hold them into lie to make them to pay you more. Because, I always say this way, Bridget, quality bring quantity. And marketing has to be always the word of mouth. Word of mouth. A real psychic, a real medium doesn't need any marketing. Doesn't need to scream about herself or himself. It's enough that be correct. It's enough that always be faithful and grateful and helping actually customers the way that they can with their own gift. So quality bring quantity, and also when the gift is real, the word of mouth would bring 1 million of people to your life.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm loving this. Guys, this is real. She is real. They put me with real. This is real. It's not phony. It's real.
I love you so much.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you, baby. I love you. And it would be a very the honor that you sign up on Avid Advice. If you ever wanted me, just send me an email through Avid or send me an email through my Instagram. If you have Instagram, my Instagram is Persian Medium. And also you can go to and email me persianmedium@gmail.com. If anytime you need me, Bridget, I love your energies. I love your personalities. And I love how light and true and how awesome you are as a person.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the Air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey, cats and kittens. We're trying out this new comfy cozy blanket. We're trying that out today. So glad you're here. As we all know, sometimes there are little blips in our day. I had to go emergency babysit, and it's fine, a toddler, a male toddler today. So I got here about 5 minutes before the show, unusual for me. And then I reached into my purse, and here are my headphones. Somebody very charmingly did kind of a 1960s pop art site-specific arrangement with these. But what was also, and I think this is so sweet, he also gave me a lovely parting gift. And I'd like to share it. I think he thought I needed a makeover, so this would be, with it. I think I'm going to be pretty much doing this throughout the show. And singing, I'm my own grandpa. Anyway, that was fun. So you'll be able to hear me a little better in a minute. I should have had an OCD friend come over and do this for me. Have you ever noticed that your friends are really like obsessive compulsive? If they will sit there and they'll take your headphones away from you and they will do this with them. I don't know why. So hi, welcome. Big astrological news, which is that Jupiter, that big, happy, benevolent, what do they call them? Big round things. Sumo wrestlers. Planets. Okay. That big, happy planet moved into Capricorn, or it's just about to. Now, when Jupiter moves into a sign, so when Jupiter, it makes that sign sort of doing things that are associated with that sign kind of happy and lucky. If you have that sign in your chart, it sort of lights that part up for you. Jupiter in Capricorn is going to be very good for Capricorns so it will make people perceive them as, and I mean this lovingly to all my Capricorn friends, less annoying and more kind of useful and attractive. I love Capricorns. It's the most misunderstood astrological sign because they come across sometimes they can come across very kind of reserved, status conscious, or have a need to be in control on the outside. Underneath, they are dancing around in plaid undershorts wearing like moose antlers in their head. I mean, in a metaphysical and interior way. Anyway, so if you like astrology at all, you can go look your sign up, go look your chart up and see where Capricorn falls in your chart, because wherever that is, that's going to be what lights up and is an area where you have very good luck. And hopefully one that doesn't involve toddlers. The other thing that happened, we had a nice new moon recently. A new moon is a good time for starting things. I've been recommending this wonderful woman, Sarah Prout, has something called the Ancient Manifesting Ritual. And she sells it online. Her name is Sarah, Prout. And what she does is you just get these exercises and you do them. I mean, not like this kind, because I wouldn't be talking about it because I don't do that. But you print out this really cool sort of series of exercises to have you look at yourself and what you really want as opposed to what you think you should want or what your parents want. And it's a very useful thing. So I just started doing mine. I realized I wanted to be a lion tamer. My school didn't offer a degree in that. But it's actually, seriously, it's a cool thing to do. And I know we haven't even had the holidays yet, but I like to prepare for New Year's way in advance because 2020 is going to be a really good year. I just have that feeling. And, I'm good at feelings. And you're good at other things. We're going to have our first caller. I don't know if you guys can hear me. And next time you see me, I'm going to be in small claims court with this child. And the answer is yes, I do have a backup pair. This is both of them. Drink like unadulterated gin here. Anyway, I hope you guys all had a great week. And I'm hoping we have a first caller. Dave. Talk to me, Dave. Oh, I love the name Crystal. Hi, Crystal. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can. How are you?
I'm great. Crystal, could you do this for me so I can just concentrate on you? This thing is messed up. Anyway, nice to hear your voice. And interesting. Tell me your birthday first. You have what? You just sighed. What was that? Okay, you don't have to tell me the date. I just asked people to tell me their birthday so I can tune in on them. So just the day and month.
February 29th.
Hello, fellow Pisces. Oh, you're a leap year baby. That's so cool. Wow, that's so magic. It's been
very interesting all of my life.
What's that?
It's been very interesting for me all of my life.
In what way? It must make you feel special.
It's made me very empathic, I believe.
That's certainly what I'm getting. The other thing I'm getting with you is that it also made you strong. So, because if you grew up and still are as empathic as you are, it makes you strong. Because you have to be, otherwise you'd crumble into dust. It feels to me, maybe I'm projecting, that a lot of my Pisces friends went through breakups in the last couple of weeks. Is that that be what's going on with you?
No, not at all. Not with relationships, but with like past problems. I've finally decided to let go of things and move forward. Yes, I think that's what you're probably sensing.
I think I am, because that's exactly what I was writing about today, and thinking a lot about today, and working with clients. And I'd love to work with you because you're amazing in that you're willing to let stuff go. And I work with people and I'll say, would you rather be right in this situation, or would you rather be happy? And because people really identify with their problems and you don't. And the last couple of weeks, I've also been looking at old behaviors or old ways of being. And I think you're going through this exactly. And when that old behavior or way of being comes up, I can kind of sense it and say, you know what? I'm not going through door number 1 anymore. I'm choosing door number 2 here. Are you finding that out? Are you finding that you're not engaging with other people's toxic narratives, that you are making better choices for self-care? Are you?
Right, that's exactly, yes, you're correct. And it's enlightened me quite definitely, and it's made a huge difference in my daily being and everything, and how I feel, everything.
Well, you're very present wherever you are right now. I mean, at work, or if you're, doing something creative at home, you're not being taken hostage by woulda, shoulda, coulda. You're being before, if you were someplace, half of you wouldn't be there because your anxiety would have taken you out of the room, essentially. And there's a really beautiful thing about not letting anxiety yank you out of your being in the moment. It's a beautiful thing when you can just be at work pouring a cup of tea, and that's what you're doing. You're at work pouring a cup of tea. Or it also feels to me like you've discovered either a spiritual practice or a form of meditation that really works for you. Is that the case?
That's very, 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 very true. That's my question for you. Is I'm also discovering that I have some psychic abilities that I'm unsure about, and I kind of want to know where to go from here.
All right. Let's see what kind of psychic ability you have. I've never done this in the show before. And this is not about me, although it's kind of fun. But off the top of your head, do not think without pausing. Say 3 words, tune into my energy. Say 3 words about me or something that's going on in my life. Hit it.
I'm seeing purple.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just seeing light and happy.
That's very good. And thank you. That's very good. I work a lot with, aside from just sheer prayer, I like to work with some saints and ascended masters. I work a lot with Archangel Raphael, whose color is purple. And you're picking up, I do an angelic meditation before the show. So you're very good. Now, somebody who's, for me, I think you're a clairvoyant and an empath. And I also, there's a little bit of shamanism in there. I'm going to recommend a book right now. It's not actually about magic. It's sort of about, it's called what's it called? It's called Practical Magic. It's not a fiction book. It was way before that. And what it is just how to get into certain states that will, and then shield yourself, and then do a deep listening to yourself and to other people. That's the kind of, you're a psychic who, by shamanistic, I mean that you have a connection to the physical earth. By clairvoyant, I mean that you get information, you see information. An empath and clairsentient are sort of the same thing. You just feel stuff in your body. Those are good places to start. My name is Perry Lyons, Peri, and then Lyons, Lyons. Drop me a line on my Facebook page, and I'll recommend a couple of books and give you a couple minutes of direction. That's something you should start studying. Don't quit your day job yet, but when it's time, I think you'll be a part of the community, somebody in the community we really, really value. Does that work for you? Okay. Anything else?
No, I appreciate everything, and thank you so much for your time.
Oh, such a pleasure. And please do get in touch. You have a real gift. And if you've ever seen the show before, you know, I don't fib. Unless you ask me.
Absolutely. No, I've been watching for a little bit.
Oh, thank you. I'll send you a check. All right. Thanks, love. Okay, now we have,
Take care.
That was wonderful. What a great session. Now we have Jane from Kent in England. Are you in Canterbury? I love Kent. Darling, are you there? Jane?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there. I used to date a lot of men from Kent, and it would just drive me crazy because they'd spend the first part of the date explaining the difference between a Kentish man or a man of Kent. And then I'd have to hit them. How are you today?
I'm not sure.
Good. I'm glad you called then. I feel really worried about something slightly physical that might be affecting your self-esteem. But first of all, tell me your birthday. What day is it?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. Oh, look. These are almost ready. Tell me what day your birthday is. That's how I connect with you and jump into you.
Oh, 28th of August.
I'm sorry, what? The what? I'm sorry, what is it, love?
Sorry? 28th of August. 28th.
Good to know. Have you, I'm very glad you called. Have you, and now we can use these. Woohoo! Oh, August 28th. God. You know, that's really interesting. Hold on 1 second. I'm just fixing the, stand by, folks. And look at my, what I just did was, hooray! These puppies are brand new. Okay. There. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good thing, too. 28th of August. That's, people born in that day are so good, but sometimes they work so hard to make everybody else feel good and take care of everybody else that they lose track of who they are. Anyway, so what's your question, my angel?
About my love life.
Oh, God, me too. Do you go to any kind of class or, I mean, do you go to like a folk dancing class or some sort of thing where you're out and about with people? I'm not sure going down to the pub really counts. But do you do anything like that right now?
No.
Okay, I would start doing that. Any kind of class you take. Are you a good gardener? Or do you enjoy it?
Gardening.
If you wanted to take a garden, that's your job? I rock. Okay. Is this about somebody you have your eye on, or just you want to know if you're going to meet somebody?
Well, I have had someone in my life, but I'm not sure if he's coming back or not.
Mm. Yeah, I know that feeling. I think he is. I don't think he is until January or maybe late December. Did he kind of get a crush on somebody? Or did he just choose? Hmm?
Him, I don't know.
Can I ask you kind of a personal question? Does he have a drinking problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not 100%. He's never drunk in front of me.
Can we just? I'm just gonna tell you. He's an alcoholic, and it's progressive disease. Doesn't get better. It's a physical disease that affects the emotions. So when he's sober, he's a really, really nice guy. When he's had a few, he is kind of abusive and puts you down. I'm not physically abusive. You wouldn't stand for that. But he's just kind of mean. And I think what's happened is not that he's left you for somebody else. I think he's left you because he wants to be sort of left alone to drink, if that makes sense. I also think that he's just realized either today or he might do it tomorrow that was the worst damn mistake of his life, was breaking up with you. Nobody has ever taken care of him, loved him, seen him, or been kinder to him than you, and you have great physical connection. And I mean, look at those eyes. You're so pretty. And that little nose. You had a cute little nose. This is me seeing you psychically, but I'm absolutely sure. You know I'm right? So I think you'll probably get very lonely around the holidays. But it's not so much about him being lonely as it is about him realizing that, damn, there's nobody better than you. Did you guys have really good laughs together?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Well, I'm going through a similar thing. I'm not sure I'm going to take him back, but I've noticed that when I'm not kind of like, oh, I know, I hope things will work out. When I'm like, hey, good to see you. Well, I can't remember your name, but it's nice to see you. And, I'd love to talk, but I'm taking a scuba diving class. The best way to, quote, get somebody back is to get yourself back. And that's what I'm looking at with you. That's why I'm saying I want you to have you have a lot of talents. I want you to do something that you just enjoy. And you're so much fun to be around. Girl, I'm calling you next time I'm in Canterbury. You listen to that laugh. That is the laugh of a woman who is fun to be around. I would totally be mates with you. Next time I'm in England, I'm taking you for a beer. Because also you'll do, at first, I was going to say you'll do anything. But then at first you'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's like Skittles or swimming or bowling or whatever. And then your mates will be like, look at her. She's on fire. So, 4 words, get out of the house. 5 words. I'm a Pisces. We don't count. Well, we do count. But so also there's somebody lurking in the distance who has kind of a crush on you, baby. And yeah. Where's your local?
Sorry?
Is there someplace? Do you have a local, or you tell I lived in England for a long time? Do you have a local, or is there someplace, some restaurant or some pub you go to occasionally? There's somebody at one of those places who. What?
No, I don't. I don't go out. I don't go out.
Okay. What are we going to do after we hang up the phone today? We're going to go out. Okay, we're not going to go out because it's like 2 a.m. there, but I'm going to make you write me at Perry Law. I'm not kidding either, and tell me that you went out. The best thing I did after my breakup, which was my idea 2 weeks ago, was I was feeling really sorry for myself. Not that you do that, and I was like, oh, woe is me, And I'm like, oh, I'm going to put an end to it all. And then some inner voice in me said, no, you're not. You're going to go hit a piano bar. So I'm in Maryland right now. And when that voice that said, I can't go out, I'm too sad, I'm not thin enough, I'm not 23, nobody will like me. The other voice said, oh, shut up. And so I went out. I called a girlfriend and said, just come keep me company because God knows you can't sing. And but I paid for dinner. I just went and sat in and sang a couple songs. It's good to go outside. So I want you to either go out with your girlfriends and do something productive. I want you to take a class because I think you're going to meet somebody else. And when this guy comes around, as he will, January 15th at the latest, you're going to be like, yeah, I'll see you again. But I don't think exclusively because I'm having a good time. So the best way to get somebody back is to get yourself back. And Jane is my favorite name in the world. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel good?
Yeah. Well, that's me out.
Yeah. I think you've actually outgrown him. Really, I do. I think you've outgrown him. And, we miss them because they're fun to have. They have certain uses. Oh, you people have such dirty minds. I meant putting up shelves, people. But I think there's somebody coming along in 2020 who's really fun for you. And I think more your type. All right, my love. Thank you. Keep in touch. And if I
thank you very much.
Sure, and if I don't psychically sense that you're like taking a folk dance class or learning to scuba dive, I'm going to come to your house and knock on your door, okay? I love England. Any excuse to go there. All right?
Thank you.
All right, Jane. Huge hug. Talk to you soon. Come back. Have some kittens. Excuse me. We're here Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But what we also are is always here for you. So come back. I have a 97% accuracy rate. About you guys, about me, not so much. And just have a wonderful week.
At A1R Psychic Radio, we know you lead a busy life. That's why we've assembled Earth's top psychic TV and radio hosts in one location. Psychics, mediums, astrologers, tarot practitioners. Your premium encounter with our hosts is free when it's done on the air or on our TV station, Moonstruck TV. Our hosts are all light workers with hearts of gold. Our audience is global. It's no wonder we're live with free readings 3 times a week. That's right, all psychic and medium readings, along with astrology and tarot advice, 100% free. And with A1R, you can know we critically screen all of our hosts. They're all 100% of the light, no scammers. Join us Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for a truly mind-blowing experience. You're always welcome here. We love our listeners. Anyone can ask anything. Love, life, career, family, and more. It's your reading. Ask your question. Our hosts truly care and can't wait to help you. Earth's top psychics host shows on A1R Psychic Radio. Why? Because the audience is first, and they know it. With love, we welcome you. This is A1R Psychic Radio.
everyone. So welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. I am a spiritual mentor, an angel card reader, and a published author. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush, as well as Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. Lots of books that I've published on Amazon for children and journals to help adults. Some of the books that I've published for children help the child to connect with the archangels, the powerful archangels, and, you know, help them to know what messages they can give to them. I'm also a spiritual mentor, and I have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. It would be great if you come and joined us and checked us out. If you feel like need some guidance in a certain area, then we can help you with this. There's so much love and support. I'm there every day. I'm doing daily messages, helping you with the energy of the day, helping you to know what to expect. There's weekly lives, there's pendulum calls, yes, no questions answered, lots of oracle cards. There's so much going on there. So if you just feel like you need that little bit more support, then come along, find us on Facebook at the Spiritual Soul Group. So just before I came on live, I have pulled 3 cards from the messages from your guides pack. Now, if you can choose the number that you're guided to, 1, 2, or 3, you'll get a special message after at the end of this show. So just go with the number you're drawn with. You know, the first one that comes into your mind, number 1, number 2, or number 3, and that will be the right message for you from the angels. So that will be revealed, like I say, at the end of the show. So our weekly guidance this week from the angels is embracing the future from the Gateway Oracle cards. Embracing the future. I step into the future with an open heart. So I love this card for us. This is trusting our path a little bit more, allowing ourselves to be guided, going with the flow, going with our heart space at the moment. We need to all be stepping away from our head space. This is a really powerful message from the angels. Step away from your head space. The head space puts you in that place of fear, anxiety, worry, thinking too far ahead, over questioning everything, basically just kind of driving yourself mad. So this card asks you to go with your heart space more. Your heart space is so much more reliable. It's connecting with your intuition. It's following the guidance from the angels. It's trusting the path that you are going on. And my goodness, are you going on a powerful path? So we've got magical times ahead, everybody. We're in a really, really magical phase. It is a very powerful month. It is the month of miracles and the month of magic. We are in December's energy. It's very, very powerful indeed. On Thursday, we have got the 12-12 portal opening up. This is the energy gateway that really leads us forward in a big way. It really allows us to put closure on the past, on things that have kept us stuck, on challenges that have kept us stuck and blocked from moving forward. That 12-12 portal is going to put the closure there. It's going to end this decade with a bang. In 2020, we are starting a whole new decade. So literally everything that we are doing now is preparing our next 10 years ahead. That is how powerful it is. So the angel's message for you this week is just be mindful of your thoughts and your feelings and your actions. As I say, we are the creators right now. We are creating our life for the next 10 years, for the next decade, from 2020 to 2030. This is the space and the energy that we're in now. So it's very important that we are thinking and talking about what we want to bring in around our life and not the things that we don't want to bring in, because the things we don't want to bring in can easily manifest under this energy. So I feel it's, you know, the strong message from the angels this week is just be mindful of your thoughts, be mindful of what you're talking about. Make sure that what you're talking about is what you want to bring in and you're not focusing on things that you don't want. This is all of us, you know, a strong message for us all to be careful, not to be complaining, not to be moaning about things, not to be keeping our focus on the things that we want to change that we're not happy about. Instead, we need to come from the space where, you know, we're talking about what we have as if we've already got it, as if we're already living it in our life. This is such an important message for us this week. So the 12-12 portal is on Thursday. it falls in with a full moon, the full moon in Gemini. So how powerful is this to have this 12/12 magical gateway opening on the same day as the full moon? The day after is the Friday the 13th. A lot of people are fearful of Friday the 13th, but there's no need to be. In actual fact, 13 as an angel number is a beautiful message. It's a strong message of change, of good luck, of good fortune. So, we need to celebrate Friday the 13th. It's a very powerful day. It's a very high connection day. So that comes in straight after the 12/12 and the full moon. And then after that, we go into the solstice, which is the 21st of December. And then we end the decade on with a bang with the new moon and the new moon energy around us on the 26th, which is the Boxing Day. So how magical is this month already? You may be feeling the energy quite strongly. We have a lot of ascension energy around. The reason being that we are being prepared for 2020 in a big way. As I say, this is a whole new decade opening up for us. And this is our chance to connect to our authentic self, to own our power in a big way, to go into 2020 connected, to feeling guided and, with freedom. I want to say the word freedom. That's coming up for me a lot this week from the angels. We're all going to be given freedom. So the ascension symptoms and the light codes that we are having activated right now are shaking people up a little bit. If you've got some bad patterns that you're still coming from, they will be highlighting and showing up of the month of December. You may also be experiencing some physical symptoms such as headaches, nausea, feeling tired, all of that kind of thing, because the energy is so, so strong. So remember, what you are doing now is creating your whole future. Please be mindful of your thoughts, your actions, and, what you're putting out there to the world. So we're going to take a caller now. We've got Riri from West Sussex, I believe, on the line. Hello, Riri. Are you there?
I'm here. Hi, Kerry.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm really good, thank you. So how can I help you today, Riri?
My question was really about my career. I really want to get into human resources, and I'm trying to take a few courses to see if I can actually get where I need to be. So I'm just wanting to see if there's anything in the cards for me, really.
Okay, let's pull your cards. I want to do the Gateway Oracle cards because I feel guided that these are the powerful ones to use. So I'm going to ask the angels for the cards for you, and we'll see what guidance comes up for you, Riri. So about your career. Okay, so you get 2 cards come up here. Your first one is starting fresh. A wonderful new beginning is blossoming in your life. And the angels are giving me a big, strong yes in my ear as I'm pulling this card. It is new beginnings for you. It is time to create the life that you desire. This is here for you, this career change. It really, really is. You also get the believing in the magic card, Riri. And this is the magic is abounding in your life. So I feel like you've been in a bit of a area in your life that's kept you a little bit stuck, maybe a little bit of frustration there too. Would that be right?
Yeah, very right.
Okay, so this is changing, and this is the lovely thing. December is bringing the big change for you, the change that you've been praying for. I feel like the angels are saying to me that sometimes you've had a bit of frustration, like, hello, is anybody listening? I feel like you're putting out what you want. I feel like you're working well on manifesting, and I feel like there's been a bit of frustration because it hasn't showed up. But the angels are telling me that's because it's about divine timing. This year's been really important for you, Riri, to work on yourself, and that's why you haven't seen the changes just yet. But as you go into January, you're going to see lots of opportunities coming around this. I feel like it's about believing in yourself a bit more, about knowing that you can do it. So it's about letting go of the frustrations, because I feel like this year, you have been working on the manifesting. Would that be right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so just know that your prayers have been heard and answered. What this is coming down to, Riri, is about divine timing. It's about making sure that right opportunity and the time for you to move into the career of your dreams is there at just the right time. sometimes when things happen too early, when everything, you know, behind the scenes isn't quite there, isn't quite set up, it won't go in our favour as much as we'd like it to be. So there's a very good reason that you've had to wait, but, you know, it's changing. From the end of December, they're giving me, into January, you are going to see an opportunity with this. I feel like it's going to come from the internet. So I don't know if you do a little bit of looking and searching around this area on the internet at all.
I do. I'm vigilant, quite vigilant actually.
Okay, there's going to be something just pop up out of nowhere. And you know what? They want me to pick up the believing in magic card again. So this is about believing in yourself, Riri, and believing this opportunity is going to come. And all of a sudden, you're going to be going, oh, let's have another look. And something's going to jump out at you and you're going to just feel so excited, so good about it. And then, you know, you're going to be like, wow, you're going to go for it and it's just all going to fall into place. And they're saying it's going to fall into place so easily. And that's because it's the right timing for you. Sometimes we try and control the timing. We all do it. You know, we're human beings, aren't we? When we want the change, we try and make it happen. But this is all in your best interest that this hasn't happened up until now, because it's like the scene is being set. And you're going to have a lot of success around this, Riri. You really are. And you're going to meet some people who can really help you in a big way, connect to some bigger people. The angels are showing me you in kind of boardroom meetings, and later on, you know, doing presentations yourself. You're going to be in a powerful position. You really are.
Oh, that's really good to hear, actually. I've been trying, and, you know, like you said, it's just not there. You know, you do everything that you think is right, but it just still doesn't present itself.
Yeah, and sometimes the best thing that we can do is just take the focus off of it, you know, get into the belief that it's going to happen. You're excited, you know that this dream job is coming your way, and then lose the focus of it. And you're just going to look at the internet, check it out one day, and you're going to be like, wow, there's a really lovely opportunity here. And go with that heart feeling, that excitement in your tummy. It's just going to connect to you, Riri, and you're just going to go for it. And you're going to be like, wow, I'm so glad I did, because the timing's there for you. 2020 is a really good year for you. You've got a lot of changes coming, and it starts off with this career, and then it kind of links into all different areas. You've got some changes coming in friendships. So there's definitely going to be some new people stepping into your life as a result from this job. So that's really lovely. It's just going to be touching lots of areas, and you've got more money coming in. So this job, I feel, is going to pay quite well, Riri.
That would be good. We always appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. That's always a good point, isn't it? So I feel like you're going to feel more connected. I feel like this is like where your soul wants to be. And when you're in that job, it's just going to help in all other areas, just feel really connected and feel really happy. So I'm not saying the angels aren't giving me this has been a terrible year for you, but I just feel it's been a little bit hard work at times and a little bit of frustration creeping in, but that is ending for you. So this full moon on Thursday is going to be really powerful for you for releasing and letting go, because you are starting a whole new chapter.
That's really lovely. It's quite relieving.
Okay, did that help?
Yes, it definitely did.
Oh, lovely. Have you got anything else before I go?
Well, I also wanted to ask about the relationship, or kind of if there's anything for me in the future. I did kind of meet someone, but then it's kind of hot and cold. I've been alone for a while, so I kind of wondered if there was ever anyone out there.
I have got the romance cards here, so let's have a look. So we're going to ask for you for romance. Let's see what card comes out for you for romance. Okay, so you get the passion card. Allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. This is passion coming into your life. Again, 2020 is your year. It's the year for your changes. So you're ending this year by releasing a lot. So when I say releasing a lot, I feel like I want to say that there is a past relationship. The angels are showing me an ex that maybe hurt you, and there is some releasing work that needs to be done on this to move forward. But there is passion coming back into your life. There's love, and it's a committed relationship. It's lovely. It feels really strong. It feels really powerful, and it feels like somebody that you know, have a good connection with, that you can do things that you enjoy, same interests, that kind of thing. So you've got some lovely times coming up. But does that link in with you about releasing a past relationship?
Yes.
Yeah, there's some healing and releasing needs to be done, which is the perfect time to be doing it now in December with that 12/12 portal coming up and the full moon. You know, this is the time for releasing. So let go with love of that past relationship, you know, do the forgiveness for yourself to release, you know, cut the cords and, you know, start afresh, you know, take the lessons only and leave the rest back in the past. You're not going to be hurt again. This is a nice relationship coming in. This is a committed relationship. So kind of just take the past relationship as lessons and just keep hold of the lessons and let go of everything else, because you don't want this getting in the way of this new love coming in. And I don't know why, but I'm just keep being given a museum. So I don't know if that's an interest of yours, but they're just showing me a museum over and over. So I don't know if that links into you, Riri.
Pardon me, what is it?
A museum. They just keep showing me a museum.
Oh.
I don't know if that's like an interest of yours or a passion you'll share together, you know, or maybe a meat place. I don't know, but they're showing me a museum. So I have to give you that.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. So get excited, let go of everything else it's not needed. You've got some lovely stuff coming. So believe, trust in that magic, and you're going to see it come in 2020 and early 2020.
Oh, looking like a good year, 2020.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. It really, really is. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you. I'm feeling excited that I've had a bit of a run this year.
Yeah, so it's kind of like those challenges. Yeah, those challenges are lifted from your shoulders now. It's time for you to start the new cycle, the new chapter, and it's not like the past. So just let go of that relationship. And you'll be fine. You'll make the room for the new to enter. That's the kind of energy that you're under at the moment.
Perfect.
Okay, I hope that helped.
Yes, it definitely does.
Okay, you take care, Riri.
Yes, and you. Thank you so much, Kev.
You're so welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so this is like the angels are just saying this is so important. We must all be believing in ourselves now. We must be, you know, expecting the things that we want. The more we can get into this mindset, the quicker they're going to show up in our life. You know, emit the right frequency, match the frequency to what you want to manifest, and that is going to show up for us. Each and every one of us, there's no one missing out here. If we get the frequency matched, so that's focusing on the feeling of what we want. So if we're manifesting love, then we focus on the feeling of love as if it's already in our life. If we're manifesting money, then we focus on the feeling of feeling abundant as if we already have so much money available to us. If we can get on the right frequency and match that frequency, then we are going to see that come in, because we are in some powerful, powerful times now, everyone. So I want to do the cards, the reveal for everybody. So let me just have a drink of water because my throat's gone dry. Okay, so everybody who chose number 1, your message from the angels is worry is a wasted emotion. So I love this. And how important is that? How true is that message? How many times have we all worried about something to then 6 months later look back and think that was just so unnecessary? You know, I drove myself mad. I wish I hadn't worried. You know, it's all growth and it's all lessons, but it really is wasted energy. When you worry, you are attracting more to worry about in your life. It's as simple as that. The powerful law of attraction is always in motion, even if we don't realize it. So if we're putting worry energy in, we're going to have more to worry about. We're going to drive ourselves mad. We're going to take ourselves straight out of alignment. You know, we're going to cause ourselves to have stress and to have fear, and we just don't need that energy around us. So let go of the worries. Give the worries to the angels. They're saying, give it to us. Take it off of your shoulders. You know, that's such a powerful thing to do, and it's such a releasing thing to do. Just give the worry to the angels and focus on something that makes you happy. It could be a past memory. It could be your children. It could be a friend. It could be a lover, a partner. Focus on what makes you happy, and that will take you away from the worry energy. So what I do, I give it straight to the angels. I ask them to come in and help me. I ask them to lift the worry from my shoulders, and then I'll connect to a past memory that makes me happy, and I'll focus on that, and I get my vibration lifted, and I'm back connected again. So remember that worry is a wasted emotion. Focus your emotion. Your emotion is what keeps you on the right frequency, and your emotion is what manifests things into your life. So that's a good reminder. For everybody who chose number 2, for everybody guided to number 2, your message from the angels is patience is a virtue. Yes, it is. It can be frustrating. Of course it can. We want things to come straight away, but patience really is a virtue. You know, divine timing is everything. Sometimes we have to just trust in the bigger picture that we can't see. The angels have got our backs. The universe has our back. Everything is happening. Just because we can't see it physically doesn't mean it's not all coming together. So although patience can cause us to be frustrated, as soon as the frustration comes in, that's when we go to the over questioning. When's it coming? Why is it not coming? How's it going to come? And the minute we go to that energy and that space, we take ourselves straight out of alignment. And when we're out of alignment, we can't manifest. So then we're back in that vicious circle of going around and around and around. You know, good things come. It's written in the stars already. It's already yours. You've manifested it. You have to let it go. You have to surrender. And then you have to believe in divine timing. You have to know that you don't have to see all the evidence straight away, and that you don't have to know everything straight away. You have to believe that the angels, you know, they're in charge. Let's leave it to them. They know what they're doing. They can see everything. They can see everything around us, everything that's to come. So they, you know, we need to trust in divine timing. So if you have been feeling a little bit frustrated about a manifestation not showing up or being stuck in a situation, have the patience. Ask the angels, remember, ask the angels for what you want, and then just let it go. Just trust they've heard, they've answered. You know, they will be sorting things out for you. So that's a powerful message for everyone who chose number 2. So for everybody who was guided to number 3, your message from the angels is like attracts like. So they're very similar messages actually for 1, 2s and 3s. So like attracts like. This is, you know, whatever you're thinking about and focusing on is what you're going to bring into your reality right now. That is going to be manifesting in your life, whether it's good or bad. The vibration you give out is like a magnet, and everything will be, you know, brought back into your reality. So you need to be mindful of that. You need to remember that. Remember those 3 words, like attracts like. Put out the frequency that you want, you know, put out the stuff that you want to manifest. Get attached, you know, get connected and attached to the feeling of what it is that you want to manifest, and let go of the other stuff that you don't want around you. It's like when we worry about bills and money, often we find ourselves in the place of, you know, more bills coming in through our door. And that is because the energy is manifesting that we're putting out. So like attracts like. It's really, really powerful words they are. So powerful messages for everybody this week. I hope that they connected to you. So I want to kind of leave you all with something. What can we do at the moment to help us move into 2020 in a powerful way? Owning our power, you know, living our dream life, manifesting our dreams and actually living them. The best things that you can do at the moment is stay in the present moment. Get yourself into alignment. Go with the flow. Surrender to the universe. You know, surrender it all. Let it go. They've heard what you want. Don't stay too focused on it, because then that's telling the universe, I don't actually trust it because I'm still questioning it. While we're talking about questioning, don't over question everything. You'll drive yourself mad. That's taking you out of the present moment where your power is. That's taking you too much into the future. And that will then cause you to question the hows and whens and whys and when's it going to happen. And that then, you know, will take you straight out of alignment. Get as much rest as possible. It's high energy. Listen to your bodies. You know, your body is your best friend. Your body is your guide. If you feel like, you know, you need that rest, then if possible, take a nap. A power nap at the moment is going to be the best thing that you can do. Eat well, look after yourself, and meditate regular. ground your energy. You know, if the weather's okay, get outside, get your feet into the soil. If the weather's not great, maybe just go and touch a tree. The energy of a tree can really ground us instantly. Or a grounding meditation would be just as good. Love yourself, believe in yourself. We have to have self-love. We really, really do. We have to, know our own self-worth. We really do. That's really important. Divine timing. Divine timing is everything. It really, really is. Believe in divine timing. Trust your angels. This is my best advice at the moment. Oh, and the other one that the angels keep bringing up for me, drink as much water as possible under this energy. Filtered water, drink. It's strong energy. We are aligning to a whole different vibration. Light codes are being activated. So much is happening. That's why a lot of us are feeling off balance. So chakra work, water, that is going to really, really help you. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for, being here with me for this show tonight and, helping me link into you all and spread the light and love. It's been a wonderful show. Thank you for being here. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush, Instagram, Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. I'm also on Twitter and my Spiritual Soul groups on Facebook. It'd be wonderful if you'd come join us. I hope you all have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are in the world. And enjoy that full moon, enjoy this energy, try and connect to the magic as much as possible. Enjoy the 1212 gateway. Anytime you see 1212 at the moment, make a wish. Very, very powerful. Wishing you the best week, love and light to you all, and I will be here the same time next Tuesday. Have a good one, everybody.
Everybody, I'm Amber Price from Sapphire Souls here on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so happy to be back this week and ready to go. I hope everybody had a refreshing week full of mindfulness and maybe time to reset. And so today we're going to be talking about some interesting things about the energy in the universe today. This week has been absolutely crazy for the energy that's been just kind of boiling around everybody. And so as I'm doing my light work and I'm seeing clients this week and I'm navigating through my own personal life and all of the things that are going along with it, it is just more obvious that we're in a shift. So last time we met, we talked about how the fall changes things and how we, the trees remind us that as the the leaves lose, oh my goodness, the trees lose their leaves, that we have a time for change. And so basically, this is reminding us that we have to really start to let go of some things. And so when we do let go of these things, what happens? Well, it creates more openness and more opportunity to feel lost or disconnected. And that's necessary. You have to be able to feel something. And what we want to remember is that when we do feel something that might sound negative, it doesn't mean that it's bad or that you shouldn't be actually feeling those ways. And so when you feel disconnected, it really just does remind us to be able to make room for something, see what it is that's knocking on our door, and allow it to come on in. And so when we talk about the spiritual energy of this week's universal energies, there seems to have brought a lot of anxiety for people, a lot of tension, a lot of feelings down. And so when we talk about how we're supposed to navigate through that and really feel like you can still get up and go every single day, it's really just time to self-reflect. And when we are able to reflect, we're able to kind of get a little bit more of a grasp on what it is that the universe is trying to say to us. So today, we're going to talk about our higher self. And our higher self is really just that inner voice that gives you that gut feeling that, oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that, or I was right. And that's kind of the idea that, you follow your gut instinct. It's like when, you were in school, maybe some of you are still in school, which is amazing. It's always great to be a lifetime learner. And your teacher always said, don't change your answer. If you have multiple choice, you pick and go with your first gut instinct. And so this is what we're guided by. Our spiritual higher self is giving us that, compass to guide us. And so when you have time to actually sit in silence or to allow yourself to really spend time doing something that you really like to do, it gives you that time to really reflect on what it is that you might be lacking in your life or what you want more of, and to really set the goals and really achieve them. And so this week we found that the energies were really talking about self-doubt. And so the ego, or the mind, is really supposed to create a very safe environment for ourselves. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do, and the ego is doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to say, wait a minute, this is way too risky, and I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to put myself out there. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do. But through that energy, the dense energy of our mind and of our ego, you have the spiritual soul, the higher self, that's really trying to get through. And it actually isn't that difficult to hear it. We just have to choose to hear it. And so when we do, we are often faced with more doors that are opening, or windows that are opening you get to crawl through. The more you say yes to opportunities, the more opportunities that you're going to get. So the more that you're open to abundance, the more abundance you're going to get. And so it really is a choice. And that choice is really important because you can choose a whole bunch of different things that your life is going to be made up of. And so it may be a mix of choosing to deny yourself of something that you really do deserve. And so how I'm seeing it, and the universe is kind of reminding this week that the only way you're going to achieve the goals that your higher self needs to achieve here in the physical world, in this human experience, is if you actually take the time to be able to adjust your plan and say, I am no longer going to fear taking a risk, because every single person here on this planet is here doing the exact same thing. And so what happens is, other people might be in our ear and saying like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or, you can't make a living out of something like that. I was speaking to a few people this week in my life coaching, and it's an often said thing to people that, oh, you can't make a living being an artist. You can't do photography. Oh my goodness, what are you thinking? You can't switch your career halfway through your work life. And so basically, challenge yourself to say, why can't I? What's the biggest thing that I'm going to lose in trying? Because I guarantee the only thing that you're going to lose is that dread every day of going through the same cycle, the same routine, the same everything. And so when you actually take a leap of faith and put your whole heart and soul into something, you can never lose because your soul is guiding you. But you can hear that self-doubt, right? So you've got, well, you know what? I make enough money, so I should just be happy with what I have. At least I have a job, or at least my relationship is not that bad, and I should just be grateful for, what I have. So it doesn't matter what it is in your life you're trying to change. If it's deciding to go back to school, you can talk yourself out of it. If it's deciding to change careers, you can talk yourself out of that too. But I can tell you something, and this is from our spiritual team, so our guides, our angels, those that are wise and trying to share this information with us. It is as easy to talk yourself into it and to really follow your life's purpose and your plan. So really try to manifest what it is that you want to achieve. Now, when we're talking about how does our higher self help us? So Amber, how does it help me to understand how I'm supposed to connect to my loved ones more by just deciding to change my job or to make a change in my life in any capacity? And the answer has been given to me. And so after asking the same question, because of course, I've always had these same questions that you guys will have, the answer is, if your energy is consumed with a negative vibe, whether it's worry or fear or concern, any of those things cause a very, very dense energy. And so you can't communicate with your higher self. You can't hear from your angels and guides. You can't hear from your loved ones in spirit as easily and as fluidly if you were to actually be living on your authentic path. And so this is getting the fulfillment, the satisfaction, being an inspiration and a leader and really taking control of your life. And so it's really reminding us this week that if you're feeling uncomfortable in any area of your life, you need to make a change. And so this is just kind of like putting those voices in your head aside. Maybe it's not, just the voices in your head. Maybe it's actually friends and family or other people that you've talked to about your goals that they're just like, this is maybe scary or risky. And so the only way that you're going to figure this out is if you actually give it a shot. So we've got today, fall is reminding us to change. So how we would understand if we're supposed to be changing right now is if we're feeling uncomfortable, if we're really, really getting anxious feelings or sadness or feeling of disconnect. And so more and more, we're feeling like this is something that I have to choose to live with. And that is not necessarily the case either. And so when you actually look at what it is that you want to change, then it's easy. You've got, what is my timeline? How do I get there? And you're not alone, because you shouldn't ever feel like you need to do something alone. Whether you can depend on someone that is already in your life, or whether you find a mentor in your area that you're actually able to depend upon to see how they did it, and to join forces with other like-minded people that are able to kind of build this up for you. And then you've got the action. So you've got your timelines, you've got your mentor, you've got your like-minded people, and now you actually need a plan of action. And so what steps are you taking, your personal accountability, in order to make those changes? Because when you're coming for a psychic reading or a medium reading and you're looking for your loved ones or your spirit guides to give you guidance, they're only going to be able to give you insight into certain things, and all of it resolves around if you're able to make the commitment or take that first step. So they cannot deliver things to you that you're not willing to accept or you're ready to take on. So don't forget that when we're talking about what can you tell me about the future, and how can my family and friends or my spirit guides help me? Well, they can definitely show you different paths. They can light up different ways for you to kind of see things from a different perspective and maybe have some great ideas and insight into this. But it's up to you in your human experience to take those actions. And so the other thing about action is that you really need to change your action in order to actually change how you're feeling. And so when we do get stuck in these ruts, and I'm talking about like getting into the monotonous, like, oh, I've got to go to my job every single day, or I wake up and I do the same thing and it's over and over and over, and I really just can't crack this. And, something must be wrong with me because it's just the same thing over and over, and everything is happening to me, and how come it's all about me, and I must have done something wrong in a previous life, or I'm being punished for something. Those are all ways that your ego is validating your feeling of safety in this rut or in this safe zone that you've created for yourself, because you already know what that feels like. So we already know that it's comfortable here. We may not like it, but we already know what it does to us. And so we stay there. And so what happens is, if it looks like we have to change something, we might actually feel like it could be better for us. But what happens is we've never been there before. So our ego will say, whoa, I don't know how that's going to make me feel. And I already know that this is comfy. So I'm going to stay right here. So the only way to get through that, though, is to make the leap and to actually get yourself out of that situation and into a new situation in order to feel that feeling. And so it's going to take some time to reprogram your cells, right? Because you've got already maybe days or weeks or years or decades of really having that same role in your life that this thing has provided you. So whether it is the job or it's the relationship or it's caring for sick family members, you already know what that role provides for you. And so now you need to trust, what does my life look like without having that in my life? Like, who am I now? And so it's not as simple as, your friends like, oh, well, quit your job. It's okay. Go ahead. You're going to have fun. It's going to be great. Just try. But the other aspects include, really, it's a new routine for you. It's new people. It's a new community, which brings new energy, which you have to adjust to. You have to learn, which takes energy and is very tiring, as you know. And so when you're adjusting or changing your plan and making your goals, make sure you allow time in order to really be able to adjust to all of those things. Because if you're not, you're setting yourself up to kind of get back into that comfort zone, and you might want to bail out and kind of be like, that sucked. I didn't have a good experience, and I really, really feel disappointed because, you know what, everybody was right. I didn't make it work, and so here I am again in the same thing, and nothing ever works for me. And so your spirit guides and your angels and your whole spiritual team are here today to remind you that this week in particular in the universe, it is really, really challenging you to take that leap into something new, or at least to start making the decisions that and you're self-aware of what is it that you're actually benefiting from in your current life, and what could you be doing to benefit even more. And so you could have everything already sorted out. You have already taken all these leaps and you're really into it. And you're like, Amber, I've had my goals. I've set my timelines. I've got my action. I'm in it. I'm doing it. I love it. But I don't know what now, because I've been doing this. And now I'm like, I feel like something's lacking still. And so that's how you're ascending, because you can't stay in one thing for too long. So recently doing a meditation, I had asked, because one of the things that I find interesting is, here in Canada, in Ontario, some kids are about 17, 18 years old when they graduate grade 12 high school. And at that point, they're really supposed to know what it is that they want to do with the rest of their life career-wise. And in most cases, by grade 9 or 10, they're supposed to be at 14, 15 years old, really setting up what classes they're even taking in order to get to that goal in grade 12, to be able to be connected to post-secondary education to get to that goal. So if you're thinking about the fact that you don't even really know who you are at that point, and who you are at 17, 18, 19 years old is going to be very different than who you are at 27, 28, 29 years old. And so when this happens, you can't expect that you're going to be okay with the one career choice for the rest of your life. So this is something that during my meditation, they really helped enlighten, because what I've noticed in my career as a life coach and a psychic and a medium is that most people are not fulfilled with the job that they're doing, because it's not what their soul's purpose is. And so if I know what my soul's purpose is, then I have fulfillment, which equals success. And so when I have a successful life, it doesn't matter how much money you're earning. It doesn't matter how many kids you have or how many cars you have parked in your driveway. You you have the energy that's radiating out of you, and it screams satisfaction, fulfillment. It's just radiating like the sun from your energy. So it's really just deciding to know. You can pick your career out of high school, and you can do it for 5 to 10 years. And in 5 to 10 years, if you're starting to feel the itch and you really need to make the changes, you might just have to tweak your area that you're actually in. So if you're already in healthcare, maybe you're going from, one level of nursing to another. Or if you're in law, maybe you're going from, legal assistant to lawyer. It doesn't matter. You could completely switch. You could be a lawyer and then all of a sudden want to open a restaurant and completely abandon law and just completely go into a different field altogether. And this is okay. And so we really have to get rid of that notion that the disappointment is coming along with those changes. People feel like if I make a change in my career and I don't know what I'm doing, or I've been flip-flopping between careers or jobs, that it kind of puts off an energy that, I'm flighty or I'm indecisive or I really don't know what I'm doing. And there's a lot of time and energy and potentially resources that are wasted in going through these ventures. But what actually is being told and taught to us by this is that your soul is challenging you to put yourself first and to put your needs first. And when you do that, you can serve the community, the world, humans around you with much more intensity and like fulfillment and purpose. And so the meaningfulness behind the work that you're doing goes from here to way up here. And so when that happens, you become successful, because if you can get your role in life and really have the passion behind it, that's what gets you success. That's what gets you fulfillment. And so from there, that's when you get to navigate the map of your next part of your life, and it takes you in whatever direction that you want. And so right now is the time to really start crafting up a plan to decide. And I really feel that there are too many people right now that are really deciding to just play it safe and stay where they are and really not rock the boat and really put themselves out there because it's uncomfortable. And so what I say is, it's short-term discomfort. And so if I'm looking at, changing my job, I'm just using careers because this is actually the week in which people are being tested for this. So if I change my job, I might have 3 to 6 months of discomfort. But if I stay where I am guaranteed to have 15, 25, 35 years of discomfort. And so really just kind of weigh it out, because if it's really just a short-term commitment, you're going to get somewhere in the long run. The other thing is that when you want to communicate to figure out what it is that your life purpose is, you don't just have one. Like, people think that it's just one life purpose that you're here to achieve. And sometimes that is true for some souls, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you might have multiple purposes. And so, for instance, I knew that from a very young age, probably 3 years old, I was meant to be a mom. And so that was just something that I knew. If I could have had 12 children, I probably would have. And so, I joke about that all the time, and I just say, I would have just kept going. And so, I also know that I'm supposed to be a light worker. And so this did take me some time to figure out along my career. And so when this comes up, it's not a choice. I don't have to choose to be a mom or a light worker, and I don't have to choose between those things. It's a mesh. It's what I'm supposed to be achieving. And so, so all of you might have this same situation in which you're like, I really love doing this, but I really love doing this, and I can't choose between the two. And your soul is not asking you to. It's not asking you to choose. It's asking you to make room for everything. So, how do you know what your life's purpose is? How do you hear it? How do you get to the point where you feel like you even know that what you're doing, even if you have passion for it, is true? And so this is a few pointers. If you can actually reflect on what makes you happy when you're not being paid, That's your number one purpose in life. So if you absolutely love to garden and you get joy and fulfillment out of it, and you're like, I could work outside every single day of my life. Maybe you're really meant to be in horticulture, landscaping, design, architecture. And so this is something that you kind of have to decide. It might not be the traditional sense of it. You might not be able to think that, maybe I physically can't handle doing this job every single day. Well, why are you thinking it has to be the same as what you're doing? All you have to get to is that industry, to that passion that you have, and create what makes you sing and what makes your soul sing. And so a lot of times the most successful people are the ones that are really taking something they enjoy doing or are very intuitively drawn to do to help other people, and they just started doing it, and it became their career, it became their passion and their life's purpose. And so you don't have to stick with tradition, is what I'm saying. You don't have to be a teacher, a lawyer, a veterinarian, a doctor, a financial advisor. All of those ones are the ones that, even when you do career counseling, those are the ones that keep popping up. There's not usually things outside of that. And when they are, there's a big gap between what it is. You've got the high professional levels of education, and then you might go right down to the very technical levels or lower. And so what we're missing is what's in between all of that, and what can I do to change the way that people see how work in the community is valuable. And so that's a lot of times where people have worked their whole entire life, and they've decided that all of a sudden, what actually makes me proud and fulfilled is by helping others in a very not profitable way. And so sometimes people will dedicate the rest of their retired life to volunteering, fundraising, and working with not-for-profits. And so this is what makes them sing, and they take that and they run with it, and they become very successful for that cause. Okay, so you've got to look at what it is that you enjoy doing when you're not being paid. Number one. Number two, give yourself time. There's no rush. You've already been doing this for X number of days, weeks, years, months. And so there's no rush to get moving in order to jump off a cliff that you don't know there's a net at the bottom. So you always should have a plan. And by saying this, you don't just make quick decisions. You have a plan, you make a choice, you do the thing and execute it successfully. And so when you're looking at this and you're making the plan and you're taking the time to do it, you also need the time to understand what it incorporates. And so you might have to do meditation, going for walks, quieting your brain. Some people love doing dishes or, having a bath. And those things will actually allow you to really successfully hear your higher self. Because when you're talking, you're not listening. And when you're not listening, you're missing cues that are extremely important. They might be giving you information like, okay, don't take this job, even though you're being offered it doesn't feel right. And the panic sets in. Oh man, I need any job, so I'm just going to take this, even though you knew right away your soul was saying this does not feel good to me. So number three, feel what you feel. Trust your instincts, trust your gut, go back to that, listen to yourself, listen to your higher self, because it knows exactly where you're supposed to be. And then you might have those feelings of deja vu. So all of a sudden you're sitting in this job you absolutely love and you took it and you're so happy, and you're maybe in a board meeting or something and you're like, whoa, I've had this happen before. This is deja vu. This is your soul's way of saying, you did it, you're on the right path, you got here, you did it. But not at all does it mean that in 6 months, you're actually not going to change this, that this is something that you're stuck in. You're always evolving, you're always changing, you're always moving. And you can attest to that because technology is always changing and moving and grooving, and we're always keeping up with technology. So trust yourself, trust the plan, really just think of yourself as, what is my higher self doing? Is it programmed like, a computer technology piece? And so every so often we need to update this, and we need to really just kind of allow a download and an update. And so when you're doing all of these things, I want you just to trust in the process. Work with hearing your higher self this week. And so when you do that, you're going to be able to really hone in on what it is that your soul desires. And that's what life is. It's fulfillment and finding what you can do to contribute to the community. I am so excited to be able to bring this message to you. Thank you to Moonstruck TV. See you next week.
Hi, I'm Asiya, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now, on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, welcome to the High Frequency Channel. This is Rebecca Urich, and you are listening to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I want to talk about what is happening with humanity right now. We have a lot of things that are going to be that are going to start to show up, and that is bigger institutional companies, corporations, or institutions, I should just say, are going to start breaking apart a little bit. The big corporations that are money hungry, that are kind of suppressing humanity, that are suppressing us. I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to, can't say everything, right? You get in trouble. What I'm saying is that love is exploding on the planet, and all the old stuff that is not in the frequency of where we are now is going to start breaking apart and being dismantled so that the new can come in, so that the loving, supportive, human, loving, new, whatever you want to call it, life here on earth can emerge. So, and I want you to notice that that may also be happening in your life right now too. So it takes a couple of generations for our earth to move into a new dimension. But right now we are being forced into another dimension of love. Okay. And you may say, it does not feel like that at all. And I hear you. I feel it too, right? So what is happening is everything that we need to experience and heal is showing up right now so that we can get to where we need to be and where we want to be, so that we can become our dream, right? Our vision, right? I've talked about having a vision, about thinking about the future, right? And letting go of the past. I know that's hard, but it's time to recognize that the past, I love that phrase, the past has made me who I am now. And I like to say, okay, you're stuck, you're paralyzed in your life, you are sad, depressed, right? Is that what we want? Not really. So we have to clear that stuff from our past. And you don't even need to know where it comes from. You just need to know that in this moment right now is a fresh new moment. It is a fresh, this breath. We are moving into a new decade, 2020. So that is pretty cool, but it is time to let go of the past. It is time to let go of the things that are holding us back from who we want to be, who we would love to be, who we need to be, right? So these things are showing up right now in service. So things may feel chaotic and nuts. And the reason that is because all of that old stuff needs to show up in order to be released so that you can become the person that you want to become, that you need to be, that you are here to be on this planet. Okay? Does that make sense? So love is emerging, even though we don't feel like it's emerging, right? But I always celebrate the obstacles. I celebrate the obstacles that are in my life because I know that they are showing up to be released so that I can get closer to what I would love, what I've been dreaming of, what I've been, journaling and using my imagination and all the personal development tools that everybody is talking about now to get to where I want to be. So that's happening in this world too, is this big plume of love is going to start happening. And you can already feel it on some level, but most of us are still trying to clear the old. So when you think of your past, and you can dream about it in your mind, right? It's an image that shows up in your mind. Am I right? When you dream at night, and you wake up the next day and you think about your dream, it's in your mind, right? They're two very similar ways in which we are registering a dream or our past. In fact, you probably can't even tell the difference between a dream and the past, except the dream might be a little funkier. But in your mind's eye, it's no different, right? So our past now that is affecting us now is not affecting us right now, is not actually doing anything to us right now. So if you're at home listening to the show or on Facebook or watching TV, then your past is not actually happening to you in this very moment, right? So it is in the present moment, our past is an illusion and is not real now. Does that make sense? So at one point, you were running from the situation, you were freaking out, you were doing whatever you needed to do to survive or to live or whatever. But now all you have are the repercussions, so to say, right? It's like, and you think of that word repercussion, right? It's like that reverberation into time. And then here we are still sort of experiencing that situation, even though it's not happening. So it's time to let it go. And what I like to say is up until now. So I might say, oh my gosh, I have a problem with this, but up until now, from this moment forward, I am going to step into my new life without that. Okay? So we live in a spiral universe and it's spiraling forward. Time moves forward in this universe. So it doesn't move back, it moves forward, right? So I pause. Most of us are moving backwards because we think about the past and we're anchored in our past and it's not allowing us to actually move forward. So when I pause and I go, okay, this is not what I want anymore. And this is what I want. I say up until now. And then I step forward into the new without that old pattern. So I want you to think about your life as we're getting ready to move into the new decade. What do you want? What is your truth? What do you want to bring into your life? What kind of a life do you want to live? Like, what do you really, really want? Not things that you think you need to be doing because you've been brought up that way or programmed that way or told you need to do this or because everyone else does it, right? What is your truth, right? What is your truth? What is your truth? Yours and yours alone. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks or what anybody else says. Your truth is your truth, right? What is that? What is that? How are you going to move forward? What do you want in your life? And it's time to go for it. It's time to shed that old stuff and step into the person that you want to be. We don't know how much time each one of us has on this planet. I don't know when my time is up. So I am going to spend every single day doing everything that I love and choosing myself and my truth, regardless of what anybody else thinks, right? So what is that? But I want you to get really honest with yourself. Because a lot of times what you really want is something that's actually been programmed into you to want, right? Here's the thing, that all the money, like more money, isn't going to make you happy. That perfect relationship isn't going to make you happy. The things, the car, the house, the clothes, the whatever, those things are not going to make you happy. You have to begin with yourself. What makes you happy? What makes you happy? What would you love for this life? You only have a certain amount of time here. You don't know how long that is. What are you going to do with your time? What is your truth? It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Okay, so that's your homework for the week. What is your truth? Okay, and we have my first caller, Crystal.
Hello.
Hey, how are ya?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. Where are you from?
Ogden, Utah.
Oh, great. I love Utah. My husband and I travel to Salt Lake twice a year for about 10 years. Love it.
It's nice out here.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful out there. So I channel source. I use Oracle cards. I'm also a dream builder life coach and a life mastery consultant. So I sort of blend all of those together. How can I help you today?
You say you do tarot. Can you just pull some cards?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can absolutely pull some cards. You just want like a general reading and we see where it goes?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so I'm going to just shuffle the cards a little bit. Whoa, they just all went all over the place. Hang on a second. All right. So, have you been doing work on yourself lately? Have you been doing your...
Trying to do self-help.
Oh, great. Woo, awesome. Well, it's working. It's working. So tell me what you're doing.
Just trying to figure out like who I am.
Love it. Did you figure it out?
No, I'm still working on that.
I know. I think we're always sort of working on that, so don't feel bad about it.
It'll be a never-ending process.
Yes, it's a lifelong experience, right?
Yeah.
Just when we think we figure it out, it changes.
Exactly.
So you're good. So, well, anyway, all of the good work that you're doing, it's opening the doors for you. So you have support, more support, and solutions. So whatever you're looking to do, they should be dropping in if they haven't already. They will soon. Those ideas, the guidance. So when we do self-care, we connect more deeply, obviously, with ourselves, right? And we kind of clear out the negative and make room for messages. And I have a program where I teach people how to become a channel. So what happens is when you start doing the self-help and taking care of yourself is like I said, you start clearing stuff out, which allows the universe to begin a relationship with you and to begin to download information that you'll need in the form of ideas, or you might hear a song and the lyrics are, have a message for you. It can be in a dream. It can just be like a sudden thought that comes into your mind. It can be anything, but you're going to start to notice that as you clear out your brain a little bit more through caring for yourself, right? By letting go of that old stuff, that you're going to be more connected to your intuition. Are you feeling that?
A little bit.
Okay. So I'm getting that there's still some stress reduction to do. So some de-stressing still? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, would you say it's anxiety, depression?
A little both.
Okay. So tell me about your self-care regimen. What are you doing?
Just doing some counseling and medication.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Are you meditating or anything?
I listen to music at night. Was it 423? I don't know.
Band or something, or?
No, just the meditation music.
Oh, okay.
To like lift your vibrations and stuff.
I love it. Great. So are you laying down in bed, or are you just listening to them with your earbuds?
Yeah, just lay down in bed to, go to sleep.
Perfect. So keep that up. Also, I want you to look at your negative self-talk. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to keep that under control.
Yeah. Well, and let's just to become aware of it. The more you become aware of it, the more you will be able to shift your mind onto something else. So we want to be really gentle with ourselves. So that includes being kind to ourselves. So when you find yourself negative talking to yourself, you don't want to continue to be negative by being like, oh, why are you, getting mad at yourself because you're negative self-talking. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's important for you to, I teach my clients that everyone has an internal pause button within themselves. Mm-hmm. And throughout the day, you can just pause.
Sorry.
Oh, you have a little one.
Yeah, my daughter just had a baby.
Oh, so cute. How old?
She'll be 2 months on the 15th.
Oh my gosh, she's little. Oh, I love it. Well, taking care of an infant is also good self-care as well, just connecting with that energy, because you have to be calm and relaxed and, so that's actually, that's actually like a great way. And two, like rocking them is also really good for you. Like, that's also really good for your mind. In fact, that's a great way to reset your brain patterns is to rock. So it's one of those, like, it's not a pendulum. I can't remember the name of but it's like tick tock. It goes side to side, right? So it's a little bit faster than the second hand, which is actually your normal, like if you rock her, is it a girl or a boy? Metronome. Thank you. It's a metronome. So it's like a little bit faster than a second hand. And if you go side to side, it's actually like really meditative, and it rebalances your brain. So like there are babies that are very neglected. One of the ways that you can stimulate them and kind of bring them back because they're a little like fearful of humans, is to use the metronome and shift your weight back and forth. It actually recalibrates. So that's great that you have a little one that you can do that with. And it sounds like you're doing a really great job working on your stress reduction. That's going to be really important. I think the negative self-talk is going to be fantastic. And don't be hard on yourself when you find yourself being negative. Just keep shifting your mind to things that feel good. So have you written a vision of the life you would love to live? Do you have maybe spend some time journaling what you would love in your life?
Okay.
Right?
I have to do that.
Do you want to share a couple things with me that you would love in your life?
I love more stability and some more happiness. Better health.
Okay. That sounds absolutely fabulous. I love it. So those 3 little things, I want you to write them down in a journal, and I want you to think about those often. And even if you can expand upon that vision. So like, what does it feel like to have good health? Like, I feel so great in my body. I am so grateful I have great health. Like, so you want to actually put it into as if you already have it. And that actually forces the universe to bring it to you faster. That makes sense?
Okay. Yeah, that does.
It feels really weird because, like, you know, it'd be like, oh my gosh, like I'm making this much money and my health is fantastic. And it seems kind of odd because it may not be true, but you're drawing that into you.
Fake it till you make it kind of sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that. You got it. So what I'm also getting for you is that you are actually, so keep up with the stress reduction. But what is also happening for you is you are ready for deep emotional healing. So the work that you're doing and is really, you're ready. Like, you're ready for this healing. So it's so important, like, just reiterating again, it's really important for you to devote the time and energy to your self-care. Keep it up. It's basically saying that you're doing everything that you need to be doing.
Okay, great.
How about, let me ask you this, how about your love life?
That's terrible.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that what's going to end up happening is this work that you're doing is going to open you up for romance, for a romantic relationship in your life. Whether it's with the person that you're with or with somebody new. Are you with somebody right now?
No, we just recently split up.
Okay. That's okay. You know, sometimes I think we have to do a little bit of work and make ourselves happy. And when we start making ourselves happy, we raise our vibration, and then we bring in that person that is a better fit or a better match for us. So this is, you know, what you're doing. You are right on target. You are connected to the universe. You are connected to your higher self by already starting to move along the path of self-help and self-care. So you are definitely on target. Keep up the really good work. Is there anything more? Let me see if I'm getting anything else for you. Yeah, I am getting that, you know, taking the time and devoting that time to your self-care, like deciding. So like what I did for a little while was I would do everything that I wanted to do and nothing that I didn't want to do, right? So like if someone's like, oh, hey, let's go volunteer. And you're like, oh, I really should go volunteer because it's a good thing to do, but I really just don't feel like it. Don't go. Don't go. Right? If you want to stay home and take a bubble bath, stay home and take a bubble bath. So start really listening to what you want to do. Right? What is your truth? Right? And that comes forward in the form of, I'm not going to do this because everybody's telling me to do this. I'm going to do this because I want to do it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the lecture that I had right before you and I got on the call was, what is your truth? What is your truth, right? So it's deciding what that is. And you're in the exploratory phase of it. And that's a cool place to be, because you can just be like, do I want to do it or do I not want to do it? Like, where am I? You know, so it's like, oh, and I'm going to say no because I don't want to, or yes, because I do want to, or oops, I said yes when I really meant to say no. And, you know, just be lighthearted with yourself. Be kind and gentle as you're learning what your truth is.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you are so welcome. Thank you, Crystal, for coming on today. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. I sure will. You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And thank you, Crystal. That was awesome. My name is Rebecca Urich. This is the High Frequency Channel. I am still offering free financial education. I'm a financial coach as well. And I also offer free breakthrough calls for people. So if you're interested, please let me know. Message me, like my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. And I'm going live right after the show doing more readings. So I'll see you there. Have a beautiful night. Namaste.
From here in the UK, Woking, Surrey. This is the Modern Day Medium, and I'm really, really excited to be here this evening. This is my first broadcast working with Moonstruck TV and Air Radio. I have done a lot of Facebook Lives, so thoroughly enjoyed it. So I thought, seeing as though this is my first time, I'd introduce myself to you and let you know a little bit about me, my background, what I do, and how I spend my days. So as you can see here, I am in my treatment room, my healing room. This is where I see my clients, where I do my psychic mediumship readings and all of my healing as well. It's absolutely got a lovely, beautiful, calming energy in here. My guides are always in here with me, always ready and eager to work. So I absolutely love it in here. And it really is my own little healing sanctuary, which so many of my clients, the minute they come in here, they just say, oh my goodness, Michelle, this is so cozy, it's so comfy, and just emotions start coming out. And then I know that we're ready to work and start doing some healing. So I'm the modern day medium, and I'm just going to chat a little bit about me. When I was 12 years old, I first saw spirit standing in the corner of my room. I was lying in bed, couldn't get to sleep. And there was what looked to me like a 6 or 7 foot figure wearing a black cape stood in the corner of my bedroom. Well, you can imagine, I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know what to do, where to look. Immediately ran to mum and dad after I could move. I felt absolutely frozen. It was just absolutely crazy. Went into mum and dad, told them what happened. Obviously thought I was barking mad. And then so that was the beginning for me. And then many years later, I lived in Asia, in Malaysia. And that's where I first started my true healing and spiritual journey as an adult, where I started with Reiki, the beautiful energy of Reiki, that beautiful earthbound energy. And I took my first Reiki there in Asia, which I just absolutely loved. And that was the beginning for me in 2005. Then I went on to continue with the rest of my Reiki. Since then, I have become a qualified psychic medium. I teach chakra courses. I teach kinesiology, touch for health, as an instructor and a teacher. I'm a reflexologist. Goodness me, shamanic practices. What else do I do? Rohani teacher. I do a lot, and I just absolutely love it and love the changes that healing can bring in for us all. And indeed, the healing that we can do for ourselves as well. Let's not forget, we all have that capability within us. So let's not forget that. Let's not forget we are all energy. That's really and truly what we are. Energy. It looks like Gabriella something's going on there. Gabriella, somebody's ready to go. I don't know. I'm going to carry on chatting for a minute. This is my first broadcast, and I'm sure when I've done my second, third, and fourth, I will just ease into it and look like a total professional. But what I wanted to say is just for us all to know that we have the ability to help ourselves, to help heal ourselves. We just have to believe it in our hearts. And as the 4 bodies that we have emotionally, physically, mentally, and spiritually, we do have that ability to allow things to go, to allow emotions to go, meditations, connecting with ourselves, connecting with our higher selves, and just really take a look and feel at what it is that's blocking me. What's this repeated behavior? Why am I not moving forward? Why am I not getting what it is that I need? You know, is this my stuff? Is it other people's stuff I'm carrying? So as a healer and a psychic medium, being able to combine all this beautiful energy and work this way is just, for me, an absolute treat. I absolutely love it. It's my full-time job and profession. I've also been in a national newspaper as well with my sisters. Both my sisters are psychic mediums and healers as well, so it runs in the family. And we've also been in quite a few magazines and written several articles as well, which has just been an amazing journey. And here I am now on the lovely Moonstruck TV and Air Radio, going live to you wherever you may be watching. And I honestly, from my heart to all of your hearts, I wish you much love and health and wellness. And as we now come into the festive season, the wonderful season of sharing love and being charitable for as many people as we possibly can be, I would just say, just not to forget, please, that the people that are less fortunate, the people that don't have what we have, family, and just loved ones around us, so just to spare a thought for those as well. Now, I believe I've got a caller coming through for me. Gabriella, is it from Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, honey. How are you, my darling? How lovely.
Good, how are you?
I'm good, my darling. I'm good. It's late evening here, and it must be daytime over there for you, my lovely.
Yeah, it's getting dark. Yeah, but it's still daytime.
So how can I help you? If you can just speak up a little bit, my sweetheart, just a tiny bit, and then I can hear you a little bit better.
Yeah, I was just wanting to get a reading over me losing my boyfriend.
Okay. So you want me to do a reading for you and your other half, my lovely?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Right, now, as immediately as I first come into you, the first feeling I would get is a little bit like you've been out of sync with each other. You're not quite in rhythm. You've lost that boom and that little bit of spark at the moment, if you can understand that, my love. I need to say to you that it feels there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure around the both of you at the moment. Can you understand that, my love?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, I feel with you, you're so sensitive, and you come from such a good place. You've got a really lovely heart, a very, very caring heart. I also feel with you that you are very spiritual yourself. I know you're on here, but I feel you have a very strong spiritual following and belief as well, please, my darling. And that sometimes I feel that with you, the world can be just a little bit confusing, a little bit hard, and a little bit too much pressure on you. And I feel with you, you're going through times of change at the moment, please, and you're going through onto bigger and better things for yourself, for who you are and how you feel around yourself, please, my darling. I feel a little bit like your partner, please, my love, is a little bit in the doldrums at the moment. I feel he's a little bit lost, not quite sure what direction he's taken, and I'm feeling a little bit of impatience between you and him, please. Like I almost like I want to give him a little bit of a gentle push and say, come on, let's get going, because I feel that you are becoming impatient. Does that make sense to you, my darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good, sweetheart. Now, I just want to say to you, I also feel with your partner some emotional issues, sweetheart, some emotional loss. Some in his head, he's very, very dizzy. I'm feeling he's a little bit low and a little bit down as well, my darling. And it just makes me feel he just also needs, despite he needs that gentle push, he also needs some nurturing, some understanding, and some love as well at the moment, please, my love. Now, I've got somebody that's wanting to connect with me from the spirit world, please, my darling. Can I ask, is your mum in the world of spirit, please, sweetheart?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is your mum, I've got a mother-like figure connecting with me here for you, please, my darling.
No, I don't know.
Okay, can we go with grandmother, please, darling?
Can you get what?
With grandmother, your grandmother, darling?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Now, this lady comes in and connects with you. This is on mum's side, please, sweetheart, if you can understand. Now, she is a very, she feels like a biggish lady, a big personality, and she wants you to know that she's very much around you at the moment and supporting you. And the reason that she's coming forward is for you to draw on her strength and her support, please. I feel things between you and your partner are going to improve. There's going to be that reconnection, and things are going to get a lot better for both of you. There needs to be some communication between you two. I feel that the communication has gone off and died a little bit as well, and you just need to almost bring this back, bring this love back, bring this communication and sense of fun and laughter back as well, all right? Now, I have to say that I feel coming into Christmas and after Christmas, things will be feeling better for you, and you'll be feeling more stable and secure within yourself and your relationship as well. Are you still there, darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there anything else you want to ask me, my lovely?
No, just, is there anything, any more connections you're getting?
Also, can I ask, who has the lower back problems, please, my love? Lower back, coming into lower back, it's a bit achy, it's a bit sore. Is this with you, my darling?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have lower back issues, sweetheart?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just being aware that you need to get this looked at and just have some attention paid to this, please. All right, so don't neglect yourself, darling, because I know you've got such a sweet, kind heart. You worry about everyone else around you. But please, 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 darling, can you make sure you get this looked at and take care of yourself? I've got a gentleman coming in here from the world of spirit, please, darling. It feels very much like a fatherly figure. Can you understand that, darling?
My uncle, yeah.
It's a gentleman that would have gone with issues with the heart. I feel that salt was a problem for him. This gentleman would have had a high blood pressure, please, darling. He makes me feel before he went back to the world of spirit, he was incredibly thirsty, almost a bit like how diabetes or diabetics are. He's very big energy. He's got a wonderful personality, very, very funny. He stands, despite the fact I'm sat down, my sweetheart, he stands quite above me. He feels quite tall and quite a powerhouse. But this gentleman connects with you and your partner. For both of you, please, okay? He's bringing in lots of love around you and for you both. And again, he's reassuring me that, hey, girl, you know, it's like there's the ups and downs and the bumps in life, and this is just where you are at the moment. You're just in a bump, and then there's going to be some nice, smooth road for you as well, please, my darling. This gentleman enjoyed his food a lot. He really, really did. And he was a funny guy who'd have liked jokes, told jokes, and a great sense of humour as well. He's telling me before, in his later years, he got a little bit grumpy, a little bit moody, and a little bit short. That's because he really wasn't feeling great. And he wishes to apologise for that as well, and apologise to you and the family. He sends a huge amount of love to all of you. And I also want to say that he makes me feel he was a great organizer as well, this gentleman. And I feel that that flows through within you as well, my love. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got a lot of spirit around you. You really have. You whether you meditate or link in or talk to spirit yourself a lot, you have a lot of support around you. So please, please, please don't underestimate that link that you have. I don't know whether you do cards or angel cards, but I really, really want to recommend this for you to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm serious. For you to get some cards or some angel cards, something for you to use, because it is there for you, okay? You're quite aware when spirit are around you, and things with your partner are going to get better. I feel this gentleman that's here in the world of spirit has just started tickling you, like he's saying he wants you to laugh more, he wants you to enjoy your life more, and the laughing and joking is all free. It doesn't cost anything, even though there may be financial issues around you at the moment, a little bit of worrying is going to pass. But just for you to get back to that wonderful personality that I'm aware and can see that you have so clearly. What's this about feet with you? Can you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it either you love them or you hate them? But I'm just being shown feet, and then being tickled and played with and tickled, and you just really roaring with laughter. It's just lovely. And this obviously is coming through because this is what we want for you to be feeling happier and more jokey, all right?
Okay.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there anything else you want to ask me?
No.
Does that answer you? Has that helped you, my darling?
Yes.
Good. So just know for your partner, I just feel with him, he just needs a bit of support at the moment. I feel he's a little bit down, a little bit low. I also feel he's quite a closed book and doesn't express his emotions a bit at the moment. And I feel you're bouncing off each other a little bit at the moment. It's sort of a bit like a tennis match, if you can understand. And so it's just it just needs to be broken. This backwards and forwards just needs to be broken to enable you to bring back that laughter and joy and everything that you want back in your life. Can you understand a small little white fluffy dog in the world of spirit as well, please, my darling? I've got a small dog that's stepping in now from the world of spirit.
A small dog?
I've got a small dog, yeah, going back into family or a connection with family, and there's a small dog that, right, I just need you to know that that dog is also in spirit as well and comes around you. So you've got quite a team that do come in you. I also want to say to you, I'm aware that you're not sleeping very well at the moment, please.
No.
Yeah, so just, if I could say to you just to try to clear your mind a bit and just let your worries go, just clear it before you go to bed. A hot bath, a bath with some Himalayan bath salts would help enormously. A meditation or listening to a meditation just for you to clear your mind. I also really would like you to talk to somebody as well and just really make it clear how you're feeling, because by getting these emotions and expressing this off and letting this go, it enables you to heal and let go. So, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you. Well, you're my first caller. What a treat for me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So welcome, my darling. So happy. You can find me on the Modern Day Medium Facebook page, website. I do quite a lot of stuff for free and things like that, recipes, etc., etc. So hopefully I'll see you there. Take care, darling. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, too.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. I think I've got another caller maybe coming through in a minute or so, but let's just carry on. What a lovely lady. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So I was just talking about how we can help to heal ourselves and help to let go of emotions, and that really is just so incredibly true. Just even being out in nature and standing amongst the trees, standing in nature, allowing these emotions just to release and let us be free. We can almost see them. If we're having problems in our heart, we're upset, or in our solar plexus, well, there's too much going on in our heads. Just going for a walk with intention of, okay, look, I know I'm overloaded. I need to release this. I need to let this go. I need to get a breath of fresh air. And I need just to relax, just connect with myself and listen to what my higher self is saying. A meditative walk can be incredibly healing. And again, it doesn't cost anything, you know, just going out. If you can, even you go to some woods, if there's woods near you anywhere, a park, or even if you can't get out, if you're not feeling well, just to imagine or see yourself in that environment is incredibly, incredibly healthy and just so good for us, so good for our mental health and our mindfulness as well. So that's a really, really good thing to do. So, well, here I am, the Modern Day Medium. You can find me on my Facebook page. Also, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and I have a beautiful website, the Modern Day Medium. I've been doing so much the last couple of weeks. It's been crazy. I run a couple of circles where I'm teaching psychic mediums. One is here at home. One is at a lovely yurt that I go to. It's just absolutely beautiful. And I've been writing some lovely courses as well for next year, which have come written by my own fair hand from all my years of experience and training. I've combined it all together for a true spiritual intervention. It's a 6-week course, which is just lovely, just to help so many people, whether you be practitioners or not, or just really looking forward to stepping into and going into a spiritual journey or finding out more about your energy. It could just be you want to know about your auras, your chakras, your meridians, and how does that all work? How can you help clear that? Or how do you clear energy in your home? I mean, let's face it, we all sit in our homes. We all have down days. We all have arguments. We all have children that might drive us a bit mad, or don't have children, might have pets that drive us mad, or feel angry, or feel tearful. And all of these energies literally do stay in our home. They do, because we're all vibration, right? So as we're giving out these vibrations, it's just staying in our home. So so there's food for thought there, isn't it? I think I've got somebody coming through now. Laurie, I think it is. Hello, hello, honey.
Hello. How are you?
How are you? How lovely.
Could be better, could be worse.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just beautifully, thank you. Good evening from England. Whereabouts are you in America?
I'm Gerardville, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow, amazing. Lovely, lovely. How can I help you this evening, my darling?
I'd like some advice about how to make sure I end up doing the right things to make sure my future goes right.
To make sure your future goes right?
Yes.
Fine. All right, my darling. So this is independent future for you, just you on your own, standing in your own strength and in your own power, correct?
Yeah, or if there's anybody in my, pictured in my future with me, that'd be fine too.
Okay. I can't hear you that well. You're kind of coming in and out. I'm going to work as I work.
Okay.
To spirit give you what I'm being given.
Hold on, let me see if I can find a better spot in the house to sit. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you better now. That's lovely. Thank you, darling. So
Okay.
as I come in immediately, I'm aware of lots of broken past, broken promises. I feel a lot of heartache with you and quite a lot of loss, if you can understand, please, my darling. I'm feeling with you at the moment. You've grabbed your life and you're going, right, this is not going to happen to me again. I am not doing all of this again. Does that make sense to you, please?
Yes.
Great. I absolutely see you moving forward in your own life with you independently. I want to say to you that I need you to either do some meditations, but definitely for you to let go of repeated thought patterns, okay? I do need to say to you, I don't know whether you know anybody where you can get a little bit of healing just for you to lift some stuff that I feel very strongly in your solar plexus and in your heart chakra, where we just need to let go of past hurt and pain, so it's not repeat. Does that make sense to you, please? Like, I want to give you a spring clean. Yeah?
Okay.
Now, you are an intelligent woman. You're a force to be reckoned with. And I also know you're a really good laugh as well, and an absolute scream, okay? But I feel with you that there's been a little bit lost, a little bit not too sure where you're going. And I have to say, I'm being told a little bit of insecurity and a little bit kind of looking at the biological clock. Does that make sense to you, sweetheart?
I didn't hear the last 3 words.
And a little bit like you're looking at your biological clock. You're kind of thinking, right, I'm going to grab life now before, yeah, okay, fine. Now, I feel that you've been isolating yourself a little bit. You haven't been going out and socializing quite as much as you used to. You just haven't quite been feeling it, not quite been up to it. But that is absolutely what I need you to start doing. Going out, enjoying yourself, having some fun, and really, really having a wonderful time, okay? Making yourself known, making yourself lifting your vibration up, making you feel happier and happier and happier. I have to say that I'm aware of a move coming in for you as well, please, my darling. I'm just being told that there's going to be a move for you as well, whether that's just come, but I am being told an upheaval within the home for the better, for the better.
Oh my God.
What?
You're so on.
Oh, thank you. But not only that, sweetheart, I have to say that there is a gentleman that is going to be coming into you. Now, he's going to be quite a bit shyer than you and quite nervous about coming up and talking to you because you're such a powerhouse. And I feel that your energy is so strong and your vibration is so strong that this gentleman, can you understand the name Dennis, please, my love?
Can I what?
Dennis. Do you know a Dennis? I'm being shouted, Dennis, Dennis, Dennis at me.
Yeah, I know a Dennis, but he's my landlord and he's no good.
Okay, fine. That's fine. That's why we're moving. That's fine then. That makes total sense. That's why we're moving and why we're off. So I just need to say to you, my lovely, lovely lady, that there is somebody who's going to be coming into your life. He's going to be quite shy, but he's going to be brave enough to come and chat to you and you're going to have to take the bull by the horns. But he is going to be very attracted to you. He's quite an organised gentleman. He's a together gentleman, and he's not going to need anything from you. I feel he doesn't live very far away from you at the moment, okay? And I also feel that this gentleman would like playing cards. He has a reliable job. He's in his latter years, please, if you can understand that. But he's a single gentleman and he's available. I feel that it's going to be like a collision, and the two of you are just going to meet, and you will be okay. All right, you will be okay. And definitely a move coming in for you. I don't know why when I'm in your apartment, my darling, or your home, I feel a little bit cold. And a little bit chilly.
I have the door open. I have the door open.
I'm just like, oh, I feel so cold in there. Yeah. I hope that's helped you, my lovely, lovely lady. And just hold that in your heart and have faith that you are held, and that your parents are around you, and that there's a lot of love around you, and that you will be fine. Just have faith and be buoyant and wonderful, all right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome. God bless you. Thank you too. So this has been a wonderful, what can I say, here on Moonstruck TV. I will be looking forward to my next live show, where I will find many, many, many things to talk about next time. So you can find me, The Modern Day Medium, like I said, on my website, themoderndaymedium.com, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
Welcome to Divine Guidance with Angel. So just in case you do lose me tonight, I just noticed on the intro that I'm having a little lagging on my end on the internet, so please hold tight. Dave will get me back as soon as he can. All right, so you can get a hold of me at crystalclear101.com, or you can get a hold of me at Cosmic Earth Angel at outlook.com, or just tag me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, follow me on TikTok, follow me on Switch, follow me on LinkedIn. I'm on a lot of those sites. So just Google me in, get in touch with me. So this week I've had a lot of phone calls and messages regarding grief. Well, I guess the universe is telling me what I should be talking about. So the thing with grieving, okay, that's a loaded question, because there's so many types for grief. We can have a loved one that we've lost. We can lose an important item that was given to somebody that we loved, or a family member. It can be a divorce. It can be a family pet. And so on and so on. So on. Depression is also a type of grief or a loss of oneself. Health issues are also stuff that we can be grieving over. So just know that there's many different types. Everything in the world is a yin and a yang, and with happiness comes grief, comes loss. With finding comes losing. It's a balance, okay? And there's no right or wrong way to grieve. There's no set time to grieve. just know that I'll use an example, if you lose a loved one, just know that there's more than one person in the family that's also lost a loved one, and everybody grieves at different stages. So don't hold things or grudges against at different levels. Okay, it's the same thing with diseases and health issues. If one person in the family is, say, diagnosed with cancer, and the next, like your partner, is reacting differently than you are regarding the diagnosis, just realize that you're both grieving just at different levels, but you're grieving different things. All right? Just, it's compassion and understanding when you deal with the loss, okay? When we get into the holidays, these are the toughest times for a lot of people, and a lot of people grieve, and a lot of people get depressed. But the best part about the Christmas holidays is it's a time for miracles in all shapes and sizes. Christmas is about reflection on the past year, the good and the bad, changing what we wish to do and doing for others unconditionally. Like everybody, I don't know how to put it other than Christmas, in my opinion, has become materialistic. It's about what size of gift and how much you spent. And to me, the true meaning of Christmas has been lost because it's about unconditional love. It's about doing for others and not expecting anything back. So people at Christmas are lonely. They don't have any family. Their friends are all gone to their sides of the family. So show some kindness and show some generosity and go in a direction of just making a phone call, saying Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, or showing up on somebody's doorstep that you know that's home alone at Christmas time and just sit there and visit with them. It goes a long way because you're gifting from your heart, from your soul, and you will feel better and it'll be easier to get the Christmas joy coming in because you go from the heart, which basically comes into the card for everybody that's watching, which is sacred self, okay? And that's expressing your gifts. That's dancing. That's doing unto others as you wish done unto you. Spreading the joy. I mean, to you, you may take for granted that you have a roof over your head and this big Christmas meal on your kitchen table at holidays. But there's some people who don't have that, who are on the streets, who have nothing. And just having a meal delivered to them is a miracle for them. It doesn't seem like it to us, but to them, that's a miracle because they didn't have it. They haven't had it. It's a grief. It's a loss for them. And for somebody to unconditionally go and deliver this and spend time with them and wish them happy holidays or Merry Christmas just makes their world so much happier. All right. So just tag me, text me, email me. Tell me what you love to do for your Christmas holidays and what do you do to lift your Christmas spirit show. All right. So I see we have our caller, Roman in Montreal.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
Okay. I'm actually doing quite good, and I was just in Montreal over September that night. I already miss it. So I would love to see what the Christmas lights are over there, because you guys celebrate with all the good food. the potato pie, the sugar
People
pie.
are starting to lighten up and everything.
So do you
Can you just give me a second? I'm also working at the moment. Just going to advise my customer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Okay. So let's just keep talking about the grieving and the Christmas joy and the decorating until she's able to come back. So, like I was saying, text me, email me, let me know what you do. I love hearing Christmas stories, and I love hearing the miracles that happen on Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. The things that we do for other people and things that other people do for us always brings joy. When we're not doing unto others, we seem to lose a part of ourselves, and we seem to get lower in our energy, which then opens us up to be getting sick. So whether it's a cold, whether it's a flu, we just attract it. If we can keep our energy and our spirits up, we are way healthier in the long run. So everyone, just give from your heart. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the big gifts. Worry about the memories, the good memories, the laughing, the giggling.
Angel, can you hear me? I'm back.
Hi. Okay. So I have your card. I will just kind of put it up here. And you've got the Heart Awakening. So that tells me that your giving and receiving is in balance. Okay. Your of self-love. Does that make sense for you?
Sorry?
Does that make sense to you?
You're cutting off. I can't hear you. Oh, I finally have my customer. Just one moment, please. I apologize.
Okay. Okay. Am I cutting out? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I'm just going to keep going. She can catch up by watching. So that's more her accepting her divine self. That's her giving a balance in the giving and receiving areas. She is a woman, when I'm picking up on the energy, she is a woman who does a lot for others and puts herself on hold. So knowing this, she needs to start balancing. All right. So this will give her the opportunity to look within and look at what she can change to manage herself in the giving and receiving end so that it's a little more balanced. She's pretty good at it, but it is the holiday season and she's more in the giving than the receiving at the moment. So she'll have to do a little bit of work. I'm just getting kind of a download here. I gotta get a little clarity on it. Okay. Oh, I wish she was on and she could answer. Oh. Okay. I'm getting more in the aspect that she's going to have a lot of changes coming in 2020 in the area of finances and family. So when you get to see this video, if you still need to get a hold of me, you can just email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can go to my Facebook page, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing and Products, and you can message me in depth on it. considering the time and the clock that we have, I'm just going to move on to my next caller, who is Jenny in Houston.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Am I cutting out? Can you hear me okay?
I could hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I've got your card, which is the call to action card. Okay. So this is a take charge and lead by example. So it's a walk the talk type of card. This tells me that you've had I'd say a colorful life, but you've had a lot of life experience, and you can help a lot of people because you're able to walk the talk because you've been there, done that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. Is there anything in particular, or
I would like to know about working.
Okay. Well, there's definitely something in the pipeline. If you're not working right now, there is an opportunity coming. If you are working at the moment, you have an opportunity to move up, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you been they're showing me books, so that can be either you're thinking of going back to school, or the job position that you're going to be dealing with a lot of paperwork. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
It does, okay. You're giggling, so I must be kind of dead on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, are you considering moving?
I just moved. Yes, ma'am.
You just moved from an apartment to a house. They're showing me that it's sort of like you have less chores to do.
Okay. I'm moving from an apartment to a house. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that means you'll have more chores to do. You'll have lawn care. Okay. In the front of your house, you need to plant some roses. And it's almost like they're showing me that there needs to be a rose, if that's possible.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So does the front do you kind of have the walkway up, and then there's kind of pillars with the veranda before you enter the house?
Uh-huh. I haven't moved yet. We've been looking.
Okay. So this house that I'm seeing has the two pillars with a veranda in front of the door, and they're in the front. You can put flower beds, and you should have a rose bush on either side of the stairway going up. Okay. And then they're showing me that you need to put colorful flowers in there. All right.
Okay.
And go with what the other flowers, go what feels good. All right. Now, rose bush kind of is a plant that absorbs the negative ley lines. And so any plant that has thorns is really good for that. Okay. So keep that in mind, because I see that coming for you. And this place is going to be closer for you to travel to and from work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So don't give up, because it is coming. Okay. Now, that financial problem that you guys have been wondering about, it's going to work itself out. They're showing me you just need is going to fall right into place, and everything's just going to be like a domino effect. And come 2020, it's going to be like your life just exploded, and you're going to be starting a new job. You're going to be moving. It's going to be just one snowball after another, and you're going to be like, but that's okay, because you've had this in the vortex for a while, and it's all going to just kind of flow together for you. Are you married?
No, ma'am.
Well, you're going to be soon. They're showing me a commitment. So whether it's actually in a church or in front of whomever to say I do, or there will be a commitment where you're living together, but there is going to be a solid consistency for you in that area of your life. Do you have a boyfriend right now?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's kind of like the beginning of a boyfriend.
Kind of. Okay, so is he kind of like 5'8", 5'9", and he has silvery hair?
I haven't met him in person. I worked with him, but I haven't like been on a date with him. But we've had a lot of communication on the phone.
Okay, so this is what they're showing me. So he's going to be around 5'8", 5'9", with silvery hair. And this is going to be the guy that will be coming into your life that you're going to kind of have a commitment with. Okay, you just need to kind of honed in, grounded, meditate, and picturing what is it that you truly want. Okay, because they're kind of showing me in an aspect of you have a lot of things out in the universe, the vortex, whatever you wish to call it, that you've asked for, and they're kind of wanting to know, what do you want them to hone in on? What do you truly want? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes the same with work. You've got to get a little more specific in the area. It's coming. They show me. They're not going into the in-depth of what it is. So you need to get a little more centered on what is it that you truly, truly want. Okay? Now, did somebody in your family hurt their lower back? Lower back, kind of right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My mother.
Did she have a fall?
It's been a while, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well.
Oh, my grandmother, she just fell. That's who it is. My grandmother, she just fell and got a shiner on her eye.
I was going to say, well, she may want to go back to the that long, like the pain is really strong. So if this would be then your grandmother, and have they x-rayed her hip? Did they find a hairline crack?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'd love to say to go back for a second opinion, because I'm feeling the pain in my hip, but they're also showing me like a crack. So if it didn't show up in the crack, which is why she's in so much pain, and she's going to have one nasty bruise, because she also got her tailbone pretty good when she went down. Now, does she have heart issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, that's almost making me feel like she had the heart issue is what created her to have the fall.
Okay.
Yeah. I would keep an eye on her. Is she in a home or is she by herself?
She's by herself, but my aunt goes and checks on her all the time.
Yeah, I think they may want to start looking that she may need a little more help, especially right now with her hip. She's going to need help in getting her chores done, her laundry, her dishes, her meals, because it is like, I only feel a percentage of,
yes, ma'am,
and I am in pain. Okay, like it is shooting up. It's coming up, like the pain is coming up under my right eye. Like it's just shooting right up the right side of me, and it's kind of coming in and around the front. So that's telling me that she's in a lot of pain. So you guys may want to check in on her a little more and give her a little more help. Now,
yes, ma'am.
Is your grandfather on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
So your grandfather on the other side?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
He is.
Yeah, he's kind of he's a chatter. He loves to talk.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So he's like giving me a list of to tell you guys that you need to do for Grandma. So it's basically like he can see what she needs done, and he's very concerned, loves her to the moon and back, if that makes sense. He's telling me to say I love her to the moon and back. So as long as that makes sense to her, to you, and he wants her to have more care. Like she needs more help. And he's very like on it, because this isn't the first time. She's had a few little incidents that she's never really told you guys about. Okay? So now he does she have stairs in her house? Because he's making me feel like she almost fell down the stairs.
She used to. Well, she has like a couple steps in her front yard, to come out of her back door and to come in her front door. So yes.
He's making me feel like she almost fell down the stairs. That she became very lightheaded, and that she almost fell down. So he's really, really, really okay. And as for you, my girl, do you have, he's making me feel like you have high blood pressure. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
It does?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he can see everything, and he needs you to take care of that. It's not something that you can push off, because that will lead to heart issues, and he's making me feel like the heart issues run in the family.
Yes, sir. That's, yes.
Homicide. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who has the trouble breathing? Because right now my chest is just closing up, so it's almost like emphysema, asthma. It's trouble breathing. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, my dad.
Your dad. Yeah, he needs to get that checked out. Okay? Because I know I'm not a doctor, but it's making me almost feel like it's a bronchitis more than a pneumonia, but it can turn into pneumonia. So he needs to get that, especially the cough, checked out. Okay?
Okay.
So do you have any other questions? Because I nailed you with a lot of stuff.
That is great. You answered a lot. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Big hug for me. Yeah. You give Grandma a great big hug from Grandpa for me, because he wants me to just give a great big hug, and make sure to tell her he loves her from the moon and to the moon and back. I have to say that right.
Yes, ma'am.
He loves her to the moon and back. Okay? So just pass that on to her, All right, and then you guys maybe might have to do a little planning on how you guys can give her a little more help.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Woohoo! G'day! Sonia Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from Sunday Creek this week. I am at home and the sun is out. It is summer here, even though we've had snow and not necessarily snow here, but snow on the mountains that where it does get cold. And yeah, it's crazy considering, we've started summer, but it's a nice warm day out there today. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, in the lead up to, we've got a new moon happening, which I think will be next week around the 12th here in Australia. We've got a lot of action happening. So we're a bit excited. We're feeding into the energy of wrapping up this year. For those that haven't already, don't forget to do a review of this year and what it's been for you and what it's meant to you. We've had lots of lessons thrown at us this year, and I know many can relate to that because in a lot of my shows and connections and the Cowgirl Tribe, where I connecting with a lot of other spiritually minded psychic people that want to join the tribe. We have had that discussion where we've all felt the pull to make the change and really wrap things up before the end of this year. So if you're feeling that, know that you're not alone. There's many that are going through the same. And there still has been a little bit of an element of a challenge. For some of us, we just feel like we're treading water. And then for others, it's been a little bit of pulling back and reviewing what we need to release before the beginning of next year. So I do feel like energetically we're getting like a real nudge, and it's been a bit of more than just a push, really. It's like a shove to go, you know what? You want to get into 2020 and really take action. It's a real powerful year for many that I see coming up, but we also need to remember to let go of what no longer serves us. So if that's you, time to let it go and move forward with things. So for a lot of you, intuitively, you're releasing things. We're letting go of relationships, careers, material things, furniture, cars, things that we just have changed our mind on. So if you're finding yourself in that situation and feeling it, don't worry, because it's just basically energetically how the energy is working at the moment. So we're all a little bit, I say we're all interconnected. So what the group or the collective tend to feel, it's that sort of ripple effect, connects us all, and also how I suppose we all relate to what others are going through. So I shared on my show this morning that we're really feeling that pull now to be interconnected and to get back to communities. So just a reminder this year for many of us, or winding up of this year, is support your local businesses, support others that maybe are doing the same type of work that you're doing, and really connect and create a good vibration in your area by collectively getting together and helping each other out. And it's a really beautiful time of year to do that. I know come Christmas it is a hard time for many, the time where we all miss those that we love in spirit, and we do find that at times overwhelming, but always remember they are around. They're wanting you to see the signs that they give you, and believe you me, they're always giving you signs. So if you feel a bit disconnected and you're not getting the signs at the moment, take a deep breath, disconnect from the distractions, and go and just be in the moment and look for the signs. Okay? That's my reminder. So yeah, don't forget, you've got the ability to connect to those that are past the same way that I have. And, your loved ones are around you. It's just about you committing to a practice and opening yourself up to connecting to spirit. And it's not hard. We just need to get rid of the distractions. So, yeah, I thought I'd share that today. All right, I'm going on to my first caller. I've got Therese in Nimbin, New South Wales, Australia.
Hello,
Yay.
how are you?
Really good, huh? How cool. I've got an Australian accent. Yay. that's
and you're
really
Australian?
Yeah, yep. How bizarre is that? So you could have chosen many of the them on here that are from everywhere. But yes, I'm in country Victoria, so I'm south from you. You're up in Nimbin, a beautiful part of the world.
Well, at the moment it's not feeling too beautiful because they've been busy feeding fiery through the CWA because of the fires and so forth up here.
Yep. So how close is that to you, Therese, where the fires are?
That's where I live. It's not all that far as the crow flies. The smoke is really, really awful at the moment. Just saying that, the blessing is everyone's okay. We've been very fortunate in Nimbin that there's been no loss of life.
Yeah.
So that's the blessing there.
Yeah. It's amazing with the it really brings out all those that join together and band together when things like this happen. And it's certainly not an easy time for anyone. And you also with the native animals and things is really it's a hard time. And I know we were caught in Black Saturday here in Victoria, so I totally get what you're talking about. It's a scary time, it's an unsettling time, and you do tend to run on adrenaline to keep going, I think. Okay. All right, I'm going to just connect for Therese. So, because, our line's a little bit, it's been a little bit up and down. Also, okay, we've got a male in spirit to connect for her. So I'm just going to babble on here, and she can always listen to this as well to get a message. It's almost like there's someone stepping in for her quite strongly, and of course with things going on. Therese, I've got a male in spirit for you. I feel like he just stepped in as you dropped out there.
Oh, bless.
Yeah. So is it your father in spirit? He's very fatherly. He's very protective of you.
Protective? Probably my brother. I do have a brother and a father in spirit.
Yep. Because it's like he's stepping.
More connected.
Okay, to your brother. Because you're quite spiritual, and being around Nimbin, it's such a spiritual area, so, it sort of goes without saying. But it's almost like he's stepping in to go, I'm the strong one here, and I feel like he's got the blanket around him. So it's like, I'm here to be of assistance and, connect and give you the strength to keep going forward. So very relevant. Let me see, getting a bit more information on him. So was he your only brother, or was he the brother that you had the connection with the strongest?
Yeah, I'm the eldest of 10, and he and I were most connected.
Yeah, okay, because I felt like it was kind of like you two, as in, he's very much, and it's also been very thankful to you. So I feel like there's something around when he passed that, and when they come through like that, it's not just your standard things. It's like he's showing me you went above and beyond. So it's almost like I feel with him, you made sure his wishes were granted, whereas maybe others didn't have that intention, but you stood up and said, yep, and he's very grateful for that. He's like, and I feel like he's got a bit of cheekiness. Like he's like, yeah, of course she would do that for me. Yeah. And he's also showing me, because he's quite excited to connect with you. And I know, like you just said before, you connect with him, but it's like he's also around because there's some changes coming up for you. And it's like, I want to get a bit excited about opportunities and things that are presenting themselves. And I feel like you can feel this, or there's been I feel like you were already in it. So it's not, I'm not just connected with something in the future. It's like he's showing me, get excited because there's opportunity there that's going to take you. It's almost like I want to say your soul purpose is waiting. You're stepping into it. Yeah. And it's like he's got your back. It's almost like don't fear stepping up into this, because he wants to enjoy the ride with you, and it's like there's a lot of personal power around at the moment for you.
Oh, wow.
So 2020 is pretty big, and I mean it is for a lot of people that are stepping into their power. It is going to be a stepping forward, but I feel like for you, I'm really changing things up. So I'm really, it's like almost like as soon as you open up to this, there's going to be a ripple effect, and that will be changing up things even around. Like I want to go to where I'm located. There's something around you've been tossing up with moving, or now, don't necessarily it's far, but I feel like there's definitely a move in the process, and it's almost like if there's something around you've been looking and haven't found what you're after, or there's a question mark around this.
Yeah, there is a big question mark because I really don't know where to go.
Yeah, okay. It's almost like he's there to guide you. So it's like he's your Archangel Michael, which is a real, that's the person that has your back covered all the time. And he's going to guide you. But I want to say what he's showing me is it's going to be a little bit different to what you're thinking. So when they come through like that, I want to say you might have a couple of options you're weighing up. You need to look further. There's something else that's going to come in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, when you say you're not sure.
Relationship. Sorry?
Yeah. This is more about where you're moving to. It's like I want to be open a little bit more to where I'm moving. As far as relationships go, it's out. I want to say out with the old and in with the new. So it's kind of like if things aren't getting renewed in a current relationship, then there's going to be decisions around that, and there's moving forward. So I feel like for you, there's an aspect of things being sorted out or reviewed and decisions being made, but I want to say it's onward and upward for you. So we're not, and I feel like I'm on repeat, I've said this for so many readings of late, but if it's not for your highest good, it's not for you, and you're moving forward through that.
Yeah.
Okay, so be excited. It's like you've got this, and I do want to say to you, it's like your brother's saying, you're strong, like as in don't get into your head about, oh, can I do it, or is that going to work, or how am I going to work things out? Don't worry about it. And he's also showing me that you've manifested a lot of great stuff in your life, and you can still do it moving forward. So don't forget that.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need to rely on anybody else, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions before I go on to my next caller that you'd like me to cover while you're here?
No, I was just wanting to know when Troy has brought this new apparent. Just my relationship as well.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a slight delay I'm getting through. But, yeah, I think it's almost like know that your brother's there. He gives you the signs, and, that's reciprocated. So you are guided. So if you're looking at something and a red flag comes up, follow that, because trust me, he's very strong around you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you so very
You've
much.
got this. My pleasure. If you need any more info, Therese, connect to me on Facebook. Australia's Psychic Cowgirl is my Facebook page. So, yeah, jump on, send me a message.
Okay. Thank you so very much.
My pleasure. Thank you. Sorry about the little bit of a dodgy connection there. So, yeah, I hope, whatever I haven't covered, shoot me a message. All right. Take care, my dear.
Thank you very much.
Thinking of sending much love to all of you around the fires. We're all thinking of you over here. All right, I'm going to go on to my second caller, Misty in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Misty, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. We often get told over here in Australia that we're very much like Canadians, so I think that's a pretty cool thing. Now, let me see, do you want me to focus on something specific or just connect in for you today?
Possibly career and love, if that's okay, please.
Yeah, of course. Now, with, right, let me see. All right, I want to go to a question mark around the love. Is there somebody that's in, well, are you in a type of relationship at the moment, or it's like I feel like we're hot and cold a little bit as far as love interest goes?
No, I'm not with anybody.
Okay, all right. Is there somebody around there? Because I feel like I want to go to somebody's around.
I've rekindled with an old friend recently.
Yeah.
Maybe a 10.
Has that been, yeah, has that been a little bit hot and cold? Like you connect and then you have that bit of a break and then reconnect again?
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm just connecting with what they're showing me. There's a reason that you've reconnected again, but I also want to keep in mind, or what they're showing me is, this is about you getting pleased. How can I put this? It's the relationship side of things. It's about time for you to honour what you feel, and whoever you're connecting with in a relationship needs to be mindful of your needs, because I feel like you're always the one to make everything right. And, you know, as far as the relationship goes, we're not sacrificing. You're not putting yourself second. I want to see you put first, Misty, really big time.
Okay.
All right? So it's like I'm not compromising. If they're not giving me 100%, I'm just going to go next.
Yeah.
Right? Because there is, love is definitely on the cards for you, and there is somebody that will be stepping in. They're not showing me specifically with this one that's there at the moment. So I'm sort of saying be open to this, because there is an aspect of someone stepping in, but they're going to give you 100%. So it's like love is in the air, and it's a case of that person that will be stepping in is going to be very thoughtful and very much all about honouring who you are. And it's like it's your time in the house for this to happen. So I really want to say you're not going to be with somebody who doesn't take your opinions and what you want not into play. So they're going to revere you. So it's like they really look out for you, and they highly regard you. So if the one that's hanging in there isn't 100% like that, then that's fine, but keep your eyes open, because there's somebody stepping in that will be like that for you. As far as career goes, let me have a look there. So with your career, have you been doing something for a little while and you've just started either training or studying for something else? Because I feel like there's something else you're going to be doing that's totally different to what you have done in the past.
Well, right now what I do is I help people in the community with their health.
Yep.
And I was thinking of furthering my education for nursing.
Yep. Well, that's what I see, like there's study around that there's further training that you're going to be doing. And it's like, but it'll be different to what you are doing now. So are you doing a lot of one-on-one?
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel like there's something where you're going to be addressing groups, so not just one-on-one. I'm addressing others in a group situation. So, because I feel like for you give up, you don't give up, but you give out so much to others, and sometimes one-on-one can be very taking up all of your, it's almost like I feel a bit depleted after I've finished doing a lot of one-on-ones for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I want to be more in a group situation where I can interact and freely step forward with this. And I want to say for you next year is I'm excited. So can I ask where you're living at the moment? Are you sharing a place, or where do I get the feeling that you're in with others?
I have my mom living with me at the moment.
Yeah, okay. So, because I felt like I was like thinking, yeah, okay. So, and you're helping mum out at the moment.
Yeah.
Something around, you're helping, yeah. So, there's something around changes up around that as well. So has Mum not been well, or what's brought about her moving in with you? Because I feel like there's a reason for that.
She came out of a not so good relationship, and it really affected her financial situation as well.
Okay, I missed a bit of that. So is that regarding health?
It's to do with health. She also came out of a bad relationship.
Okay, yep. And so you're building
her financial situation hasn't been good as well.
Yeah, okay. Which is lovely of you to do that. And I feel like Mum's really sweet, but it's been a big adjustment for both of you. So it's a little bit like, oh, I'm getting used to it again, I suppose, because it's been a while since you've lived together, but I feel like we're just finding our feet a little bit. There's something around, I feel like the next year you're going to, I feel like I want to say for you, the same as my last caller, but something around movement. So I feel like when you get the career path, like you decide what you're going to be doing, there's something about getting set up in a place that's a little bit more, how can you put it, that works better with the two of you, or that gives you more options and freedom.
Okay.
All right. So just be open to that, because I feel like, is there some aspect where you are now it's a little bit hard with Mum being there? Is it not very big, or I feel like I'm restricted a bit?
Yeah, it's small. It's on the small side.
Yeah. So just there's something around, I feel like you'll be guided to somewhere that will just work in a bit better and give you both a bit more space. But I do see Mum getting back on her feet. So I don't feel like Mum's going to be there long term. I feel like once she gets on her feet, because I feel like she's independent. It's like sometimes we go through these things and then bring us in preparation to meet that, when I say perfect person, that person that is for your highest good, that is on the same page. And I feel like for the both of you, there's something about you and Mum being in alignment. So I don't know whether you've both been through similar things, like within a 12-month time frame, or you've experienced the same situations, but it's like you're both learning a bit from each other.
Yes, we have been.
Yeah, that's like, because the two of you, it's almost like I feel like your role in this lifetime's been we're reconnecting again, and there's certain mirroring things that have been happening. But it's like, I want to say that as an encouragement, because it's like spirit coming through for you, very much about you both will inspire each other, and you're both very inspiring ladies, I want to say. So I feel like in what you do, you're very highly regarded, and Mum's a bit of Mum's the best. I want to say Mum can reinvent herself like snapping fingers. She's pretty amazing. So even though she's been through what she has, she'll be snapping out of that and onto her next adventure, I want to say. So tell Mum that. I see her traveling. She's having an adventure. And I do feel with Mum, now that she's got rid of the ball and chain, I want to say, the health issues will start to fade into the background. So please tell her that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So and it really, for the two of you, it's like you've come together, you've gorgeous souls, and we're ready for a break. So I feel like 2020 is going to be your break, and the opportunity come in. And I know it has been hard last couple of years, what I'm being shown, but it's like you'll start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I do want to say over the next few weeks or towards the end of this year, you're really starting to see that there's light here. The green light, and they're having the speed humps and the red lights and being held back. No more holding back, and that's for the two of you.
Thank you. Is it okay if I ask you something else?
Absolutely, please do.
Are you able to answer questions about legal matters?
Yeah, you just give me a generalization so that we're not too specific, being the fact that we're on radio. So yeah, so is it, let me, oh, that's interesting, I'm getting a bit of stuff. Okay, so is there something that's, is it at the courts now, can I ask? as we speak?
It's going to be started soon.
Yeah. Okay. There's a bit of a process there. I feel like I want to say something around being a bit dragged out. It's really important to get the right person on the job. So have you already, are we on to the second person that's helping you through this? The professional person, I mean?
Sorry, can you repeat what you said?
Are you on to the second person that's helping you? So when I say that, like over here, we have like a solicitor or like a professional that is,
just a lawyer for right now.
Yeah, okay. So with your lawyer, do you, because I feel like I want to go to, there's a number two. So have you already seen one and you're on to now another one? There's something around that. Yeah, great. Because I was like, you're going to be, the second one is the good one. Like, I don't mean that the first one wasn't, but it's like we need somebody that's 100% on your page. Can I also get you to write down, it's almost like the outcome is something around finances, write down what it is you want and just, I don't care whether you just put it in a drawer or something, but let's be clear to the universe and say, this is what I want. I'm not doing this for nothing. This is the end result. So that we can bring that and not only bring it to you as you need, but in the right timing. There's something about this being dragged out, but I do want to say to you, don't worry about it because it will be in your favour. It's just a case of you're going to have to do this bit of a dance at the moment with it.
Okay, it's to do with my my child.
Yep. So there's, okay, so I felt like also I wanted to go to money. So is this about maintenance as well? Because I feel like there's something around money that hasn't been paid that needs to be paid, right? Yep. So we're getting, the money is coming through and the ruling will be in your favour. Hold your stance and keep your power and there'll be no question on the outcome of this. And I feel like I want to say to you, there is no question. I don't feel it's going to be an issue. So keep the faith. You've got this.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to have to go because I'm being wound up now, but thank you so much for connecting. Australia Psychic Cowgirl, connect with me on Facebook for any more questions, Misty. More than happy to help. Thank you, everyone. See you again, same time, same place. Woohoo!
everyone. This is Fiona, Urgent Medium I Am Power, and you are guys listening to A1R Radio Network and Avid Advice Show. So before I take any callers, let's talk about a couple things. Number one, I received a tons of emails, and also you guys DM me on my Instagram that I do date some guy for almost 6 months. I do date somebody for almost 1 year. And every time when I'm trying to communicate with him about our future, every time when I'm trying to ask him about where are we, do we have any future together, then he's going to act as, what are you talking about? You know, let's just talk later. You know, I'm kind of tired. And you know what? It's just too early. You know, I have to financially be independent. I do have a plan financially. I can't give you the ring right now, and this and that. So your questions was about, was almost 450 questions, exactly the same. That do you really think, Fiona, this guy is serious or not? Number one, if you and him together, and somehow, almost after 6 months, not even one single time, when you're trying to talk about future, he's not reacting to it, or he's still kind of like, well, let's talk later, that is super fishy. That means that this guy just wants to have fun with you and is still looking for another girl to just have fun, or having maybe better brunette dresser somewhere else. And also could be that this person really loves you and really wants to be with you, but at the same time, he may have some finance trouble and finance issues, which he really wants to get rid of it. Well, you have to judge by yourself. Number one, if he always answering your phone and texts you, even when he's busy, that means he's real. When he's around you and really want to help you, when you ask him for something and he's there and he kind of like calling you a couple times because you got cold, you had some bad day at your work, and then like you're texting him, he says, oh my God, my boss was this and that, and he kind of like texting you 3-4 times, even when he had a lot to do at his own work, that means that he's real. But if he just calling you when he wants, when he asks for, when he needs you, or when he would love to have or take you to the dinner, or a movie, or have to, take you in bed or whatever, having sex with you, that means that this guy is definitely a user, would love to spend time with you because he feels lonely, and directly when he finds someone better, he will dump you like a hot potato and say, bye-bye, move on. You do not good for each other, and thank you so much. So this is the big warning for each of you. After 6 months, if the guy still says, I don't know what I want, and maybe I'm not ready for a relationship, means that this guy never been ready for a relationship and wants to just have fun. So don't dream and don't try to be in some sort of fake connection with your own soul and lie to yourself that everything is going to be all right. So basically, if this guy never spent time with you when you wanted him to do, and he never ever called you back when he saw the missed call from you, that means that this guy doesn't care about you as a person. He would love to be with you just because he wants to take you for the dinner, have somebody to sitting in front of him and eat dinner together with as well, go to a movie and not going alone, and at the same time, having fun in bed. So why not? We can actually meet each other 1 time or 2 times a week and have fun with each other. So this is super important for you guys to not fall into people who, or especially guys, that trying to just use, abuse, and then dump you and then say goodbye. So get out from the relationship right now. If you have any sort that he ignoring, he never cares about, and he always asks you for something. And if you are not giving something that he wants, then he will stop calling, communicating, texting, just because you are not listening to him, what he wants. So basically, life and relationship is all about give and receive. If you are giving and you are not receiving, then goodbye that relationship. And if you feel that, oh my God, I can't do it, Fiona, I'm so in love with him, stop it right away. You know why? there is no such thing as a love that you can get out. It's the neediness. You are super needy, and you have to find why you are needy at going after people, or especially staying in an abusive relationship that you know that this guy would never take you anywhere. So my advice to all of you, get up, don't be needy, and just stop saying, I am in love. You are not in love. You're just needy. You're scared to be alone. You're scared to not finding any other guy or new guy. That's why you can't handle if this guy is going to go away. That's why you said yes to all things that he said. That's why he will absolutely use and abuse you in many situations to get what he wants. So remember that if someone loves you, will do everything to make you happy. If someone really loves you, will absolutely go to the moon and come back and give you anything and everything you desire for. If someone really loves you, will always make a time. If your boyfriend says, I don't have time, I can't do it this week, I don't have time, I have my mom to do, I have my dad to do, that are red flags, big, 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 big red flags. So that means it's not good. So back to studio, I want to talk about also Consciousness Life Expo 2019 in LA. I'm representing Avid Advice. I heard that there's a lot of people coming. It's all about energy, metaphysical, quantum, spiritualities, mediumship, psychic. Oh my God, God knows. A to Z. So that's why for those who really want to come around with those, object and subject in their life, like when it comes to spiritualities, stones, crystals, healings, Reiki, any type of things that is had to do with the unknown energies, then come to Consciousness Life Expo 2019. And we are there. Avid Advice is there. And I'm representing actually A1R Radio Network as well. So we're definitely going to have a show. I will show you guys exactly what's going on. I heard that every 1 hour and every 2 hours is almost 5 to 10,000 people coming and visiting, which is really fantastic. So if you're interested, then you are very welcome to come. And for more information about it, go to avidadvice.com or FrisianMedium.com or DM me on my Instagram. So sorry, sometimes when you guys DM me on my Instagram, I may not answer you right away just because I have a lot of people who DM me, but I have to say I would love to. I am going to answer you guys when I have time. So back to studio. Let's see that if you have any callers. That sounds like still not. And let's just continue and talk about dating. Okay, let's see. I have a caller right now. 1 second. Hello, Bridget. How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I am doing fantastic to hear your beautiful voice and hear exactly what's going on. So, Bridget, give me your date of birth first, sweetheart, and then tell me about what you have in your mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetie.
Yes, ma'am. My date of birth is December the 7th, 1963.
Mm-hmm. I got it.
And my question is, I am right now in the season looking for money. And other than my job, because I'm bare, things are bare. I'm barely above the water breathing. And I'm looking for some money because I'm doing some things. And I'm wondering, is it going to be a positive outlook or do I have to fight harder?
As far as I'm concerned, because directly when I open your Pentagon, 2 things come actually to my mind. Before even you telling me that you are really looking for money, 2 things come to my mind directly psychically. Number 1, some good news coming around almost by the end of this month or the beginning of March. So basically, in between the 27th of February until the March 13 or March 17, you are going to receive a good news that will change your finance from A to Z. So basically, what you are doing right now, you are in a good path. You are in a good way. There's good directions. Continue, and the good news would actually occur almost at the end of this month. So basically, answer to your question is yes. Continue.
Thank you, Jesus. Oof. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That made my day. I made my
Yeah, and it's amazing. Amazing. I love the way that you take a risk because normally you always be careful, and that's why you're getting tired to be careful. Because when you're always being careful, you kind of feel like, oh, I lost there and I lost this. Now it sounds like you're just like, you know what? I would love to. I am going to. Nothing will stop me. That's it. Get it done. And that's what I love about that type of attitude. And I wanted you to continue to have that attitude all the time and not just temporary.
I appreciate that because that's
no
what I'm
fears,
fighting for.
no fears, sweetheart. If something happened before in the past, who cares? A lot of things can happen in the past, and we know already about it as well. But what I really feel good, and I sense you, and I really hear you right now, you went through a lot of pain. You went through a lot of craziness, and you also feel betrayed. You also feel left over. You also feel lonely. But remember that is all temporary right now. So what you are doing right now, sweetheart, is super fantastic. I don't know what to say, but I'm super proud of you. I do. And I think that you are in a good path. You are in a good relationship with yourself, with your own feelings, that I wanted you to continue to be fantastic as you are today. And don't give up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love you, Bridget.
Thank you.
It wasn't meant to make beautiful cry, but sometimes crying is good because it makes us to release and get rid of all emotional feelings and feeling good about ourselves. So I'm happy that Fear's coming out, and I'm happy that you found yourself right now, about your own dignities, connections, and everything. I'm super blessed and super happy to have you today on my radio show, because I kind of feel that you really pray to God and you trying to attract good things to yourself because you're getting tired to be around people who lie to you all the time, who betrayed you, and they use you all the time. And now is your time to really lay back and relax and get what you want. So I'm super happy that you come to my radio show today. And for further information, Bridget, you can actually sign up on Avid Advice if you ever want to talk to me or if you have anything in your mind to share. So you can go to Avid Advice, sign up, and I'm there for you if you have any questions, anything that you would love. So I'm going to be there for you. So what else? If I'm going to ask you, Bridget, something that kind of, let's say that I'm God. I'm calming down right now. I'm not, but let's say that we pretended. If I'm going to ask you that I'm here to try to give you the best ever answer to one of your burning questions, what will be that question? What do you want to know?
Is my husband faithful to me? Because I don't feel he's faithful.
You don't feel that he's faithful, correct? You don't feel that he's cheating. You feel that he may cheating or he may have some fishy things behind, correct?
Yeah, because of the way he treats me.
Well, let me give you the good news, Bridget. He is not cheating on you, but he's super depressed. And he's the guy that never talk about his emotional feelings. He's the guy that always trying to hide his pain and even his happiness inside. And that's why you feel that when he's not happy, he withdraw himself so badly. And that's why you feel that you are not even count as a woman or wife anymore, which is not true. He's not cheating because I can't see any kind of touchy sexual connection or somehow picking up something that actually on the phone and trying to kind of like taking care of her, go there, pick up her, doing something with her, or kind of like having some secret lover. None of those vibes, thank God, is coming to me. The only vibes that I'm getting from him, he's lost, he's depressed, and he lost his dignity. I don't know why he lost his dignity. It may be because something had happened to his job, maybe to his body, maybe something that he actually not feeling the same way as he was before. So that's why he has nothing to offer. The reason that you are not feeling good, it's not because he's cheating. It's because he's lost, he's depressed, and he doesn't know how to get out from the situation, and he's not even talking or communicating with you and asking you questions like, honey, are you all right? Should we just talk to each other about things? And I think the miscommunication between you guys and not opening up towards each other that make all those misunderstandings come behind and behind. But he's not a cheater. He's just, sorry about my language, but he's just stupid to not opening up and telling you the truth about his own feelings. But he's not a cheater for sure.
Wow. You hit him on the nose too. He doesn't really talk at all.
Also, yeah. So, but he's quiet. I mean, some men talking and communicating all the time when they do not feel good. Some men, they kind of get completely quiet, not communicating, shut the door completely, and just like, be and acting like nobody, like a zombie. So it depends that what type is he? And the type that I can see on your husband is about someone that always wants to withdraw himself when he's not feeling happy. When he's not feeling healthy, when he's not feeling satisfied with himself, he always backing off, get quiet, holding himself in, and trying to shut the door and not allowing anybody get close to him or knowing what's going on.
Wow. Yes, that's true.
So he's not a cheater.
Wow. I think you almost described him to a T.
Fantastic. I'm super blessed. I'm super blessed. I'm super happy that we could actually, disclose these things to you because I know it's very hard as a married woman. It's very hard to feel that your husband is not faithful or not there for you. And then every time when you want to reach out, he's trying to reject you in some point. But would I feel his rejection towards you, it's not about to hate you or you're not attractive enough or you're not for me or this and that. It's about his own insecurities and limitation. It's about not having enough confidence. It's about the dignity being gone. It's about that he's acting like a zombie right now and he's not acting like a human anymore. So that's why you are not knowing the new him right now. It became worse because he just stopped talking to everyone and then now he became more lonely. What I want to suggest to you, babe, number one, remove and shake it and brush it off from your subconscious, from your mind, from your heart that this man is a cheater, which he's not. Number two, I wanted you to slowly, but very shortly, getting closer to him. Don't just jump in tomorrow or today and just like next week and, oh, my love, I feel that you're depressed. You need me. Don't do like that. Just like very slowly and shortly. Try to understand what he has as a problem. Talk to him. Communication is a key to understand why he's quiet. The first week, he may not going to open up to you at all. He's just going to act like, type of is not your business, I'm fine, don't bother. And the second week could be also the same way, that you feel also rejected. But if you really want to save your marriage and save your relationship, continue to the third week. And through the third week, I promise you, he will open up and he will talk to you about his own issues and his own problem. I know, Bridget, your guy is going to really walk and continue to have a relationship which is going to be based on health, wealth, and prosperity. I know that you both been through a lot of pain and not so many months ago, and that's why everything is kind of fresh, and especially for you, because I know that you are very responsible and being very responsible, stay very responsible, and that's why all I wanted you to do is just stop it. I mean, say no. You have to kind of like teach as well to say no to people, and you should not always, sacrifice yourself just because of others, okay? So make sure that you came first as well. Make sure that you do love yourself first before anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you. Very sound wisdom. I truly am grateful and blessed for the information you gave me.
No, really, my love. I'm happy. I think that everything happened for some reason. Reason actually you come to our radio show. And I'm so grateful and thankful for A1R because If A1R wasn't exist, you guys couldn't really find me, and I couldn't find you guys to having this beautiful, magical conversation that you could at least understand that all the feeling you thought you may actually had about your husband was not correct and he's not a cheater. And then also understand about like things that you are really, really put your energies and everything on will go exactly the way as you wish and desire for. And at the same time, you have everything under control. So I'm so blessed and I'm so happy. Thank you so much, A1R, to be you, to bring those beautiful angels to me and letting me to share my gift with them. I am so thankful. I'm so grateful for A1R. I've been with N1R, honey, for so many years. I would say that I would never, ever leave them because they're like my family. That's why, because they're working with their heart. And I'm super blessed and super happy that today you come to our channel. And I'm super blessed to tell you that everything for you in your life from now on will exactly be as you wish and desire for. I think all the pain is almost gone. All the dark situation that you've been and went through maybe about a couple months ago is almost gone. So now the light, the shine, the sun, the energies, the power, the light, and the love is absolutely on your way. So cheers to that, sweetie. And don't concern.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank them as well because I'm the real thing. This is not made up in everything that you told and shared with me was the 100% truth. I thank them for connecting because this weighed so heavy on me. I really appreciate them in the radio show. This is my first time ever. And most of the time, I don't believe psychics. I don't believe people with these gifts because they only always ask, give me money, give me money, give me more money. No, you need to do this with money. And you just poured out. Bad. You poured out the truth.
I'm happy. I'm happy that you brought up. Before we cut off, I want to tell you, Bridget, please don't listen to people who actually come after you and says, if you are not paying me money, then the curse is going to come after. The negative energy is after. And you're not there. Please don't listen to those things. It's not real. None of things that has a black magic, doing kind of the black magic and stuff, if they are not real, it's not real. Negative energies is real. But if you're thinking about it, if you think negatively, the negative energies will come to you. It has nothing to do with black magic. It has nothing to do with all the BS that they're trying to tell people to go after their money and their account. Please don't even pay them. And please don't even listen to them. When I'm actually working with officers, when I'm working with lawyers, insurance companies, when I'm working with individual, actually private investigators to finding missing people, I can really tap into my gift. And I'm so grateful for that thank God that you gave me the gift that I can really sense people and feel and helping people and family to get some foreclosure for their problem. So, yeah, but I wanted you to also be aware, Bridget, people who are out there, I mean, I do respect for each of spiritual people. It's not, don't get me wrong, that they are bad people. No, but there is people who actually looking for money. They do not have any spirituality. They do not have any abilities. If people sending you tons of free minutes and ask you to call me back, or you know what, come here, I see something, and come after you and drag you for money, that means that they are not real. They're just looking for your account. They're just looking for your money. But if you want to talk to that person by yourself, your energy is telling you that this person is the right things. The reason that me and you talking today on the radio show on A1R, because, and this is your first time, is just because I have to relieve and release you from something that holds you inside and making you to feel nuts. And that's why I have to really tell you something that is completely true, because I don't want you to be in a shadow. I don't want you to be in a negative and dark energies. Why? Because you are a wise woman. You are a fantastic woman. You have a golden heart. You did everything what goes from your power whole your life to helping others. And you've always been there for people. But what I feel good about that happened today, at least you found that your husband is not a cheater. Because I know it's hard when you can't really figure out. And when you're calling maybe a couple psychics and they kind of telling you that, oh, yeah, I see that. Yeah, he does. Oh, I see some blondie. Oh, I see some brunette. Oh, I see that someone is tall. I see that someone is short. Oh, there's a chubby. There's a shorter. And you know what? And that makes you to feel completely nuts and feel like, okay, I have to maybe call and see the psychic again. I have to talk to him, like if this woman is still actually in his life. And then they come with all the stories about. All I have to say to even my other psychics and my people, my colleagues, please telling the truth to people. Telling the truth to people. Don't try to lie and trying to hold them into lie to make them to pay you more. Because, I always say this way, Bridget, quality bring quantity. And marketing has to be always be word of mouth. Word of mouth. A real psychic, a real medium doesn't need any marketing. Doesn't need to scream about herself or himself. It's enough that be correct. It's enough that always be faithful and grateful and helping actually customers the way that they can with their own gift. So quality bring quantity, and also when the gift is real, the word of mouth would bring 1 million of people to your life.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, I'm loving this. Guys, this is real. She is real. They put me with real. This is real, not phony. It's real.
I love you so much, Bridget. I love you so much. Thank you, baby. I love you. And would be a very like the honor that you sign up on Avid Advice. If you ever wanted me, just send me an email through Avid or send me an email through my Instagram. If you have Instagram, my Instagram is Persian Medium. And also you can go to and email me persianmedium@gmail.com. If anytime you need me, Bridget, I love your energies. I love your personalities. And I love how light and true and how awesome you are as a person.
To Amanda Hall Psychic here on A1R Psychic Radio, here on Moonstruck TV. It's a magical time of the year as we head towards Christmas, but let's sort of get a few other things out of the road before we really kick the show off. It's been a tragic week around the world, particularly with the earthquake and the loss of life we've had in New Zealand at Mount White, I think it was, in the last couple of days. And look, our hearts go out to those families that have lost people and people that are still missing and uncertain of what the future brings with that. We really do sympathise and empathise with those families, and probably even more so as we head towards Christmas. Here in Australia, for those of you that have been following our news here, we're into I think it's probably our 6th or 7th week of massive bushfires around the country. It is getting quite critical here now. There's so many fires around Australia burning in a massive amount, over 100 fires at the last count. And doesn't seem to be any end in sight. So please spare a thought for those that are battling the bushfires, for those people that have lost their homes. Luckily, so far, we've only had a couple of losses of life. Any loss of life is too many. But, our hearts and our prayers do go out for them. And it's interesting because lots of people that I've been speaking to during the week say to me, I'm praying for rain, I'm praying for rain. But one of my Indigenous friends said to me the other day, I wish everybody'd stop praying for rain. And I sort of was a bit taken back by that. And he said, you know what happened last time everybody prayed for rain? He said, we had that much that we had floods and people drowned and lost property in the floods. He said, let's just let nature take its course. It will rain. We don't know when, but it will rain. And, we just want it to be normal, natural sort of weather events, not, let's stop sort of creating things that aren't that are man-made and sort of praying for things that maybe is going to bring a little bit too much and a little bit too much in the excesses. So let's move the show along to Christmas now, because I think it's a very magical time of the year, and it's a time of the year where I think we should all really understand the essence of Christmas. It's not always about the gifts that you receive or the things under the Christmas tree. I think it's more about being kind to each other and enjoying the time with people that we mightn't have had a lot of time to catch up with during the year. It's a magical time of the year in that way, that I think it's a time to be sort of positive, to be thankful, to look forward to what we've got coming up in our lives, and to just be grateful, I think, that we're alive and breathing and that we're all still relatively healthy. You know, as we get older, we all have a few more aches and pains and creaks, and the body doesn't cooperate quite the way it did when you're in your early 20s. But that's okay. We're still here, and we're still got something positive to contribute to this amazing planet of ours. So this week I want to feature the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the Devil. Now, I know a lot of you are going to say, oh, Amanda, this is a really negative card to have coming out at this very positive festive time of the year. It can be negative, but it can also be the opportunity to remove things from our lives that aren't so positive, like jealousy and trouble. Now, many of us have that throughout our lives, whether it's our professional lives, from our family and friends, or just people that we work with or are close to, quite often are jealous of our achievements. So this is the opportunity to remove that from our lives, jealousy or trouble, able to break the chains that have been holding you back or binding you. Now, this is a really important concept because many of us put restrictions or limitations on ourselves and say, oh, I can't do this because of that, or this can't happen because of this. Instead of turning around and trying to find a positive way of saying, okay, I haven't got a solution at this moment, but I'm working on it. I'm not going to be chained to the situation. I'm not going to allow it to dominate me and control the direction of my life. I still have choices. I just haven't found the best solution yet. So I actually see this card as being very positive. And, you know, if you look very closely at the card, you'll see the chains are very loosely around their neck. They're not actually holding them. They could actually slip it off over their neck and be done with the chain. So that's why I look at it as, you know, we are able to break the chains or remove the chains that are holding us back. So in lots of ways, the Devil card is a positive card to come out because it's telling us that we can remove anything negative that has been holding us back or any restrictions that are in our lives. So I'm going to say to you that's a very positive card. So the card that we're featuring is from the Secrets of Tarot set. This was the original Secrets of Tarot that came out a couple of years ago. This is our first one. We have 2 out in the marketplace. So if you need one, why don't you head to my website, www.amandahallpsychic.com.au, and you'll find them all there. So I want to now quickly go to our little trip around the universe. Now, before we get into too much, we need to talk about the full moon in Sagittarius. The full moon's not in Sagittarius. The sun's in Sagittarius. So that means the full moon is actually in Gemini. Now, it's going to be December 12th, no matter where you are in the world, is when the full moon is at its fullest. And it's going to go for 2 days. So you're going to need to be aware from any time now, and I think anything from now on in, be aware that your emotions might be all over the place. You might be a little bit emotional. You might be sort of a bit scattered in the things that you're thinking about. And it seems to be a time, if you understand the Gemini energy is the click of the fingers and changing our mind very quickly. It's asking us to be flexible. So when the full moon is in Gemini, it's asking us to be flexible with our emotions, with our thought patterns, and probably more importantly with the people around us as we head into this very busy time of the year. And a lot of you are attending parties and functions and shopping and out and about and running around like a lunatic. And it's sort of time to sort of just stop, breathe, consider the people around you, and don't be in a bad temper if something doesn't quite go your way when you first wanted to. For many of us, it's a time when we peel off lots of emotions. We go through and say, flick, 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 flick. We don't need that anymore. And it's a time we have an emotional clear out. So I actually think it's a very positive time to have a full moon in Gemini. Now, the other planetary configurations that are really influencing each and every one of us at the moment is we have a plethora of planets sitting in Capricorn. But the 3 that I really want to focus on besides Jupiter is the fact that we have Venus, Saturn and Pluto all holding hands or conjunct together in Capricorn. So what this is asking us to do is to make sure the things that we are passionate about, the things that we love, the things that put a smile on our face are really what we want them to be. Let's be very careful that when we start to talk about things, whether it's climate change or whether it's that new outfit or that new present we want for Christmas, that we really have thought this through, that this is something that we really are passionate about, something that's going to enhance our lives or make us feel better. Because at the moment there seems to be a lot of controversy out there, particularly when we look at world events of all the catastrophic things that are happening, weather events around the world. Some people are blaming it on climate change. Other people are saying, don't be so silly. And everybody seems to be pointing the finger at everybody else. But nobody's really trying to find solutions. Now, I think that's the important thing here. Yes, it's great to be passionate about things and to have a very strong or firm stand on something, but we need to also get up off the couch and do something about it and make our voices heard. And, you know, if you're really passionate about that, you believe that climate change is causing all these weather events, then write to your local politician and say, hey, listen to me. This is what I think. What are you going to do about it? We all need to collectively, as a group of people, start to get together, get some class actions together. You know, one little voice holding hands with another little voice and another little voice and another little voice is what makes changes in the world. So, you know, I'm a firm believer in climate change, and I truly do believe that a lot of the tragic weather events that are happening around the world are a direct link to that. And not just because I believe in that, but I also believe in it from an astrological point of view, because I also am aware of where the planets are. And I know we have the planet Uranus sitting in Taurus at the moment, going retrograde or backwards. Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, sitting in an earth sign. So it's saying I'm creating havoc with the earth. And with that making aspects back to the stuff in Capricorn, it's saying it's time now that we all have to work together to find solutions. And we have to find solutions on a global level. We have to transform. We have to look at the old ways of doing things are not working anymore, and we have to find new solutions moving forward. So on a very logical, practical, astrological level, I can see why the globe is in such a state. And this comes right across the board to all the political arenas and, you know, politicians ignoring things and sort of going about things in their own way as if they haven't got, you know, they're not switching on and listening to what the public's saying because they're so far removed from real reality. So these sort of things are going to come back to bite them. So it doesn't matter where you live in the world, who you vote for. I think everybody has an important opinion on this at the moment, and we need to be able to put our message across and stand up and be counted on these things. So we're going to quickly sort of talk about the candles of the week. So I've pulled out the Sagittarian candle because it is the Sagittarian or the Christmas time of the year. And I think it's a very important time of the year that we need to sort of acknowledge that and bring in some positivity. For those of you that work with the full moon candle, yes, we would have been burning our full moon candle now for a couple of days. I always like to work with 3 days on the approach before the full moon. So we're already 1 day into that. We're into the second day of the 3-day approach of the full moon. Then I burn it for 2 days for the full moon and then 3 days on the departure. So I'm going to say to you, we've still got another 5 or 6 days. There's a burning the full moon candle of releasing anything that we no longer want in our lives. So maybe we might release a few politicians while we're having our little full moon ceremony this year. That might be a great idea, mightn't it? Okay, so for those of you that might want a gift box that you see here, I've made it up with a full moon candle, I've made it up with a fire sign candle and a passion candle, just to show you that you can choose any candles from our 28 now range and to be able to make up a box that uniquely suits you. They're wonderful little candles. They burn for about 15 hours. I quite often work with these, you know, in my limited space that I have, even though I have candles everywhere. But I like to sort of burn, you know, a full moon candle and the energy of the full moon or the new moon at the same time. And quite often these are the ones that I burn. Because they are so small, I can make it that I use just one of these little mini candles for the duration of the 7 days of the full moon. And then I'm able to sort of, you know, say, well, that candle's finished and I've just absorbed that energy for that month. So anyway, we're going to sort of head now and take our first caller. And it's Kiana in Campsie in Quaker City in Ohio. Are you there, Kiana?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a question for me, sweetheart?
I would just like to know, like, what my situation with my baby's father, how that's going to turn out.
Okay, so you want to know about your baby's father, whether there's going to be any sort of change in the connection there.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you share with me your first name, sweetie? Is it Campsie, is it?
Campsie.
Okay, sweetheart. All right, just so that I'm tuning into the right person. It's really interesting, the energy that they're sharing with me about your baby's father, is because I don't know that he's emotionally ready to step up to the plate yet. Is that what you've been finding, that sort of, 1 minute he's there and then the next minute he's sort of disappeared again? He's sort of not living up to what he told you yesterday, and sort of, this leaves you very confused at what role he's going to play, or is he going to be a part of your life? Is that how you're finding him, sweetie?
Yeah.
Darling, look, I want to sort of say to you, cut him a bit of slack, but at the same time I want to get him and give him a good shake, because, you can't be expected to do all this by yourself. I mean, he's either got to turn around and make up his mind and say, okay, look, I'm fully committed, I'll do the very best that I can, we'll work together on this, or sort of say, look, I'm sorry, I can't do this, and get right out of the road. He can't have a foot in each camp, because that's not helping you be strong. Would it be fair to say that he could be frightened about all this, sort of overwhelmed with the responsibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so were you to a certain point, but you can't just sort of hand the baby over to someone else and say, oh, well, I can't do this, it's all too hard.
Yeah.
I know you might, we all think that at some stage or another. I mean, being a new mum is a very overwhelming experience, even if you have all the support under the sun. But, the fact that you've got a baby daddy here that sort of 1 minute he's there and he's fully supportive, and the next minute he's sort of like he's disappeared again, is not helping the situation. Darling, can I suggest to you that maybe you sort of focus on yourself and the baby, and that way then he mightn't feel as if he's being so pressurised to step up to the plate, that then he might then start to sort of gradually come back in a stronger way, in a more deliberate way, because he feels the pressure's off. I know it's going to be hard, and I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I know you're strong enough to do it, sweetheart. And I feel by doing this, I think we can turn this situation around. As hard as it is, and as much as you sort of want to yell and scream at him and say, why aren't you here to help me? I think if you can sort of turn around and sort of be a little bit aloof and sort of almost in a sense push him away, like you're not sharing anything with him unless he asks, that might then be the one thing that's going, oh, I don't want that. I want my baby. Why is she pushing me away? Sort of like he'll start to sort of realise that, hang on a minute, I do have some ownership of this baby and I really want to be a part of the baby's life. Look, I do feel longer term wise, I do think the two of you will find a way forward with this. I'm just not sure that it's going to be a family unit, though. I'm not sure that you and him are going to find the love that you were hoping for. So would that be a fair comment, that, this hasn't been the greatest romance on the planet?
Yeah.
Yeah. But, darling, I think you've got to accept that now. Sometimes we're put together for whatever reason to make a most beautiful little soul and bring them into the world, and that's sort of all the relationship's meant to be. And I think if you can look at it on that level, you will then find more peace in your heart, and you'll find then you'll be able to overcome and overlook the baby daddy's shortcomings a bit more, because you're not expecting him to all of a sudden miraculously be the person that he should be. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'll be able to put it into context. And I feel in time, open yourself up to sort of finding somebody who truly is your rightful match. I don't think it's the baby daddy. Anyway, sweetie, I hope that's helped you, Campsy, and I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. Now, we're going to go to Lonnie in Thief River Falls in Minnesota. Are you there, Lonnie?
Hi.
Hi, sweetheart. Do you have a question for me?
I don't know what kind of questions I guess I'm allowed to ask.
Well, there must be something that's going on in your life that you'd like some guidance on, sweetheart.
Yeah. Basically, I just kind of wondering if my spirit guides try to contact me, like how do I know?
Okay, if your spirit guides are trying to contact you. That's a really, really good question, Lonnie, because most of us sort of tend to sort of think, of spirit guides as, you know, lots of people have lots of different ideas, and this is my personal opinion. I'm not saying mine's right and everybody else is wrong. My personal opinion is that our spirit guides are usually passed over relatives. And the reasons why I feel that is because they have an emotional connection to us, that they sort of have a vested interest in us. You know, if it's your grandmother that's been gone for 20 years, well, of course she's going to have more of an emotional connection to you than she is to a total stranger. So this is why I believe that our spirit guides are relatives. And a lot of people say, oh, no, I've got a Native American Indian, or I've got this, or I've got that. Look, I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying in my experience, that's what I believe. And having worked with spirit for many, many years, they're the ones that come through to me at different times with messages for their loved ones. So, you know, when they tell me that they're taking care of them or they're guiding them, or, you know, I feel very connected to my great-great-granddaughter because she reminds me of me. And, you know, you sort of think, wow, you know, you didn't even meet her physically, personally, but you feel a connection. Isn't that marvellous? So for you, sweetheart, I'm sure there's a number of spirit guides around you. Now, how do you know when they're making connection with you? Look, there's many different ways. Look, lots of people say, oh, people, you know, I've seen a feather and that reminds me of so-and-so, or it means such and such. If that's what works for you, that's fine. I don't think there's any hard and fast rules to say what works for me is necessarily going to work for you. What I can share with you is the things that I've noticed over my 40-odd years in this sort of work, and there's many different signs. Sometimes it can be as simple as a song coming on the radio and all of a sudden you'll get goosebumps and you'll think, wow, that really is the answer to a question that I had. Fancy that being in the words to that song that I'm singing along to. That's a connection from spirit. It can sometimes be the same sort of thing. You know, some lines jump out at a television show that you're watching and you sort of think, wow, there's the answer to, you know, what I was worrying about. Or the lights will flicker. Or you just get a feeling, or you can smell something. You smell perfume and then you go sniff, 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 and there's nothing there. And you think, well, did I imagine that? No, you didn't. Sometimes we see things out of the corner of our eye and we have a look for a second or a third time, nothing there. But again, these are all spirit connections. So spirit sort of tries to get our attention in many different ways. And it's not always something that we can turn around and say, oh, gee, you're not going to miss that. And I think as humans, we're all looking for it in that way, that it's like it's going to be a banner in the sky that I can't miss. Quite often it's very subtle. It's something that we have to sort of say, whoa, hang on a minute, that caught my attention. I wonder if that was a message or a sign. And once you start to be aware of that, you'll notice it happening more and more. For me, quite often, it's a lot of times, you know, I could be out driving in the car and I know the street sign says Smith Street, but it might say beach on there, and I look again, it still says Smith Street, but yet in my mind's eye, it said beach. So if that was to happen, I would then take notice of, why did I see the word beach? What is the meaning behind that? What does that mean to me personally? And that's how I tend to look at things from spirit. I mean, there's lots of different things that I can say to you. Again, for me personally, I usually find when I blow, you know, half a dozen light bulbs in the house in a matter of a couple of days, I know that spirit's sort of quite active, and what sort of message are they trying to share with me, good, bad, or indifferent. You know, yes, you can turn around and say that's coincidence, or your light bulbs blew at the same time because you replaced them all at the same time. But that's a little bit too coincidental to me. It's sort of like, you know, we might have one or two, but if you have six, that's, you know, who's trying to get a message to you. And, you know, people used to say to me, you know, I'd get up in the morning and all my photographs on the sideboard would be moved. And, you know, there might be people that are quite anal about them all being in a certain position. Again, that's spirit, just sort of showing you that they're there. It's interesting, though, because we as humans tend to think spirit's going to come down and give us this earth-shattering message that we can't live without. 9 times out of 10, all as they're trying to do is get you to acknowledge that they're there, to say, hi, I'm here, hello. And we tend to think that they've got to come through with this message all the time that we're going to need, you know, our life won't be the same if we don't understand it. So if you're not necessarily looking for that earth-shattering message, if you're just looking for that knowing and understanding that they're there with you, then that's the best thing. And that's the best way they can make connection with you, because then they sort of feel that that you know that they're there, that they're seeing everything that goes on in your day-to-day life, as mundane and as boring as it might be, but that's important to them because that's you. Sometimes if it's really important, they'll wake you at 2 o'clock in the morning and, you'll wake up from a deep sleep and you'll remember the dream that you were having, or you'll have a feeling. If that happens, can I suggest get out of bed and write it down, because that is something that they're really trying to get your attention for. But 9 times out of 10, it's just to say hello. I know you've got quite a bit of spirit activity around you. And I think the most important thing for you, Lonnie, is if you have something that you really, really, really need an answer to, say you want to know, should I change my job? Then I would suggest before you go to sleep of a night, ask the question out loud and ask them to put the answer into your mind first thing in the morning upon waking. Give them definite guidelines. Should I change my job? Yes or no? Give them something, as simple as a yes or no answer. So then first thing in the morning when you wake up, the first thing that comes into your mind will be the answer to that question. That's how we train them or organise them to work with us. And that's, something that we can all do, because they like to know when that they can be of service or when they can be of help. So at times like that, if we've got issues, if we do it that way, that helps them know that, okay, I don't have to wake her up at 2 o'clock in the morning. She's going to ask me a question before she goes to sleep, or she's going to have a conversation with me before she goes to sleep. And I suggest always out aloud, because they're not allowed to read our minds, so that they definitely know then what you need help with. And then they're able to give you sort of answers. But once you start to establish that connection with them, Lonnie, like that by, simple things, sort of like, should I go grocery shopping tomorrow? Yes or no? You can give them lots of different questions. Then they start to be able to it builds up their strength or their energy on the other side, so that then they can come through in other ways. Then they can start with the smells or the moving of the pictures, or, giving you an answer in a song or whatever the case may be. So I hope that's helped you and answered that question for you, Lonnie.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're very, very welcome. Have a very Merry Christmas, sweetheart. We've come to the end of the show again. So again, I want to reiterate with you that this is a very, very magical, special time of the year. Please remember those that are lost. Have your family traditions. Set some new traditions. I spoke about last week on the show that I always have a spare spot at my Christmas table for those that have departed, and that's been something I've been doing for a very, very long time. I'm sure the chair's getting a little bit crowded now, because over the years I've lost quite a few family members. But it's just my way of acknowledging the fact that they are still here, they're still with us, they're still important, they're still special, and we have a family tradition of talking about something funny or something that we remember from our dearly departed over Christmas lunch as a way of making them feel included and special and still part of the family. So why don't you share with us here at A1R Psychic Radio some of your family traditions over Christmas? We'd love to hear from you. So until next week, be kind to each other, enjoy this magical time of the year, and don't forget it's a magical full moon in Gemini this year, so make sure that you do a lot of releasing and letting go of things. But until next time, I hope you're kind to each other, and let's keep Wellington, New Zealand and Australia in our prayers, and every other place around the world that's going through some sort of trauma or weather event at the moment. Until next week, Merry Christmas.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. I just want to say a quick shout out this morning because we've been undergoing some really severe bushfire stuff here in Australia. Where I live, we've been inundated with, we've had quite a few fires close, but it's been very smoky, and I know that there's a lot of people who've had to be evacuated and a lot of animals at the moment that need some help from us. I understand that probably it's happening in the States as well. It's been a very dry, hot year this year. So I just want to send my love out to those people who've had to leave their homes or, leave their pets or whatever they've had to do. It's very difficult. And I know that the other day the smoke was so bad where we live, and we're some 30 kilometres away from the fires. So please, my heart goes out to all of you. I hope that, you stay safe, and we see some rain soon. It's been a long time since we got good rain. So anyway, on to the show. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the people coming over from my YouTube channel to support me. And it's been lovely to have all your comments. I have a couple of people on some of the other social medias that say it's lovely to see me. And I think I'm not so comfortable about seeing myself, but that's okay. That's why you just don't see me much on YouTube. It's only my hands doing the readings. So I'm going to do a quick reading, and then we'll take a couple of callers this morning. So, okay. So let's see what's happening today. Let's have a little look. There's a lot of planetary movement at the moment. If you're a Capricorn, you're going to probably feel it most. I think that most of the planets are in Capricorn around our birthday. I think I've got a couple of planets returning on my birthday, so lots of changes. Okay, let's see what's happening. So today we have the Hanged Man coming out. So the Hanged Man talks about some sort of situation that you need to look at from a different perspective. The Hanged Man's sort of like the universe putting us in a bit of a holding pattern so that we can look around us and really understand, what's happening for us at the moment. I'm not sure whether to put that in front of my face or next to my face. So, but the Hanged Man's a really good card because this is giving us the opportunity to take a different perspective on something, which is so important sometimes. Okay, behind that I have the Star coming out. So this is really beautiful. This is something with the Hanged Man and the Star that talks to me about, understanding that you have a destiny, understanding that there are things on your pathway, but maybe at the moment you're going through some sort of healing process to move forward. This can be around, perhaps some sort of grief and loss that you've been through, can be some sort of situation where you need to take time out to really understand that things are on your path to help you grow, help you move in a different direction, but also to help you to open yourself up. Okay, so this is what we're doing today. I do have the Queen of Swords coming out behind that. So the Queen of Swords can represent that you're dealing with an air sign, a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. But this is often about our energy. This is, our strengths here, being able to see things clearly, move ahead with clarity, and certainly cut things out if they're not bringing us in what we need here, and not being afraid to say, I don't need that in my life anymore, being able to move forward, especially if you're trying to understand here with these other cards what direction you're going in and how you want to live your life. I do have the Four of Swords coming out next. So of course the Four of Swords is about taking time out, meditation, and really sort of recuperating, giving yourself the time to really get deep inside yourself to understand what you want. This is your time at the moment. This is your time to really decide what you want in your life, what you don't want in your life. You're coming to some sort of crossroads here, coming to some sort of decision on how you move forward. I do have the beautiful card of Temperance coming out next. So this is about bringing balance back in. So maybe your life has been a bit unpredictable, a bit unstable at the moment, and that sort of means that you're trying to sort of bring something into you that you feel more comfortable, more stable with. So definitely changes happening around you. We do have the Tower card coming out here as well. So there's a bit of an upheaval. Now, I know a lot of people look at the Tower and they get a bit freaked out by it, but this is a chance for us to rebuild our foundations. This is a chance for us to, rebuild what we want in our lives. So very much today about being self-focused, understanding what you want to bring in, whether that's love, a job, but trying to work with the universe, trying to create with the universe something that's going to bring you a lot more balance and joy. I feel like this year's been a very tough year for many people. I've heard many people say that they'd be glad to see the back of this year. It's been a big year of loss for people, a lot of transitioning, and a lot more sort of spiritual understanding. So people are becoming a lot more aware of the power they have to co-create with the universe. So today is a day of self-reflection, going inside, having an understanding, being prepared to cut things out and move forward in a way you want to. Okay, so we have Dorothy in Pikeville, Kentucky, USA, ready to talk with us. So are you there, Dorothy?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent. Okay, so what do you have a question for me, or can I help you with something today?
I guess I just need some spiritual guidance. I don't, it's what I'm seeking. I don't know how to ask necessarily what I'm asking.
Okay, so what would you like some help with? You tell me what's been going on for you.
Relationship's been tough lately for a while due to some family issues. Once the family I was part of, now I'm not allowed around due to some circumstances. And made things really tough and strenuous between the two of us because it's caused a lot of anger between the two of us. So, and then I've had to lay back off school for a little while due to some health issues, and plus this as well. You know, it caused some moving, it caused a change of everything. Everything changed.
Yeah, and this is a time for change. It seems that the universe is trying to shuffle us all back to our destined paths at the moment. So a lot of people experiencing quite a lot of change in their lives at the moment, which is emotionally very difficult to cope with. I do see things changing for you, probably coming up in February. There seems to be a bit of a time in between. So I'd say the universe is giving you a bit of time to sort of you're in a bit of a sort of a quiet space at the moment, let's call it that. Because you're trying to, it's like you're trying to process. So you may be very much a processor, but it feels to me like you're trying to go through things to understand. Sometimes the energy is better if we just let it go and we just go with the flow rather than trying to fight it. But it's natural instinct to fight against things, which is very, very difficult, and that would make you very emotionally tired. So I would say, you need to sort of tackle one thing at a time at the moment. You're beautiful. I can see you trying to do too many things at once. So trying to perhaps sort out what is the most draining or straining for you and just work with that energy first. Otherwise you become very scattered, and that can bring you down a little bit and make you feel a bit sad.
I feel like I'm already sad.
You're sad, yeah, I can feel that energy. So maybe just picking out one of those things and just focus on one rather than trying to tackle too many. And I know that's your nature to do that, but you're spreading yourself too thinly and it's going to wear you out.
Yeah, it's an exhaustion. I'm not able to sleep off.
Yeah, and I can hear it in your voice, but I can feel it in your energy. Maybe concentrating on your sleep at the moment, trying to make sure you're getting enough sleep and rest, because your mind is just going 1,000 miles an hour. So, so you need to be kind to yourself. Remember, this is your life. This is what you're here for. And this is about looking after yourself first. Now, I always talk about being on the aeroplane when they say your mask drops, you put your own mask on first before you can help others. So try not to put others before your own. I feel that you've got a couple of people around you that expect a lot from you, and I think it's a time for you to learn to say no to that, and try to look after you, because if you're not around, they wouldn't have anybody anyway. So this is a time to really focus in on yourself. Self-care is really, really important where you are at the moment. A nice hot bath, go for a massage. What was that, sorry?
I wanted to get back to my career. I was in beauty school, and I only have 4 months left. That's not much.
Yeah.
It's the time that I've already consumed.
Yeah, and I do feel things getting sort of somewhat back to normal by around February. So you've just got to sort of plot out the next couple of months. So it's not even that. It's probably, maybe several weeks to get back into some sort of more stability for you, because it's very erratic at the moment. But I see things turning around for you in February, and I think it will be a slow turnaround, but I do see you getting results around about February next year. And then things will start to move back along again, because you're very sort of stuck at the moment, and that's why it feels like change is, quite overwhelming for you. But yeah, by February, I see you really starting to see things coming in. You may get a message you've been waiting on probably early in February that might give you a little bit more it might give you a little bit more insight as to why some of these things have happened.
Okay. I've been looking for an answer, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think, by about the middle of next year, you'll be looking back at this time thinking, wow, that was a tough time, and I'm glad I've put it behind me. So, everything will be back in its place by then. But sometimes we get stuck in life, and the universe wants to move us in a different direction, and we can't see that, because when we're in amongst it all, it can be quite distressing and sad. But once we get into the new situation and we have all the beautiful things coming in, we look back and we think, that was a tough time, but wow, I had to go through that to really understand my own value and the direction I wanted to go in. And that's where you'll be in around about June. You will grow. You will grow dramatically from this. I can promise you that. And as long as you try really hard to go with the flow, don't fight it. Just understand that things are being put in place for your betterment.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
All right. You're very welcome. And honestly, by about February, you'll be starting to see the changes.
Sure, I'm looking forward to it.
No worries. Much love, Dorothy. Take care of you.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit tough sometimes, isn't it? Sort of sitting waiting for things to happen in your life when you're going through tough times. I do have, Vanita in Birmingham, England, United Kingdom. Hello, Vanita.
Hi.
Are you
Hello.
there? Hi, how are you going?
Hi, hello. Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. So
Hello?
you're speaking to someone who was born in Brighton, so it's been a long time since so you're a fellow person. Vanita, what can I do for you today?
I think I would just like a general reading, please, whatever you think like I need to know.
Okay. I've been speaking to a lot of people at the moment who are going through lots of changes. There seems to be a real stripping back by the universe at the moment to get us moving or get us a little bit more focused on what we want in life. And I think up until now, we've been very, going along with life and not realizing how important we are. And there's this real focus at the moment on getting us to understand how to move our lives forward. And I think this is the point you're at here too, where you're sort of standing, questioning, is this enough? Is it what I want? Do I need to move forward? Do I need to manage my life differently? So I feel this sort of like, it's almost an excited energy with you, so good things are coming. I can feel it. And I have a lovely sort of warm feeling in my tummy. So I know that good things are coming to you. But it's like you want to sort of really sort of throw caution to the wind and get out there and bring new things in. So I want to say to you, don't try to do too much at once. I do see some changes coming around your home situation. So there seems to be changes for you. Either you're moving or you're going to just completely redecorate, like you're over looking at the same things. You could be even thinking about a change in your appearance. So I'm not sure. It's like you want this complete revamp. But you're trying to bring in a lot of new things, which is beautiful. And I love that you're manifesting because they're coming to you. But just be careful you put out there what you actually want. Otherwise, you're going to bring so much in, you won't know where you're at. So I love the fact you're manifesting. Do you have a young daughter?
I don't know. I don't have any children.
No children yet. Are you married?
No.
Have you been trying for children? You're not married yet? Okay.
I'm not married now.
All right. okay? Because you've got a lot of changes around you in the next 2 years. So I want to say to you that life is changing quite dramatically for you in the next 2 years. I just want to ask you if you're a Pisces.
No.
What's your star sign?
I'm a Virgo.
A Virgo, okay. You have a strong Pisces feel to you, and I tell you why that is. You have this dream thing going on. It's like you have very deep, big dreams for yourself. There's this feeling here that you're either a very deep thinker, and you do. Do you do spiritual work? Is that what I'm getting?
I do, yeah.
Okay,
and also
radio,
it's strange as well that all like my best friends and my sister who I'm really close to, they're all Pisces. Like women that I'm really close to are always Pisces, which is quite strange.
Yeah, and I can feel that Pisces energy around you, so it's obviously very influential to you. But lovely dream energy, and I love that you're very able to go deep within yourself, to look at yourself, like you're very self-aware is what I'm after. And I know that the universe is already co-creating with you, so you're going to bring massive changes in for you in the next 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but you also need to, there's also a need for you to separate yourself from things that don't, because I think that you're a bit of a giver, and there's this energy that perhaps you sometimes put up with a little bit more than you should, and that drains your energy here. But I see changes in the home. If we talk about the things that are coming up for you, definitely changes in your home in the next I don't think that's very far when I feel that energy. So have you been thinking of moving or relocating or buying?
I've actually moved into a new flat about 2 months ago.
Okay, so I may be picking up on older energies, rightio. Because there's movement with the place you live at. There's also movement in your work or career. I see something shifting for you here as well. It may be the next step in your career. Have you already stepped out or planned? Are you a goal setter?
I'm kind of struggling with that at the moment. I think I try to, but I don't always execute. I don't go the distance and stick with things. And that's always been a really big struggle with me. Like I can't commit and see things to the end.
That's why I get the dreamer energy with you. you're a little bit of a dreamer. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to goal setting. If you're if you're a person who finds it difficult to finish things off, then I would say to you, goal setting is so important for you. Being able to look ahead and decide what you want and set yourself dates. I know that there was a study done with Harvard where the people who had set goals often achieved them so much more than people who didn't. So for you, maybe it's getting out of that dreamer energy a little bit and trying to do something practical. Vision boards. They're showing me vision boards here. Have you ever done a vision board?
I haven't, but that's actually been on my mind a lot for the last few days. I've been thinking a lot about
that's where you need to go. Yeah, because otherwise you have this beautiful, lovely energy of being, always dreaming about things, but you're not achieving. So move to a vision board, set yourself some goals, understand that, you can bring in what you want, but you have to be clear because when you're in that dreamer energy, you're sort of going to the universe and saying, I'd like this, but then I think I'd like that, and maybe that would be nice, and how about that? And the universe is going, wow, Vanita, you need to be clear about what you want from us, because how are we going to give it to you when you're scattered like that? So vision boards are really, really good for you. But having a clear idea of where you want to go. Now, if you're not sure of the destination of where you want to end up, then possibly have a good do you meditate?
It's something that I want to start doing. I don't at the moment, no. I do yoga.
Yeah, no, vision board. See, I want to, but I don't know where to start. Okay. If you're not sure about meditations, then go on YouTube and get a guided meditation. Find someone whose voice you can resonate with, someone who has a very pleasant voice. I listen to Joe Treacy. He's very easy to listen to. And if you do guided meditations, then you learn to focus on the person's voice and you don't get so caught up in your own feelings. The other thing you can try, which is really good for getting your focus, is EFT or tapping. Very, very good.
Oh, yeah, I do EFT.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what I would suggest to you is work on those two first. Get yourself a vision board. Have some goals, because life will be so much more fulfilling. And I see so much change for you in the next 2 years. So all around you, you have change. And maybe that's why, because you're starting off by understanding the direction you want to go in. So there's changes to come in your career, probably in the next 12 months. I do see some studies, so I don't know if you've been thinking of taking up some sort of college or university stuff, but I do see you aiming higher in your education. And I do see changes coming in your romance or your life in general. So lots of things to look forward to, but it's sort of starting to understand what you want. And once you've got that in your head, then you can start to proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. All of it is so perfect. Everything you said is just so perfect. That's exactly where I am right now. There's a habit that I have, and I'm just got to this point where I know it's stopping me from going forward and stopping me from doing the things that I want. And today I have actually decided that I'm just going to change my habits. So
you have the most beautiful energy. Don't lose your energy, though. You have the most loveliest, lightest. It's almost like flowers. You have this beautiful energy, so don't lose that. But just find that part of you that you can work with rather than sort of getting scattered, because then you get a little bit irritated and frustrated that you're not going in the right direction. So keep focused. Try and find a couple of those things to do, to put in place, and you will bring in everything you want in the next 2 years.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Vanessa.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
No
What's your name again, sorry?
Yvonne.
Hello,
I'm the Aussie Goddess. Yeah,
okay,
my business is the Aussie Goddess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, so before we go today, I just want to, because somebody wants to know where I'm from, so I'll give you a little bit of a background and a few places you can find me. So in my day-to-day work, I work for the government. I work in disabilities. I've been working in disabilities for, I don't even know how long. I started off in youth homelessness, youth work. I moved. I kept trying to find what this thing was that I had, and I kept studying, and I got myself a bunch of degrees and a bunch of certificates, and I tried lots of different things, and all the time not realizing that my calling was around this type of work. So I got into life coaching. I also am a certified life coach. I have a stack of qualifications, but actually all I was doing was trying to find myself, and trying to understand this gift that I'd been given, that I'd had from a young child, and never really understood what it was about. I read the tarot as soon as I read cards. I read playing cards as soon as I could understand what I was hearing, seeing, and feeling these feelings about people, and these always having these ideas of coincidence, what I thought was coincidence, because I was manifesting and didn't realize it. So I spent a long journey coming around to this side of myself. So now I have my own business. I've been doing this professionally for about 5 years. The last 2 years I've really taken it seriously. So you can find me on YouTube. I do daily readings. I've been doing it about 1.5 years on YouTube. I do dailies, weeklies and monthlies. I do a lot more personal readings now. So I do readings from my home if you're in the Sydney area. I do readings by phone, Skype, Messenger and WhatsApp, and I go all over the world with those. So I speak to people in a lot of different countries. I do fairs. So I get to do, and last year I did way too many fairs and it was just ridiculous. So this year I'm cutting back the fairs a little bit and just probably doing some, maybe one a month over the year. But I love fairs, but a lot of traveling for me. As a mother of 3 very grown-up children and 7 beautiful grandchildren and 1 beautiful great-grandson, my home life is busy too. So just recently I decided I wanted to have a move, so I'm moving closer to be with my family now going forward. Now everybody's getting a bit bigger and that I've still got 2 baby grandchildren. But anyway, if you want to find me, you can find me on YouTube. I have a Facebook page at The Aussie Goddess. TheAussieGoddess.com is my website. I'm also on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, so all the social platforms. So please look out for me. Do come over and follow me on the Aussie Goddess Facebook page. I'm currently running a competition there, so if you'd like to have a chance at winning a half an hour reading, then you can come over and visit me there. Please say that you've seen me on Moonstruck Television so I know who you are and I know where you're coming from. I answer all of my emails. I answer all of the communications I get in. So please share the journey with me, join the community, love every time like the first time, and much love to you all in your day-to-day life. Mwah.
Hello followers and hello students. This is Fiona, Christian medium I am Power. Another night, another amazing time, and of course, A1R Radio Network. So before I take any callers, would love to share a couple of my experience when it comes to I don't know if I can, I don't think so you can, I wouldn't suggest you to go for that. Oh, my experience is about that when I tried, really I couldn't succeed, so maybe you shouldn't. So there's tons of insecurities, limitations, and also a little bit of I don't know what to do, and can you please help me where I am and what kind of career I should change or found or whatever. So I want to tell you one thing. This is actually my own experience. I wanted you to not listening to anyone. Of course, you should listen to people with experiences and telling you exactly what to do or not to do when it comes to risk and investment and other stuff. But when it comes to you want to change and challenge yourself, and because your neighbor, because your parents, because your sister, because your brother, because your coworker, because your competitions couldn't make it, then maybe I can't do it either. So try to remove that type of feelings and philosophy that because others couldn't, that maybe I can't either. All I wanted you to do is like try it, believe it. And it also depends on how much you want that things will be the way as you want and the way as you wish. If you wish big, if you actually offer yourself a best ever timing of life to make yourself the happiest and the greatest and the wealthiest and the healthiest, then you are going to invest on your will. The willpower, the energy that you are going to spend, the feeling that how far you can go is all up to you. No one can tell you what to do or not to do. The only person can approve and tell you if you are going to and you can is you. I wanted you to believe in yourself. I wanted you to trust yourself. I wanted you to be brave and take opportunities even when you feel or felt that others told it's not going to happen. So the most amazing time in my life was when people told me I can't, and I proved that I can. So I know you're going to enjoy that timing as well. When people telling you, you can't, don't even go there, and then you show that you can. And you can, of course, go there and be the one that you want. So there is also another things that I would love to exchange with you guys is about the matter of timing. So sometimes we just like not in the right time. Kind of like if I taught like 2 years ago, maybe I couldn't even actually go there or try that type of things. Now I'm more mature. I know exactly what I want. I know my willpower. I know what kind of circumstances, opportunities, and other things I have. So it depends on what you want and how you want and how badly you want, and also timing. You can get what you want. So as I always say to my students and also to my clients, there is no impossibility. There is no impossible. Everything is possible. So we do not have any village of impossibility. We have a village of possibilities. So everything is possible. Just try it at least one time, and don't listen to those people who send negative energies and knows already that they would never ever try it because they are lazy, because they are not brave enough, because they do not invest in their life. So back to studio, and now I have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? From California. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Good. Sweetheart, welcome to A1R and welcome to Fiona's show. So it was so pleasure to talk to you, Sarah. Before I start my show and my reading for you, gorgeous, I need to know about your date of birth, and also I need to know what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you tonight. Go ahead, sweetheart.
My birthday is September 29th, 1980.
Okay.
And in my mind is a lot of confusion.
Okay.
On
I see that.
Where my journey in life is supposed to be.
Okay. Sarah, my love. Mm-hmm. I want to ask you two questions. The first things that I can see in the Pentagon is about something that related to money and finance, which actually making you to feel very discomfort, not happy, a little bit mad, upset, lots of I didn't know exactly what to do. I didn't know where to go, and kind of blaming others. So I wanted you to first remove one thing immediate with me right now tonight. Stop blaming others, okay? I understand that people having a very strong impact in our life, especially when we talking about money and finance, because sometimes negative people can change our life completely to the nastiest way. Sometimes one positive person can change our life to the best ever way. But whatsoever and wherever you are today, I wanted you to change this type of the feelings and connection that, oh, if I did not listen to that person, if I wasn't really in that matter or that place, maybe I could be better now. So, done is done. Life, it's moving forward. Every day is a new day. Every minute of our life is a new minute and every second actually of our life. Every single actually second that we're just breathing is absolutely a new and fresh life. All I wanted you to do when it comes to blame, stop blaming others, because when you blame others, or especially blame yourself, because if you just could make that decision at that time, if you could just say yes to that or no to that, so maybe you just could be better right now or just like be in a better place. So all I wanted you to just drop the anxieties of, drop the stress and drop the craziness of if and maybe and if or maybe or should. Just let it go of all those words, okay? All I wanted you to do to connect yourself with money, and also, as you know, that money is energies. Energies is everywhere. It's just going back and forth. It's just starting somewhere. So that's what I wanted you to completely feel and sense and connect to that energies right now. And don't worry about future when it comes to, am I going to be, feel good? Am I going to have wealthy enough? Or am I going to have enough money in my account? Am I going to have the job that I want? Just stop asking. Now it's time for you to show action. Okay, Sarah? So this is very important, because I think the one block that is standing in front of your way and trying to not allow you to moving forward is about blocking your own energies to just say yes to life, yes to happiness, yes to wealth, yes to health. It's just because you're still afraid, you are kind of like confused and not know exactly what to do and where to go. So stop whatsoever had happened in the past. Past is past. Just yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Tonight is tonight. Last night was last night. Whatsoever you couldn't do last night, you can do it tonight. Okay? So first step, you forget about what happened last night. You stop blaming yourself and stop blaming others. And what you need to do right now is just stand up and just tell to yourself that exactly what you want to be, where you want to go, and exactly what is your goals and desires is. That is exactly what I wanted you to write it down somewhere, to make yourself to understand exactly what you want of your life. Okay? That's the one thing. Okay. Then, Sarah, come another things about, I see that you are confused about kind of moving. I see the moving. I don't know if it's the moving place to place or is it the moving to some other state. It's something that you want to change completely just because you want to refresh yourself doing something. Well, if you have anything that will changing your life from A to Z, like tomorrow, if you really feel that if you are changing that place, changing that house, changing that department, changing that anything that has to do with change and challenge, I wanted you to do it tomorrow, or at least thinking about it, because this is what I can see. It will open all doors to your happiness. Now, Sarah, there is two things that actually come to the right side of your pentagon. It's telling me about emotion and also feeling very down, depressed, and not happy. No desire of continuing, no desire to feel good. Now, Sarah, tell me what makes you to go there, what makes you to feel this way, and why you are so confused about your emotional feelings.
I've been going through, I've been divorced now for 3 years, and the confusion of am I where I'm at, where I'm supposed to be in life? And I actually am putting my house on the market tomorrow because I struggle with the emotional attachment that the house, the energy the house brings from my marriage. And this is where I started my marriage. We raised our kids, but then it's also the place where my marriage ended as well. And so I've had a lot of confusion with that part of making choices, and then as well as not being able to let go of the emotions of bitterness and the, I don't want to use hate, but the dissatisfaction from the place of where my marriage ended, and that I can't move forward from that. I'm still in a negative, I have a lot of negative energy towards him, and it affects our day-to-day lives, and we have children involved. So
I understand.
That makes it really hard.
Sarah, I understand that. I understand you completely, baby, and I understand that it's not something, I mean, when people says, oh my God, don't worry about that, everything is going to be all right, hon. And, you should not be worried about it. You're going to forget about it. So it's just not going to happen for one night. And I have to tell you, whatsoever is happening between you both and what he did to you that making you to feel that hateful and, down in every areas of your life right now, maybe is not really forgivable, but at the same time, what you need to do, maybe it's kind of not time for you to forgive him right now, especially when your guys have children, it doesn't matter, but you have to get over it. And sometimes we get over things with time. We can't get over just like that. We can't just, especially when you are too emotional, when you actually give away 100% of your life and your heart, when you try to do everything that goes from your power to make this man be the happiest and the healthiest and the wealthiest and the whatsoever in the earth, and instead that you get something back, you just like gain some nasty feelings and kind of like destroy your even own insecurities, or better say confident and everything. I understand you completely, Sarah. That's why my recommendation to you is stop even thinking about that I have to forgive him, I have to move on, I have to let it go, because you can't forgive someone that you hate so much. You need time. Time will make you to feel that you can moving forward. Maybe sometimes you need about 6 months or 1 year. Maybe you need another 3 years. Maybe you need the 4 years. The only things that you should not forget is about that you are the mom, and you have to be a mom. Your role as a mom will never change, okay? Your name is mom. So as a mom, you would do everything what goes from your power to benefit your children, okay? No matter what. But you still can hate the man that you've been together. You still can hate the man that you have children with. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to children, you have to always see what's going to be the best for them. If I'm going to cooperate with him now for just like 4 minutes of text messages, or maybe just hearing just the voice, just like exactly what he gonna says about our son or about our daughter or whatever it is, it's okay. I can do it just for my kids. So try to stay away from him, because I can see that you are guys having so much energy involved. I can see that there is so much memories involved. For you, it's not easy to say goodbye and say let it go. It's very hard. I understand you have good memories, you have bad memories, you have also memories that you don't even want to remember anymore. But now it's time for you to just let time came in the middle of you and him, and all the pain that he caused you, to let you moving forward to your own life, okay? So don't force yourself that I have to forgive him, I have to forget, I have to let it go, because when you force yourself and when you are not happy with that force, when you are not ready with that force, instead that you feel relief, you get stress, you get an interest, you get an anxiety, and it's going to be more hate came actually to your mind and your body. So all you need to do is just stop telling yourself that you have to do it because of that. All you need to just force yourself about it is about your children, and your name is mom, and that's it. Anything that related to him, about him, kind of, creating around him, whatsoever has to do with him, just you need to let it go. Just don't think about it. Don't force yourself, and just stay calm the way that you are, Sarah. And I wanted you to sell this house. Remember when I told you, any change and challenge that I see and I feel for you, moving forward, moving from the place to other places, it's good for you, okay? Even you feel that you have lots of, emotional attachment, but let go of those emotional attachment, because the one thing that you remember, tomorrow is a new day. Next week is going to be the new week. Next month is going to be the new month. And next year is going to be the new year. And how do you know
that you're not going to be in the place that somehow you just say, thank God that you gave me these opportunities to let go of this man of my life, because now I found the real one. Now I'm the happiest mom and happiest woman in the earth, because now I know exactly who I am with today and what I can do for my life. I know that right now it's kind of impossible for you to just like even think about it, that am I going to be happy again? Am I going to trust any man again? Am I going to be, the woman that I want? Yes, my answer to you, both emotionally, psychically, and whatsoever we can name on, Sarah, is about yes, you can. Yes, you are going to see the man that you want to be with. Yes, you are going to be proud about your actually whatsoever you are choosing between. So that's why I'm telling you. All I wanted you to do, Sarah, first, don't force yourself to forgive him and move on. Just let it go. When we're talking about him and whatsoever you are guys having in between you and him, just try to feel that he never exists and he died for you and is gone, okay? The only person that you are thinking is your children, or persons is your children, and you are the mom, and that's it. You need to get rid of every single memories that you have together with your children and others. That's all I wanted you to do. Let go of your past. Let go of your feelings. Let go of things that making you to feel miserable. Not about him, about you. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about him. Now, and every single minute that you are thinking about what he did to you, just distract yourself. If you just listening to your heart again and feel about like, oh my God, my heart bleeding when I just feel and sense exactly what he said to me, what he did to me, what I did, you can't change anything. You can go back. That's why you need to moving forward just for yourself, not for him. And you do need to forgive him right now, but with time, you are going to heal and forgive. That's why my recommendation to you is you are focusing on yourself first. You are thinking about yourself first. You're very big in Sarah. You need to change and challenge yourself to the new position of life. You are going to jump from the old circle to the new circle. Then close your eyes, jump, and says, now I am jumping because I want to have a better life. I want to feel healthier. I want to actually receive respect. I don't want to be just a giver because I'm getting tired to be just a giver. I need to do everything what goes from my power to tell everybody I am worth it enough to be a woman in somebody's life that could just tell me every single morning and say I love you for who you are and I respect you for who you are, not someone that trying to, with the narcissistic and crazy personality, make me to feel down. So indeed, I wanted you to do it for tonight, and I wanted you to stay away from all the confusion that you have tonight. My advice is get rid of all your past, everything and anything. It will, like one spoon that you just remind yourself about him. Anything that reminds you about him, I wanted you to get rid of it. Okay? So don't be attached by the house. Don't feel that you have to stay. Just let it go. It's time for you to heal. And you are not going to heal if you still stay with those memories. The beauty of memories of things is about your children. That they burn there, they just like grow then and all this stuff. Other than that, I wanted you to not remind yourself about anything. That's all I wanted you to do, Sarah. Do you think that you are able to do?
Yes, it took me 3 years, but I finally made the choice to have the agent come tomorrow to list the house for sale.
Awesome. I promise you, Sarah, when you selling the house, kind of like you just signing and just say goodbye to that, I promise you, the day that you are signing, the day that you are just taking all your stuff out, you are going to feel so much relief that you can't even imagine. That's why. Don't let any type of attachment, emotional attachment, stop you to succeed. Stop you to be the one that you always wanted to be. Don't let those attachments making us or making you to feel down and worried about future. Because your future is shining together with your kids. Without him, not with him. You should be happy that you really get rid of this man from your life. I don't know how you could deal with the narcissist man. I don't even understand how you could even deal with it. But I have to say congratulations, because you did great.
but it's time for you to move on because your body and your brain needs rest and find a better way to communicate with yourself and the world. And you know you have a purpose that you came to this life. That's why choose that purpose and stop bugging yourself. Stop having crazy attachment to something that is not really worth it anymore. Life is changing every day, every single minute and moment. You need to follow. Other than that, life will follow you. And that may not going to make you to feel good. You need to follow life because when you follow life, you change your destiny by your own decision. But when you letting life follow you, the life will give you the most painful experience that you ever thought and imagined for. So follow life that you at least have a choice to choose in between. You got it, baby?
Yep.
I'm proud of you because you stand for your children. I'm proud of you because even when you was depressed, you could do everything that goes from your power to bring happiness and love to your family. Even you felt that there is no way that you could even do it, but I'm very proud of you. You make it. You did that. Be proud of yourself and congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
And one is you. You and your children. Sarah as a woman and Sarah as a mom. And Sarah as somebody that's going to be in some other person's life that indeed needs Sarah and understands Sarah the way that she wants and value Sarah's energies, beauty, and smart, and everything and anything that belongs to Sarah. Not the one that not knowing exactly who you are. The man that you've been with, he doesn't know you at all. And I think God helped you to open your eyes and change him immediate, or better say, God or universe wanted you to just jump from the old circle to the new circle to be happiest. That's what I wanted you, Sarah, to continue your goal and your path without him, but together with your kids, and enjoy your life every single second and moment. Try to take your day, try to take your time day by day. Take yourself day by day. Don't think about what's going to happen to me and my children in about 10 years. What's going to happen to us in about 5 years. Day by day. Day by day. That's all. So now I have 90 seconds, my love. So for private information, you guys can go to PersianMedium.com, A1R Network, and also AvidAdvice.com. Wish you guys the best. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. And every day, we became as a new person. You can do it. And I know Sarah can as well. Have a great one, and bye. This is Fiona, Virgin Medium. I am Power, and of course, you are guys listening to A1R, and tonight is Avid Show with Psychic Bella Love. Hello, Bella. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, sweetheart. How was your day so far? Sounds like you've been busy. For those who actually gave us feedback, we would love to send 3 minutes, and Avid has always been generous by credit and credit account also send the 3 minutes for an advisor or in behalf of advisors. So how was your connection and feelings with Avid? It's like, how did you feel?
So
like,
good.
What was the response, or better say feedback from your client?
My clients have been loving this site. They say it's so easy to use. And it's funny because I have a lot of clients who, use other platforms, and they said like they don't want to use the other platforms anymore because they just feel like even the energy is so much better over on Avid.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I kind of like feel good too when I feel and sense that there's tons of people that sending me an email and says, well, Fiona, we are so happy that we finally find you because we've been very sad in the past of couple days and months or so because, you just been disappeared. And I says, well, I always, is around, and you guys can just like go and Google Virgin Medium I Am Power, and I am kind of everywhere. So one person with almost 1.5 million of followers, it's very easy to find. Yeah. So let's see what Dave has for us. I don't know. Hopefully we did not lost connection. No, he's there because it's not like new Skype. It's just a little bit fishy. Sometimes you feel that, sometimes you feel that maybe, our producer is just gone for party and then we are in the autopilot. Okay, so now back to studio, and now I have Maria. Hello, Maria from Australia. Hello, Maria. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well, sweetie. Gorgeous, give me your date of birth. Me and Bella would love to help you with anything and everything we can. Please give me your date of birth, and then tell me what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my date of birth is the 23rd of November.
Okay, Maria, we got it.
And do you need the year?
Okay, sweetheart. And
what do
you want to know? What do you want to know of your moment, sweetheart? What is exactly your question is in a spiritual level? What is exactly you have in your heart? What we can do for you tonight?
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you properly.
What we can do for you tonight? What do you have in your mind?
Oh, okay. Just anything general, really. Whether career, travel, family, what do you see? Just anything, really.
Yeah. So, Bella, I think you can start it, and I'm open to Pentagon because Bella is always very fast with to pick up things, and because you have a lot of beautiful sense, as I know, and you are very vulnerable for that. So please, darling, go ahead for Maria, and I'm trying to open the Pentagon for her as well. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. Hi, Maria. I usually prefer people ask specific questions just because general readings, a lot of information comes up.
That's okay. If I could have a career, I want to get into self-employment later. I was just wondering, can you see that in my future?
Okay, you said you wanted to get into what kind of employment, hon? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Self-employment.
That's okay. Self-employment. My own business.
Okay, perfect. I actually do feel that coming through for you. I feel like as we get towards the end of the year, you're going to take bigger steps that are going to take you towards that. It is something that happens for you next year. I'm feeling like around, I want to say June. Fiona might get a different number. She's better at timing than I am usually. But I do feel like as we get towards the end of this year, you are going to make some contacts with people who are going to be able to help you on that path so that you can focus mainly on just working for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So, Maria, I see two things for you. The first one is about that try to focus and have your only focus about that everything is going to be all right. I feel that you have so much fears around because I see in the Pentagon, show me the number 22 and number 1111, which shows about that you are all over the place right now. You are concerned and you can't focus on whatever you are thinking to do because the fears of losing, the fears of not having the money back, the fears that maybe the result is not going to be the same way or whatever you win. It's just going to make you to feel extremely uncomfortable and sad and disappointed. So all I wanted you to do to shut down the part of your brain that telling you that maybe it's not going to happen. maybe you should not do it. Maybe you should listen to that and this person. Maybe that's not actually your idea or good way or any right or nice direction. So any of those negativity or negative thoughts, feedbacks, anything that come from others and even come from your own thought, I wanted you to shut it down. I wanted you to highly focus and make sure that everything is going to be exactly the way as you wish and desire. So the only things that I wanted you right now to focus about, what should I do to make these things happen? I wanted you absolutely to go for it. I don't want you to think in any other things. Just go for it. And then make sure you are not listening to people who told you, oh, I did that too, but I did not succeed. Oh, you know what? I don't think so that it's going to be you or anything like that. Just stay away from negativity, negative people, and anyone and everyone that says you can't. So basically, focus, go, and don't worry about money, finance, or is everything going to be all right?
Okay, excellent. And do you see me moving house at all, like building a house or buying another house?
Yes, there is actually moving for you that coming before 2019, which is I can feel and sense that it will be around November 10, November 15 through actually the December 3rd and December 4th, which I can see that around the month of October, a lot of discussion and a lot of movement going to happen about that move. So yes, the movement I can see for you, and it's very clear.
Okay. Do you see it, is it going to be within the same city I live in, or is it going to be, I'll be traveling to move, like interstate?
I'm not seeing any traveling. I'm not feeling and sensing even in your pentagon that you're going to travel or you're going to have like a difficult time for anything. So you don't need to be concerned about that. Yeah. Everything actually looks good. Yeah.
Okay. And is there any health issues coming up or anything else that you can see?
I feel Bella, as far as I'm concerned in your pentagon, your health is excellent. I don't have any problem with your health. Besides that, I can feel a little bit of your bone pain, kind of like maybe muscle pains, which is if you have time for yoga, example, if you have time for just walking, you need to do that, but it's not really serious, and I'm not really seeing any serious condition that you may indeed need medicine for to calm down and relax. So all I wanted you to do is just stop to be concerned and worried. You are that type of the person that you're always going to concern and worry about things. You double